Η ζωή να κόβει.
So this is what connects us every November, this event. So I'd like to welcome you to this 5th annual conference of FairLife. FairLife celebrates 5 years from its establishment, having undertaken dozens of initiatives, actions, campaigns, awareness campaigns. We have been able to achieve many things that can't be counted. So FairLife has been recognized and acknowledged both in Greece as well as abroad. It has received 20 awards, and what's most important is that it has become a reference point both for scientists as well as for patients and their carers. So we're here to talk about LungCancer. We're here to see what have been the developments throughout this last year, new therapeutic pathways, new hopes. So we are here to remind everyone how important it is to have prevention for a disease that is amongst the diseases with the highest number of deaths annually. We are here today with all those participating in this discussion on lung cancer to see practically how close we are to receiving an SMS for screening and tests. Obviously, we will wait to hear you because this is really interesting. But first of all, we'd like to welcome our lady, Ms. Corina Patelli-Bell. Thank you very much, Elena. You are close to us throughout the years. So, Most Reverend Archimandrite Ioil Kostandare, father of the Archbishopry of Athens, representative of His Beatitude, Archbishop Hieronymus II. Dear professors, dear guests, friends of FairLife, I'd like to welcome you to today's event. 2025 is a landmark year for FairLife because this year we celebrate 5 years from our establishment, 5 years of contribution, action, and dedication to the fight against lung cancer. These 5 years are full of experiences, challenges, and moments that have brought us closer to those who suffer from the disease in our country. As I look back, I remember each event, each conference, each moment of support to patients, to carers, and I feel proud and grateful for what we have achieved together. FairLife was born out of Simon Bell in his memory, who unfortunately we got to miss him in 2020. So we have international presence, we have organized campaigns, training programs, and we have developed global partnerships. We bring together science, the society, the state, and experiences. So we have the following principles: prevention, timely diagnosis, access to innovative or novel treatments, psychological support, and cooperation and partnership. However, what is it that can make a difference in prevention? Awareness, information, a knowledge that becomes practice. Through our campaigns and our initiative, Lung Health, we have been able to reach thousands of our fellow citizens. We talked about screening, the early signs of the disease, the risk factors, smoking cessation, and the significance of a healthy lifestyle. So more than 8,000 fellow citizens have attended our courses, our seminars, timely diagnosis. Well, unfortunately, diagnoses are done at an advanced stage. However, this can change if we have early screening and diagnosis. Already, FairLife has offered 475 screenings for free in cooperation with clinics in major cities in Greece, and we will have another 250 in Thessaloniki. So today in the event we are going to hear the preliminary results. So prevention and early diagnosis are important because they save lives. Another important issue is to have access to novel and innovative treatments. Innovation is of value when it reaches everyone. So we want each and every one of us anywhere in the country to have equal access to innovative treatments. If we make good use of technology, if we improve our infrastructure, won't be able to make this true. We believe that this will be the case. With regard to the biomarkers, we know that they play a key role because they allow physicians to administer the proper treatment. This is why we insist on the value of the full molecular check with the NGS panel, and we repeat always the need to have reimbursement for the biomarker tests. Progress that does not reach everyone is not actual progress. So in FairLife, we're always interested in new technologies. This is why, in cooperation with Eketa, we have developed the first digital assistant for the diagnosis of lung cancer. It is a tool that allows us to have information, and this will be incorporated into our new web page. This digital assistant will help physicians by assisting patients to get ready, to be better prepared, to know more about the disease, and to be able to cooperate effectively with the healthcare professionals. To us, psychological support is something really important, and it is not a luxury. This is to counter the stigma and fear of cancer. So our experience through the Breath program proves this on a daily basis, since we cooperate and we provide support to patients and carers, improving their resilience and achieving a better quality of life. We like figures, and this is represented by the 6,100 hours of psychosocial support that we have been able to provide to more than 1,100 beneficiaries in Greece. I'm a bit stressed because my son will have an operation tomorrow. I didn't expect that. I wasn't expecting that. So cooperation between different agencies take us ahead. We have the Ogonosis program, which we've been implementing with the National Association of Nurses in Greece. This is a program that is especially addressed to nurses of oncology patients. We know that nurses are not simply healthcare professionals, but they are those who accompany our patients steadily. We have had a cooperation with students of medicines. I see here Mr. Psaros, who is a member of the advisory board of FairLife. We have organized campaigns and informative actions. Now, where do we currently stand? Throughout these years, FairLife has received 19 distinctions and awards for its contribution to raising awareness, and it has been acknowledged as the organization of the year. All this to us is not simply an honor, but it is a reward, since our efforts have a meaning, and our efforts touch lives, and they make a difference, and this is the biggest reward for us. Throughout the years, there have been significant steps to tackle lung cancer, and we believe that the state has begun to understand how significant lung cancer is, because we lose to it thousands of patients annually. Screening, however, has not been implemented fully. Therefore, the patient's journey remains fragmentary, and there are inequalities in access to novel treatments. So what we are doing is necessary, and we still have a long way to go. If something is proven by these 5 years, is that, and we can take nothing for granted, the path has been long, a difficult one, demanding, and we believe that this will still be the case in the future. However, every smile, every relief, every life that we are able to touch is what gives us the incentive to continue. I'd like to thank you all, volunteers, ambassadors, the state, the partners of FairLife, healthcare professionals and supporters. Without you, nothing would have been possible. So before I conclude, I'd like to share with you a celebratory video on FairLife summarizing our actions in the past 5 years. And I'd like to also thank Giorgos Karamigos, whom we are going to welcome in a while. He has shared his experience with us, and I think that he will be able to help a lot of people. Thank you.
Τον Αύγουστο του 2020, ο Σάιμον Μπέλ έφυγε από τη ζωή έχοντας αντιμετωπίσει τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα με δύναμη και αξιοπρέπεια. Η απώλεια γίνεται δύναμη ζωής. Ο πόνος σπόρος. Το όραμα ελπίδα. Γεννιέται η FairLife.
Η πορεία με τον καρκίνο είναι ένας δρόμος που δεν ξέρεις που οδηγεί.
Είναι ένας δρόμος που εσύ επιλέγεις πώς θα τον περπατήσεις.
Η FairLife είναι ο πρώτος μη κερδοσκοπικός οργανισμός στην Ελλάδα ενάντια στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα δεν κάνει διακρίσεις.
Όποιος έχει πνεύμονες μπορεί να νοσήσει από καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Μέσα από την πρωτοβουλία Υγεία Πνευμόνων μιλάμε για τις πνευμονικές ασθένειες, τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο, την πρόληψη, αλλά και τις καθημερινές προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν οι ασθενείς και οι οικογένειές τους.
Ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα είναι μια νόσος η οποία μπορεί να γίνει χρόνια, η οποία μπορεί να θεραπευτεί.
Μέσα από τους 477 προσυμπτωματικούς ελέγχους, ένα ποσοστό 82% παρουσίασε κάποιο πρόβλημα.
Η εξέταση αυτή δρατάει πραγματικά όσο μια ανάσα. Μια ανάσα που μπορεί να μας σώσει τη ζωή.
Θέλει ακόμα πολλή δουλειά, εκπαίδευση και συμπερίληψη.
5 χρόνια μετά συνεργαζόμαστε με 25 επιστημονικές εταιρείες από την Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό.
Η άγνοια μπορεί να κλονίσει τον ψυχισμό μας.
Κάνουμε τη γνώση όπλο ελπίδας και θεραπείας.
Στη FairLife ανοίγουμε νέους δρόμους στην ενημέρωση για πρόληψη και έγκαιρη διάγνωση.
Γιατί μόνο εάν γνωρίζεις μπορείς να θεραπευτείς.
Η περίθαλψη και η πρόληψη για την υγεία δεν είναι δαπάνη, είναι επένδυση.
Η FairLife αγωνίζεται για αξίες απέναντι στην ίδια τη ζωή και τον άνθρωπο.
Παγκόσμια ημέρα κατά του καρκίνου και ενωνόμαστε μέσα από τη μοναδικότητά μας.
Ο κάθε ασθενής είναι διαφορετικός και μοναδικός.
Ουσιαστική οριζόντια ενημέρωση, γιατί ξέρουμε ότι η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
Όταν νοσείς, ο φόβος του στιγματισμού σε απειλεί.
Σπάμε τα στερεότυπα και στηρίζουμε ασθενείς, φροντιστές και τις οικογένειές τους.
Η υποστήριξη του ασθενή είναι ένα αντίδοτο στον καρκίνο.
Σε όλη αυτή τη διαδικασία η ψυχολογία του ασθενή παίζει πολύ μεγάλο ρόλο.
Για ποιο λόγο πρέπει να κατηγορούμε όσους νοσούν με καρκίνο?
Η ομάδα του Μπρεφ θα βρίσκεται δίπλα τους.
Το να μην νιώθεις μόνος είναι δύναμη.
Η υποστήριξη που έλαβα ήταν το νήμα που με κράτησε συνδεδεμένη με την ελπίδα.
Εμείς θα συνεχίσουμε ως FairLife να κάνουμε ό,τι καλύτερο μπορούμε.
Το Ογκονός είναι το πρώτο ολιστικό εκπαιδευτικό πρόγραμμα στην Ελλάδα.
Ένα πρόγραμμα που αφορά τους νοσηλευτές, την ενδυνάμωση.
Τα επόμενα χρόνια ελπίζουμε να δημιουργήσουμε τις νέες γενιές εξειδικευμένων νοσηλευτών για να μπορέσουμε να προσφέρουμε πάνω απ' όλα φροντίδα.
Κάθε μέρα που ξημερώνει είναι μια ευκαιρία για μια πραγματική ζωή.
Είμαστε εδώ και είμαστε δίπλα σε όλους όσους βιώνουν τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα καθώς και τις οικογένειές τους.
Η FairLife ταξιδεύει πέρα από τα σύνορα της Ελλάδας. Αποκτά γνώσεις και εμπειρία. Φέραμε κοντά μας τα νέα παιδιά, τους πρωταθλητές μας.
Καθαρό περιβάλλον, υγιείς πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
Ανθρώπους που μας εμπνέουν να συνεχίσουμε με κοινωνική ευαισθησία και όραμα για το μέλλον.
Η ζωή είναι COVID. Την ανάσα.
Και όχι ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα.
Καθαροί πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
Η επιβράβευση των προσπαθειών μας δίνει τη δύναμη να συνεχίσουμε, να καταφέρουμε ακόμη περισσότερα.
Δεν χρειάζεται να είμαστε μόνοι τελικά.
Μοιραζόμαστε στιγμές και ονειρευόμαστε το μέλλον μαζί. Θα ήθελα όλοι οι Έλληνες να γνωρίζουν για τα θέματα που αφορούν την πρόληψη και την έγκαιρη διάγνωση, γιατί μόνο έτσι θα σωθούν ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους που είστε μαζί μας σε αυτό το ταξίδι.
Η ζωή να κόβει την ανάσα.
Όχι ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα. Ελπίζω να το απολαύσετε.
I hope that you enjoyed it. This is what we have created with Mr. Karamechos. At this point, I'd like to warmly thank the Archbishopry of Athens and to call upon the floor His Most Reverend Pater Ioil Konstantaros from the Archbishopry of Athens, a representative of Archbishop Hieronymus. I'd like to convey a message of His Beatitude, Archbishop of Athens, Hieronymus II. I'd like to welcome the opening of the works of the 5th annual Conference of FairLife on lung cancer, from prevention to holistic care, bridging science and society, centering on life. Medical science is by definition dedicated to serve man, despite the impressive specialization of knowledge and despite the fact that health sciences call for a lifelong dedication. The efforts of scientists aim at improving the quality of life of patients. So the present event emits the message for prevention, early diagnosis and care, focusing on man. This should be the common ground that we all have, and both treatments as well as prevention, and in general the holistic approach to health issues depict the way the scientific community sees society. And this all stems from the love of man for man. So the pest of lung cancer will become treatable or manageable as we increase our knowledge and science and as we increase our awareness. So the present event at this scientific level can convey messages vis-à-vis the proper management of the disease and convey a message of hope. So I would like to congratulate the organizers and I hope that Jesus Christ will give his blessing on this. Archbishop of Athens and of Greece, Hieronymus. Thank you. Dear Deputy Minister, we'd like to thank you for your presence here today, which tells a lot. So I'd like to call you to take the floor. If I may add, what I appreciate with Mr. Themistokleous is that he is above all a human. And thank you very much for being here with us. Your Reverence, dear colleagues, dear professors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'll start by repeating what I've already said. Congratulations, well done, and thank you. Thank you for this excellent effort that you've been doing for the past 5 years. The pain of losing your husband has been turned into action and energy. So you have been able to help so many people, either with the diagnosis or with a treatment. Usually, lung cancer management starts from prevention, goes on to diagnosis and then treatment. But I'll start in the opposite way, vis-à-vis the treatment. What we have done in the States in the past few years to improve what our services to our fellow citizens are. So starting by radiation treatment, 7 to 8 years ago in our country it would take too long for someone to be able to have access to radiation treatment. So following donations by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, we were able to be in the EU average, where radiation treatment starts in a period of 20 to 25 days, and in the most delayed cases they are initiated in 2 months' time. What will be done in the future with the addition of another 4 radiation treatment pieces of equipment, 2 in Soteria Hospital and another 2 in the Lamia Hospital, where we have created the 2 oncology departments, we will reduce the time to radiation treatment, and we hope that this will be less than 60 days, thus improving our position vis-à-vis the EU average. Secondly, access to treatment. Mrs. Patelli referred to access to innovation. Aside from the problems that our country faces vis-à-vis the covering of pharmaceutical expenses, and the clawback currently ranks 8th vis-à-vis other European countries in access to innovation. Our own patients, either through clinical trials or with the help of the state, do have access to innovation, and they are in a much better position compared to patients in other European countries of larger population and wealth. A third thing is access to operations. We have managed to avoid delays in oncology cases. Access to oncology surgery is immediate. The overwhelming majority of patients in the country, regardless of the geographical limitations, there is access to surgery. We have other countries, such as the UK, where oncology management presents delays. The biggest problem that we have has to do with the conditions under which such treatments are administered. Let's be frank, not everything is easy, and there is room for improvement. So in the near future, either through donations or through own resources, through the public investments program and the budgets, we see developed a nice building in Alexandras Avenue. Most of you are familiar with it. It is close to Agios Savas Hospital. So this building will be turned into a daycare center, and it's going to be ready in 12 months from now. It is the result of a donation by Lavian Ross, and it's going to be an annex to the Kourkoulos department for daycare. This is where we are going to transfer the oncology department of the hospital in Stevastopoulos. This is the daycare unit that is operating not under the best circumstances. We need to admit that we have a lot of people and infrastructure is inadequate. So this will mean a significant improvement. So in approximately 18 months from now, in January or February 2027, we will have ready the daycare center unit at the University Hospital of Rio, a donation from the Latsis Foundation. So we have an addition of yet a third unit. It's a significant donation, and its construction will soon begin. And we hope that in the next 12 months it's going to be operating, and we hope that it will be operating at the latest in February 2027. Moreover, in Thessaloniki we'll have the new hospital. The tender has been completed. We are at the stage of opening the bids, and we believe that in 12 months from now we will have concluded the procedures, and in 5 years from now we will have a new hospital. This hospital will be covering the northern Greece, covering the gaps due to the fact that Theagenion Hospital is no longer able to cover the needs of patients nowadays. So in a few days from now we'll have the issuance of the National Action Plan on palliative care, For years, our country was lagging behind. We have already prepared the presidential decree. We have drafted the National Action Plan. Most ministerial decisions covering the framework of the National Action Plan are ready. And we will provide licenses to the existing units, that is the Galilee palliative care unit, and we will have this presidential decree in order for the procedures to be clearer as to the establishment of palliative care units. There's also going to be one such unit in Thessaloniki, in the new pediatric department of Stavros Niarchos Hospital. There is such a palliative care unit that's going to be operational in February 2027, and we are currently considering 3 cases in Athens where we can have an extra unit for palliative care. And I move to prevention. Although this does not belong to my portfolio, we are familiar with the guidelines on lung cancer prevention. Former smokers above 50 years of age, well, there will be announcements soon by the Deputy Minister who is responsible for that regarding the initiation of a program pertaining to the hospitals of the country. Although this is a huge population, because unfortunately in our country we had a lot of smokers. We have seen improvements in the past 5 years. There's a 6% reduction of smokers in Greece. However, despite that, the percentage of smokers remains high. And in this, we include the new tobacco products. This effort will be covered and financed through the partnership agreement programs. And we hope that we will have better results in prevention. So concluding, I'd like to refer to digital upgrading that covers all 3 sectors: prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. For quite some time now, and I'm referring to the last 12 months, we have initiated the digital oncology patients file. This file, aside from the tests and the history of patients, also includes many different instruments and tools that will be activated in hospitals. The first one is on oncology board in hospitals that will become active. In hospitals abroad, oncology boards are an essential element of oncology treatment in our country. We do have them in our hospitals, however, their operation is not that well organized. So we have now digital tools that can allow us to have a quicker consideration and review of cases. And since the oncology file covers all aspects of the disease, it has been designed by oncologists around the country, it will be able to cover everything from the history, from screening, but it will take some years for us to also include in it the digital tools that will allow patients to communicate with their doctor or with the unit during treatment. So I tried to be very concise and brief. I'd like to thank all those who participate in this effort, and there are many stakeholders in that. We do have patients with whom we cooperate. We have adopted many of their suggestions. We do have doctors, physicians, nurses throughout the country, and this will allow us to help patients feel that they're not on their own, and they will have the care or the psychological support that they need. And we have to make sure that we will be raising awareness vis-a-vis prevention, because this is where we can win the battle. We also make efforts to improve conditions in hospitals, but if we want to win the battle against lung cancer, we need to be better in prevention. And such initiatives are the ones that contribute towards that goal. Sometimes we feel that what we do is quite well known and that the message is conveyed easily, but we'll see that such messages are not conveyed easily. Maybe we need to intensify our efforts, use digital instruments, sending SMS, and take it from word to mouth. In this way, we'll be able to save lives, and early treatment means saving lives and a better quality of life. So once again, Ms. Pateli, congratulations, and we thank you for undertaking such an effort. I'll try to always be by your sides to work towards the common goal to tackle lung cancer. Thank you.
Αυτό κάνει FairLife όλα αυτά τα χρόνια.
Exactly what you've been doing all these years. You are helping us build this mindset of prevention. Now, via Zoom, we will welcome Mrs. Deborah Montag, President of LUTSA, and then we will have the next speaker, Jasmine Fox. Hello, how are you? Can you hear us? Hello, how are you?
The floor is yours, please.
You have the floor.
And good morning. I'm honoured to introduce LungCancer Europe to the FairLife conference. Can you still hear me? Okay, I'll keep going. LungCancer Europe is a patient-led Europe-wide network that brings together lung cancer patient organisations, survivors, caregivers and advocates from across the continent. And our mission is simple, yet ambitious, to improve outcomes and quality of life for people affected by lung cancer by amplifying patient voices, promoting equitable access to high quality care, and driving research and policy that reflects patients' real needs. We value events like the FairLife conference because you bring together clinicians, researchers, patient advocates and industry partners and policymakers in the same room, a rare chance to align priorities and to move really from dialogue to action. You also accelerate translation of research into practice when patient voices are present at the table from the onset. You create opportunities for meaningful collaboration and early diagnosis programs, equitable access initiatives, updates on lung cancer treatment, both early and metastatic, and supportive care frameworks that actually work in real world settings. To the FairLife conference organisers, thank you for convening this important meeting and for providing a platform where patient perspectives can be heard alongside scientific voices. Your work enables collaborations that lead to better care and better lives. To the participants, thank you for bringing your expertise, curiosity and compassion. I wish you stimulating discussions, productive partnerships partnerships, and practical outcomes that will make a real difference for people living with lung cancer across Greece. Good luck with the conference. May it be a forum of bold ideas, respectful debate, and concrete steps towards earlier diagnosis, better treatments, and amplified patient-centred care. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, for your support. Τώρα θα καλωσορίσουμε τον...
Now let us invite Professor Sirigos, Professor of Internal Medicine and Oncology, Medical School of the National and Capodistrian of Athens, Director of the 3rd Department of Internal Medicine and Laboratory, Medical School NKUA, President of the Hellenic Society for the Study of Lung Cancer. You have 15 minutes, sir. I'm sure you will keep to your time. Thank you very much. So, good morning. If you see that I overstep my time, you can stop me. Minister, Reverend Father, dear participants, dear friends, I have my PowerPoint presentation. I will stick to my time, but please make this happen for everybody else. So, you know all this. I won't tie you with demographics. I just want to say that in Greece, it's the first cause of death, as is elsewhere. You will see that this is the first cause of death from any disease that can be prevented. So if they were to tell us that with the press of a button, we can make our wishes come true and prevent the most common cause of death, that's lung cancer. It's the 5th cause of death for people who are non-smokers. Just imagine. And up until 2050, both new cases but also deaths will have increased 5-fold. So we see that lung cancer is here to stay. 85 is due to smoking, but countries like Taiwan have already included in screening non-smokers. And this is not foreseen in the guidelines, particularly those who have patients in their family with lung cancer. And I'd like to say that the biggest and most successful over time marketing campaign is that of the tobacco industry. They actually use whatever happens in society in their favor. Even female emancipation movement was used by the smoking industry. Also, when people come of age and young people's attempt to acquire freedom and independence. So, in some countries, even 10-year-old children smoke. Why am I saying all this? Because 40% of children that smoke have parents who smoke. Now, for women, we looked at addiction and they turned this into empowerment. Just imagine. Let us not get carried away. If vaping and e-cigarettes are worse than smoking. It's not just the cancer that they cause, they do a lot of other things as well. So I'd like to say that in the sub-Saharan countries, the first cause of lung cancer is not smoking. It is air pollution inside the home. People are very poor and they burn biomass, biofuel. This is a nice way of saying feces. So they use animal feces, excrement, to cook. And here you can see Hotan. If you live in this place for one day, it's as if you smoke 3 packs of cigarettes. Just imagine. So science is doing what it can. It's doing its best. So here we see that we took a type of cancer where if you were diagnosed, you would actually live for 6 to 8 months. But now this has improved greatly. But we see that society lags behind. This is a European study, so we see that if women smoke the same as men, they have a higher likelihood of getting lung cancer. If they smoke the same, they get lung cancer, and they have all the other same factors and same treatment, their possibility of dying is higher than that of men. So here you can see a difference between mortality in women and mortality in men. This does not mean that women do not have a high education level. And the difference is even greater in Nordic countries, where healthcare systems are supposed to be more advanced and where women are supposed to have a better place in society than in other countries. This is something inexplicable. We couldn't find an explanation. I believe that Spain, Greece, Italy, what the state does not do, it's the family that steps in because the family helps. And let me just say one more thing. Just imagine a couple. And these people live together. Just imagine the man suffering from cancer, any form of cancer, and the woman, the spouse, being the only carer. And just imagine then that the woman gets cancer and the man looks after the woman. Who's luckier? Is it the man or the woman? And who's more unlucky? So, I'm not going to talk about minorities, all forms of minorities. Well, this means heavy smoking and social exclusion. People who have some mental illness now. 1 in 5 of society, and here I've included depression, suffer from some mental disease, mental illness. And we see that 1 in 3 are smokers. Let's go to schizophrenia. This is 90%. Education level and lung cancer. This is a huge study. They found 94,000 cancer cases in all continents. The ones that had a lower educational level got cancer more often, and the prognosis was poor. Didn't they understand the guidelines? Didn't they have access to treatment? So education is key, and only 40% is related to smoking. The rest is due to other reasons. Of course, children that don't go to school, well, they're a higher risk population. So low educational level, there's a higher incidence, a low income, low occupational class. This is a meta-analysis of 64 studies from all continents. So let's make it clear. People keep saying it. It's better to be young, healthy, and rich rather than poor, unhealthy, and sick. So we see that there are a lot of people who are poor that develop cancer. So when you're poor at a young age, even when later on in life you become a millionaire, you run a higher risk of being affected by lung cancer. And there's no satisfactory explanation. So being poor means you smoke more, you get cancer more often, you have other comorbidities, heart problems because of smoking, COPD, higher mortality, you have lower access to modern forms of treatment, well-organized oncology centers. You might end up in the outpatients, and that's a very bad thing to happen, believe me, when you have cancer. So now let's look at the other side. Let's see how much is being spent by the patient. See what's happening when a lung cancer patient pays compared to somebody suffering from another disease. So out-of-pocket money for lung cancer patients are higher than those of people suffering from any other form of cancer. We have the direct medical cost. So a diagnosis of lung cancer in the US, from diagnosis to the end-of-life care, may cost from $12,000 to $100,000. In the most the expensive part is diagnosis and palliative care. So palliative care, it does not really exist in Greece. So the last 6 months of the life of a cancer patient may cost a hell of a lot of money. We also have indirect costs. Who doesn't go to work? Carers, people who accompany the patient. Medication, for example, or people who are other carers, and also medicine. And sometimes the cost is triple that of the medication that is approved by the state. And of course, when we have late stages, things get even worse. When we have failure of treatment, when we live on an island, so geographic location, when we live in a remote area, when for radiation therapy you have to stay in Athens, which means you have to pay for accommodation, so geography plays an important role. According to the OECD, the pandemic, COVID-19, actually destroyed many things. We had understaffed hospitals, there wasn't enough money after the pandemic, and the first to pay were the cancer patients. So there's a lot of explanation. They didn't do screening, they didn't do treatment, and so on and so forth due to COVID-19. We see that in the USA, every 3 minutes we have a new diagnosis of LC, and we see that 60 to 65% of all LC are never former smokers. So only 6% of the federal budget is actually spent on cancer research on lung cancer. So this is a very important study, the inverse care law. This is the case in lung cancer, but I'm sure that this happens in other diseases as well. In countries and neighborhoods, but also in people who have a lot of money, the services provided are more than those they actually need. Sometimes they are more than the ones they can consume. However, in poor neighborhoods, in poor countries, in poor families, and so on and so forth, we see that the services offered are very few for prevention, effective treatment, and support. So this is the so-called inverse curve law. And this is not only in medicine. It's not just something that needs to be dealt with by the Ministry of Health. This is a societal problem. It affects the whole of society. I don't want to finish off with disappointing figures. There are proposals for a patient-centered health system. Some are not even expensive. So since we actually do screening, we have to wait for 2 to 3 weeks till the results come out. But this can be reduced in time. We need better organization. We need a better reimbursement system for biomarkers and customized treatment. It takes a long time to develop new drugs. All the researchers involved in clinical trials say that. So the clinical trials performed by pharma is what suits them to have a bigger market, not what the patients all need. We have the all-comers and not so much focus is on customized treatment. So I think we need to focus more on good and effective clinical trials, and technology must be available at more centers. We must support oncology councils or boards and an interdisciplinary group in order for the right decisions to be made, because lung cancer is a complex disease. It involves many specialties. It's not that one day you have the pulmonologist, the next day you have the surgeon, and a day after the radiologist, and so on and so forth. It's much more complex. We need registries. I keep saying this time and again. And we're talking about registries, but we need biobanks as well. We need a lot of biobanks with plasma, with biological material, with tissue banks. It's not that easy as it seems. In Sotiria, we have good biobanks. We do it for 2-3 years, then funding stops, and then we don't continue with that. So you need to have follow-up. Without that, it's not that effective anymore. So the big moral dilemmas, meaning we're talking about data, who will use the data, who will have access to the data. And we also need to build centers of excellence. We need to have large oncology centers, specialized in my opinion, that will do everything from scratch, from start to finish. I keep saying it, and I know a lot of people don't like me when I say this, but oncology is not that we can have one gym in every village. You know that you have islands, for example. Would you go to a little island of Ikaria to treat a sarcoma and use a psychologist who's seen one case of sarcoma in 10 years? I hope nobody is from Ikaria. Let me talk about Santorini. I'm from Santorini. Would you expect Santorini to have all specialties? No, you can't. It's not viable. So we need to have oncology centers. These centers must be experienced. They must have everything and accommodate everyone. We can't have 10 oncology beds in every hospital to keep the MPs happy. You should not accept this as cancer patients. You want to have next to you your primary school, your hospital, your police station. Well, you can't have it near you. That's not possible, especially when we have the geography of Greece. So we need to decentralize oncology care. We have to have large oncology centers at a regional level. So wherever we're talking about health centers, there must need supportive care, there must be a nursing service, even an oncologist, but an oncologist who doesn't do whatever comes to mind. Everything must be connected to an academic center. There must be interdisciplinary centers. There must be oncology boards that make decisions, and someone in the region will play the part of executing things. And this is not bad at all. It's good to have this trickling down, this cascade. And of course, science gives us this opportunity. AI, telemedicine, all these tumor boards. And I'd like to say that together with the help of Mr. Zerva, we have tumor boards with doctors who are in their office. We don't all get together in one room. We don't have time to do that, to move back and forth. So we do it online. We can have these online meetings and discussions. So, take-home message. LC is globally the first cause of preventable death. So it's the first cause of death from cancer, the fifth in non-smokers. There are huge disparities. It has to do with gender. It has to do with the area you live in. There are many minorities that are affected. And it also has to do with poverty, education, and geography. Let me just cite an example. There is a ship owner living in a Cali, and the cleaning lady, if they have had children and have breastfed, they have the same risk of developing breast cancer. Now, the ship owner, her husband, and his driver do not have the same risk of developing lung cancer. The people running the highest risk are those we deal with the least. And this must change. So everything is possible. We need networking, we need collaboration, and FairLife is a pioneer in this. But most of all, we need education and training. We need to train the doctors, we need to train society, so that when somebody gets cancer, and lung cancer, we shouldn't ask him how many cigarettes did you smoke a day. There are other questions we can ask. We need to train the carers, we need to train the patients in order for them to have a better outcome. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Κύριε καθηγητά, επιτρέψτε μου, ούσα επικεφαλής ενός ειδησιογραφικού οργανισμού που
Thank you very much, Professor. I think that addressing the digital generation, I would say that if I were to pick up a video of 16 minutes, to make them actually watch the video and get basic knowledge on lung cancer, this would be your presentation indicating the social factors in lung cancer. Thank you very much. Now, let's welcome Mrs. Fox for a few words of greeting.
I'm very well. Lovely to be joining you.
We can hear you, please.
On behalf of the Global Lung Cancer Coalition family, I'd like to send my congratulations to Karina, to FairLife, and to the organisers of the conference. The Global Lung Cancer Coalition is a coalition of 44 lung cancer patient organisations from 32 countries. We come together to network ideas and to create tools for our members to better advocate for improved outcomes for people affected by lung cancer. With recent advances, lung cancer has become an incredibly complex disease to treat. Meetings like this ensure exchange of knowledge and ideas, making sure that our lung cancer patients have the best chance of receiving best practice treatment and care tailored to the patient's individual needs. So again, congratulations and thanks to the organisers, and I wish you a very successful and informative day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Τώρα, να καλωσορίσουμε τον κύριο Ιωάννη.
floor to Mr. Ioannis Gravaris, Honorary Vice President of Hellenic Council of State. Your very reverend representative of His Beatitude, the Archbishop of Athens and all Greece, I think the minister has left, representatives of the state, participants, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm glad to be here with you, and on this occasion and for this honor, I would like to thank the soul, as we all believe, the soul of this Congress, FairLife, and its president, Mrs. Corina Patelli-Bell. The reason I accepted her kind invitation is that I felt I had something to say, not in my professional capacity, but as a human being, sharing this common condition of our society, the society that meets science, according to your title. So this is why a judge is kind of embarrassed, but nevertheless, I'm glad to be with you, you who are experts on this topic. I can only share some personal thoughts and experiences. As regards lung cancer, I met it 3 times in my life. First, when my father in 1993, the father of my mother in 2001, and my mother in 2014 died of cancer. All three of them were heavy smokers. In 2 cases, the cancer was small cell cancer. So, in each case, there was a different shock. Hopes were born, they became futile, and then they were destroyed. We had some dilemmas. Should I tell them the truth, and how? And, there was prejudice back then, and people would knock on wood when they heard the word cancer. And how about the effort to keep your beloved one who was living? So, I bought a camera, and on this pretext I interviewed my father. Then we had some extension, the fear of pain, the fear of loss of breath, oxygen by the bed, and the fear of the end. I remember my father saying when he was dying and his voice was hardly heard, he said, it was worthwhile because I had time to see my grandchild. So, as regards lung cancer, I have an even more personal relation. I am a heavy smoker, and for many years I was smoking 2 packets of cigarettes per year. And then I realized the risk because of the illness of my father and some symptoms I had personally. So, smoking was no longer a joy, and it was just the anxiety of being dependent on it, the addiction. For many years I used a diary to note down how many cigarettes I smoked the previous day. It was like a way, taking an oath, trying to cut down. 24, 9, 14, then back to 38. So, time came, and you see I have this very, very nice komboloi, as we call it in Greek. It's a present from my 9-year-old son. Use this in order to quit smoking, Dad. This is what he said. So this was the first time I took things seriously. And on the day of the birthday of my son, I quit smoking. So I became mature enough to take this final decision, which was unbelievable for people that knew me. So there are other factors that led me to this promise and decision. One of these factors was a very brief but decisive discussion I had at the corridors of Soteria Hospital with a young doctor in the team working with my father-in-law. Her name was Andriani Harpidou. And she is here today, a professor with very important posts and great work. I don't know whether she is here now, but I would like to thank her. Some final thoughts. The title of this conference is very important. It's about life and death, literally, not metaphorically. It has to do with the most important and secret parts of life, having to do with the end of life, that is death. All organs in cases of disease indicate that death is near. We see the symptoms, the functions being degraded, and lung cancer has to do with breath. So it is a call to revisit our relations with what is around us and what makes us what we are, the way and the rhythm of interaction of everything in our effort to find inspiration and maintain the cycle of life and the sources of life. So a condition for such a life-giving breath seems to be the elemental thinking, essence and aesthetics of the world, solidarity and responsibility for the living beings in the world, and the realizations of the difficult human condition, trying to identify some ways of joy and having a real relationship with ourselves. This can be experienced even in disease, and sometimes I would say because of the disease. On the contrary, people might seek for substitutes to deal with the fear of the degraded being, becomes cancer. They keep expanding by destroying and being destroyed. So these essential things and timely things are going to be the focus of today's meeting, together with the scientific content of this meeting, of course. It's part of the title, holistic care and centering on life. Of course, we see that we have a very rich agenda and very important people. And indeed, we have this very nice couple, Simon and Corina. They see us how a testing and trial can become giving and life. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Νομίζω ότι νιώθουμε όλοι πολύ τυχεροί και τυχερές που είχαμε την ευκαιρία να ακούσουμε αυτήν την ομιλία.
Thank you very much. We are very, very glad to have you. Now, Mrs. Shiloh from the Israel LungCancer Foundation, the founder. Where is she? Oh, she's here.
Okay, now in English. So thank you, Corina, where is she, for inviting me. And it's been, I mean, we're so close and you see so many Israelis come to Greece, but to tell you the truth, I haven't been in many years because I travel for work and not for vacations. But first of all, we're really close. It was 1 hour and 50 minutes. The time is the same. And the number of population is about the same. I just checked it, around 10 million. So, you know, when we speak about lung cancer, we have the professionals, the teams, the doctors that chose to work in lung cancer. But then we have the people who did not choose lung cancer, but it happened to them. And like Corina, she and Simon did not choose lung cancer. It happened to Simon in 2019. So also for me, my husband was diagnosed earlier in 2011 with stage 4 lung cancer. and he was 43 years old. My children were 6 and 9, and he was a never smoker. So you can imagine how devastating it was. It was just the beginning of starting to speak about, personalized medicine. And like Corina, it happened to him, but it happened to our family. And it's so important to treat and do everything for lung cancer because it's not just the patient, right? It's the family, it's the people who live with the patient, and it affects much more than just the patient. So I became a patient advocate, and in 2014 I established the Israeli Lung Cancer Foundation. I left what I did. I was working as a scientist, and I met Corina a few years ago, and I want to congratulate Corina and FairLife and the team for doing such important and amazing work, because this is how you drive change. We know how difficult it is, and this is why we are so passionate about moving things forward. Corina, one other thing I wanted to mention is that it is very important. I mean, we are in the new era of lung cancer. We have many new treatments, and I just said how wonderful you are, Corina, as a colleague of mine,
I think you are wonderful. I mean, Sunny was and is a role model for me. When I joined this world, I mean, I had a picture of the people that are dealing with the lung cancer, and Sunny for me is a treasure. Probably she said that she lost her husband. Yeah. She created the organization 10 years ago, but she lost her husband like maybe 2 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah. And she has done an incredible job worldwide about lung cancer. She was the chair of ISLC for patient advocates. Thank you for being with us. And recently she's also part of our advisory committee, and we're really proud because FairLife is not just me. It's a group of people that are working together. Thank you so much, Sunny, for joining.
And what I wanted to add is about regarding screening. So, with personalized medicine, we have much more, people can now live with lung cancer, some of them, right, and survive a few years. But the best thing for any disease is, first of all, prevention, and then is early diagnosis. And for me in Israel, this was my passion because I know how devastating it is, lung cancer, stage 4 lung cancer. So we fought for many years to have the lung cancer screening program in the Israeli health system. And we worked for 8 years till we had a pilot in Israel, and now it's a national program in Israel. So I really urge all the, stakeholders and Corina and FairLife to see how we can save people, because it does save lives. And somebody, when I fought so hard for having lung cancer screening, so one doctor asked me, he said, "Why do you care so much? It wouldn't help your husband, right? He was a never smoker." But I said, but I know what lung cancer and stage 4 lung cancer is for the family, right? And I will do anything to save those people's lives, those people's families, so they will not suffer so much like me and my children suffered. But there's optimism, and please keep on doing the good work. Everybody, we need all the stakeholders together with a collaborative effort to really do good things. And well done, Corina, FairLife, and the team. Thank you.
Οι κορίνες του κόσμου.
Corinas of the world, and the force that they free up. So Miss Evi Hadjiandreou, please join me here to give you the floor to moderate the next session. So good morning. Welcome from me as well. Well, I want enter into any details regarding the introduction. I feel proud and I'm really touched about Corina's efforts. So we have a very nice panel on prevention. And my question to you is, how many of you are familiar with Luther Perry? Luther Perry was the Surgeon General of the States 61 years ago when he issued the first Surgeon General's report on the risk of smoking and health. So this meant a whole revolution in the States. We had the newspapers referring to that, and I had the honor to be a member of the Office on Smoking and Health of the Department of Health in the US when we had the 25th anniversary of the first report on smoking. So this is where it all started. It will be 62 years in a few days from now, and we had Professor Sirigos repeats the same and the same. So enough is enough. We still have a long way to go, but let us start. I just wanted to have this as a background regarding prevention. I don't need to say how good prevention is, but we have the present situation that we try to implement in our country. It is a multidimensional and multifaceted approach. I was really glad to hear the minister say that we'll have the official screening program in a short while in our country. And what about the future? Well, the immediate future, we are talking about customized models. I put a question to ChatGPT. What do you predict in the 10 years from now in prevention of lung cancer? I won't share this with you this year. I'll share it next year. Full customization, genetic treatment, and follow-up and monitoring by nanobots. This will allow us to know at any given time what's going on in our body. So prevention in 10 years from now will be the healthcare sector where we will know before the manifestation of diseases that they will be manifested in 10 years from now. This is where we are going to end up with AI. So now I'd like to call upon my dear friend, an excellent doctor, Ms. Gaga, former Deputy Minister for Health and Director of the Respiratory Medicine Clinic in Υγεία Hospital. She's going to share with us the best practices available right now. Good morning. I'd like to thank Ms. Patelli, FairLife, and you, Evie, for the invitation. So, the European lung cancer landscape and the best practices. Let's start from where we currently stand. These are the cancer causes of death in men and women. And the first cause is lung cancer. Then we have breast cancer, pancreas, prostate, etc. So most deaths are associated to lung cancer. This is a European reality and a global reality. So this is a true pandemic, and we need to tackle it. First and foremost, we need to prevent it and then manage it. When we talk about prevention, what do we mean by that? We have three kinds of prevention. Prevention where we avoid exposure to risk factors. First and foremost, smoking in the Western world. Secondary prevention, detect it early enough in order to have a high likelihood of cure. This is done through screening because lung cancer is slow in manifesting symptoms, and when the symptoms are manifest, the disease is already advanced. Then we have the tertiary prevention. As soon as we discover it, we take care of it, and we make sure that there are no recurrences. So what about prevention? In the Western world, it's always smoking, although Mr. Sirikos showed that 60% of patients were non-smokers. Well, in fact, we are referring to previous former smokers. There is a high percentage of cancer detected in smokers or former smokers. So it is important to stop smoking onset, to campaign against smoking already in childhood, because nicotine is really addictive. It is a very addictive habit, and it's very difficult to quit. So prevention, and the secondary prevention, well, screening. Screening does not pertain to patients. It is addressed to the general population, but not to the entire general population. We're talking about high-risk groups. For mammograms, we have a risk group of women above a certain age. But regarding lung cancer, what we have seen is that we all have to undergo screening, but those who need to be subject to that are the ones with at least 20 pack years and above 50 years of age. This is where the money is worth for screening. So we need to define the target groups for screening. Then we need to define the screening intervals. The first program seems to be annual. Nowadays, it seems, following the latest studies, that such intervals can be increased if the first CT is negative. What is the best protocol of testing? The low-dose CT. And there are studies in blood or air. But the first thing to do is the LDCC. And we need to remember that the screening program will not last one time. Well, this means the introduction to a group of experts, the screening intervals, the instructions given, and the longer follow-up. If one enters the screening process at the age of 50, for the next 20 years, this person will be followed up by this same methodology. We have studies in Europe and the US. The biggest one was the LSD. Now here is one of the latest studies in Europe, the SOLAS study. You heard Mr. Sirigos that we have included men in such lung cancer programs. Well, SOLAS was addressed to women, low risk groups, or people who live in remote areas. So in Greece, we had it in 2 hospitals, in Sotiria and in Iraklion Hospital. We had 500 participants, mostly women, as I've said, 374 women as against 136 men. In Greece, we had the highest percentage of active smokers, not former smokers, but rather active smokers compared to every other country. So we still have a lot of smokers. So we were able to identify 7 cancers that were treated. We had 67 patients with suspicious findings and 435 patients who were negative and who were in the follow-up program. However, out of them as well, we had findings such as emphysema, cardiovascular diseases, some calcifications, etc. This all is associated to smoking. And let me repeat once again that screening is not a one-off test. It requires regular follow-up, and we need to have special centers. We have in Aegea, in Soteria, in Iraklion Hospital, such centers. It calls for regular follow-up. It needs to be combined with smoking cessation interventions, and we need to have a dedicated experts team. Anyone involved So some will will be well, some will be called to repeat the test in 1.5 years or 2, etc. Now, in the lung society, we had a study as to how we need to treat such findings and the random findings. So we need to include other disciplines as well, for instance, cardiologists, because if there are calcifications, we need to proceed to the necessary tests. And I think that you'll hear more by Ms. Hardavella on that. So what did we find? Okay, we found patients. We have diagnosed cancer. What do we do from this point onwards? As Ms. Shiloh put it, this is not a common flu. It is not simple to treat it. We need to have a team of experts. It does not only pertain to patients, but also to the families, the relatives, their whole environment. So we need to have a multidisciplinary team. We need to have good clinical practices, access to medication, to treatment, any kind of treatment. And what we also did together with the European Respiratory Society 15 years ago was, well, we had an initiative on the quality and services in lung cancer. And we had to first identify such services. So in many hospitals, in 26 European countries, we measured the time from suspicion to diagnosis, the time to staging and the time to onset of treatment. So whether this would be reimbursed or would it be with out-of-pocket money. For instance, in our country, part of the diagnostic screening is reimbursed only. In France, for many years, the French state provides for a complete panel as of the first diagnosis and an other minor panel when there is a relapse. The distance to travel for the treatment of cancer, less than 5 kilometers or even higher than more than 100 kilometers if they live in remote areas. Waiting times, I'm not only referring to Greece, but for Europe, from less than 2 weeks to more than 6 weeks or up to 3 months for surgery, radiation treatment, or chemotherapy. Access to medications. In our country, there's access to all medications. They are all free of charge. And obolizumab, for instance, in Germany, has fewer indications than the indications in Greece. In general, we do have access to medications. What we are missing is centers of excellence and specialized centers for lung cancer, centers for stomach cancer. The speed of knowledge and information is huge. This is why we need to have such specialized centers. This is from a recent study from the European Respiratory Society, and when the diagnosis in 2000 was done in 2000. Well, mortality rates, you can see here in Greece it was 52.28, etc. Those diagnosed after 2017 in men, well, there has been a reduction, 27% in the Czech Republic, 10% in Germany, 2% reduction in our country. That is, there is increased survival. However, in women, survival rates are worse than the ones compared in 2000. Is this associated with more women smokers? I don't know. But things are not faring well for women. What's most important is each time we have a patient with a suspicion to have a multidisciplinary team dealing with this patient and have a tumor board discussing about the diagnosis, the treatment, whether there's going to be neoadjuvant therapy, etc. Of course, we need to have the diagnosis This is why we need to have the multidisciplinary team. And the second thing has to do with the support to patients. There's a short video that I would encourage you to watch. When we are healthy, we feel that the floor is solid, that we can take everything, we are healthy, there's no problem, we are glad, etc. If there is a diagnosis such as cancer, we start feeling that there is a huge insecurity for us and our family. Therefore, we need to have supports, and this support treatment allows us to stand on our feet again and feel that others will be dealing with us with regard to the problems. So the old model used to be that we do whatever we can to treat cancer, and if things get difficult and towards the end of life we need palliative care. But nowadays the care model has changed. Supportive treatment starts from day one. It has to do with the stress the patient undergoes, psychological support, spiritual support, and it even involves the aesthetic part that is quite significant for most patients. So we still have a long way to go, but we are aware of the pathogenicities of the problems and we keep correcting them. So a smile helps everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gaga. This was spot on. And this video will offer you the other dimension. So you must understand how support is very important. Biochemically, it's got to do with the biochemical pathways that boost our body and mind. And now we will have Mr. Politi, the journalist, who will talk to us about the power of science when early detection saves lives. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I really don't understand why I'm here, but I understand why now, because I was born with a fear that I would die of cancer. I'm Yannis Politis. I am now the vice president of the broadcasting regulator, Esuru. When I was young, my dad died of cancer. He smoked 3 packs a day. And his brothers also died, all under the age of 60. So deep inside me, I thought that people would die under the age of 60. That's what I believed as a child. And instead of doing the things that you're saying today, I did the opposite. I smoked 3 packs a day. I did 4 jobs in order to do a million of things. I was at university, I actually was a journalist, and I would eat on the way when I was in a taxi going from one job to the next. I was under a lot of stress. You know that I came from a little village in the countryside, and I wanted to make a difference when coming to Athens, and I did everything that is forbidden. Certain that I would die under the age of 62. My brother dies at 56. He had a heart problem. He didn't have time to get lung cancer. He was a heavy smoker, 4 packs a day, but his heart was what killed him. So at a certain point in time, I had no symptoms. I felt nothing, but my friends urged me to go for a checkup. When we did the CT, you could see very little. Mr. Eliadis, this great doctor who is one of the giants in oncology, saw the CT. I think you remember, doctor, and there was a tiny nodule. It was very small, but it already had metastasized to a lymph node. It already spread. So I was already in stage 3. And then I said, okay, I will die. People die. A friend of mine, a law professor, Spiros Flogaitis, who is my kindred spirit, said, look, since you're going to die, you must be able to say to your children, I did the best I could, and go to the best medical center in the world. You are covered. You have private insurance. I went to MD Anderson, and it's top of the top. It's the top center in the world. But I have to say something. We keep saying that everything's bad in Greece, but let me say that Greek doctors are deeply respected by their colleagues all over the world, and the great doctors there who get a salary of 2.5 million a year said nothing different from what Mr. Iliadis told me, Mr. Dimopoulos, and Mrs. Gaga, who is monitoring me today. So they said nothing different. They said exactly the same. And they told me that in Greece you've got great doctors, and many of them have been to MD Anderson. So why is it that more people die in Greece? Why? Because there are many nosocomial infections in Greece, and that's the truth. So the treatment that my doctors gave me here were the same as what I was offered in the States. No difference whatsoever in the treatment plan. Mr. Iliadis was going to operate on me, but in America, I felt that I should be operated there because I thought it would be better. Two conclusions can be drawn. We have great doctors in Greece. We don't need to be afraid, and they're highly reputable and with a lot of prestige. Something needs to be done with hospital infections in hospitals. This is something that we need to do away with. We need to deal with this problem because people die of other infections in hospitals. So when we have such a family history, when we have parents who've died of lung cancers, I actually didn't get it because my father smoked, but I got it because I smoked. However, if you have all this information from home saying that go and get checked up at 50, I should have done so and not gone at the age of 60, because by then it was a bit late. Third conclusion, science is different now. It's not what it was 30 years ago when my dad died of lung cancer. He died 3 months after diagnosis. So science has developed in leaps and bounds. I was saved thanks to immunotherapy given to me by Greek doctors. I was in the 18% where this immunotherapy is highly effective. When they operated on me, they found nothing. With 3 immunotherapy sessions, everything had disappeared. That means that when these drugs are effective, these new drugs, and I'm talking about the 18% of people who get cured. So if you're in this 18%, you can be cured, and it was what happened in my case. They opened me up in the operating theatre and they didn't find anything to take out, to resect, and the radiologist was brought in to look at the first CTs so that they could operate our basis on the first CTs because they could see nothing, and this was thanks to 3 immunotherapy treatments. Now my concern is to convince my eldest son. I have 2 sons, aged 25 and 21 respectively. My 25, and this is terrible in private schools. They have all these modern tobacco products. Everybody gets addicted to them. They have vaping, they have e-cigarettes, and they are at it all day. And I keep saying to my son, we have to close the loop. This family cycle, this vicious cycle has to be closed. It has to end because I heard that my grandmother died of cancer and she was not a smoker. So her children all died of cancer and they were smokers. They died under the age of 60. And I just was lucky enough to be in the 18% that could be treated with immunotherapy. 3 years have gone by since my operation. Mrs. Gaga, Mr. Iliadis, my doctor said, we're done, you're out of the woods. And I said, are you serious? Are you telling me the truth? Because I live with this fear of going every 6 months for checkup, and whenever it's time for a checkup, I panic. And I wrote on my way to the United States for the checkup a will. My will was 60 pages long. It's not that I really have that many assets, but I just wanted to write. My daughter, my wife, excuse me, was sitting next to me on the plane silently, and a psychologist came to see me actually before I was operated on, and he said to me, "Are you scared?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Why are you not scared?" "Because I'm sure I'm going to die." So, and he listened to my life story, and he said to me, "From a very young age, you have come to believe that people die at the age of 60. You've lived till the age of 63, so you feel okay because you've lived over that 60-year, if you like, deadline." So in my soul, I believed that my family dies young. It's not true. We die because we smoke. And this is a message that we need to communicate. Everybody has to be aware of the bad effect of smoking. So nicotine is very addictive. I quit smoking, but I still chew Nicorette gum. And why is it legal? That's my question. Why are tobacco products legal? And you see that all these children or teenagers have access to tobacco products. So I'm trying to make my son quit all these tobacco products like vaping and e-cigarettes. So thank you, Mrs. Gaga. Thank you, Mr. Eliadis. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you, Karina, for this great initiative that you've undertaken. And I will be next to you together with my dear actor who's here with us. So we will help in order to help send the message loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, those that are well known to the public can assist us because you have greatest impact, even greater than what doctors say. So you are responsible in this sense because you are public figures. You know, in America, Katie Couric, there was this live colonoscopy on ABC because her husband died because of colon cancer, and she was a very, very, very well-known anchor woman in the States. So colonoscopy live. And 3 years later, it was shown how effective this was because colonoscopies in the US became more than 100-200% more. So we would like to have your assistance. Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask to the floor Mrs. Georgia Hadavella. Of course, a pulmonologist, but she's also the chair of the European Respiratory Society. And to tell us about Greece, please. Greece and this screening program. Please mind the time. Good morning. Thank you very much for your introduction. And I would particularly like to thank Mrs. Pateli-Bell. Once more, we're gathered here and to have this interconnection between patients, the greater public, researchers, doctors, the state. Everybody is here. So no conflict of interest. So screening for lung cancer actually means testing and diagnosing the disease before symptoms appear. This is why it is called screening, preventive checking. So screening is based on identifying individuals that are clinically healthy among the general population, but these individuals for any reason run a higher risk for developing lung cancer. For Greece and screening, we could say that would include LDCT and sending the individual to smoking cessation services if necessary. Proposed criteria for screening in Greece being 50 to 80 years old, active smoker, or a smoker for smoking at least one pack for 20 years, or former smokers, they should have quitted in the last before 15 years, and no forms of cancer in the last 5 years. Screening happens every 2 years for all individuals meeting the above criteria, and then a more specialized stratification of risk to identify individuals of higher risk who have to undergo screening every year or every 2 years if the risk they run is lower, based on the criteria I mentioned. This is the result of an interdisciplinary work of 55 scientists and patients. The Greek Pulmonary Society participated, also chest surgeons participated with the support of the Greek Federation for Cancer. Patients were represented. There was representation from the various regions of Greece, always in cooperation with professionals, health professionals in Sotiria Hospital. Here are the Greek guidelines for screening. We are among the few European countries to have our own national guidelines based on Greek epidemiology and the Greek reality. It was published last week in the Journal of the European Respiratory Journal. So, are we ready for screening in Greece, epidemiologically speaking? And of course, this is a provocative question. Here you see the data we sent to Europe as to the frequency of cancers in Greece. Lung cancer is among the 5 top cancers in Greece. Greece, which is a country of about 11 million people. Then lung cancer for men and third for women. It's the second commonest for both sexes. We have more than 2,500 new diagnoses per year. Is it the most lethal? Yes, it is. First position. More than 7,000 deaths annually. Figures are frightening. Just imagine how small the population of Greece is. And then we have colon cancer and breast cancer, but they come at a larger distance. So, lung cancer, the most lethal form in Greece. And one of the reasons is that our patients are diagnosed at a later stage, more than 60%. And of course, this is supported by the figures of Sotirian, Agiosavas and Larissa Hospital. So patients come too late to us. And of course, as regards smoking, we're among the countries with most smokers in Europe. 1/3 of the population smokes, either cigarettes or the other tobacco products. So 1/3 of the population smokes. And this includes ages 15 plus. And we have 4% of the population, 10 to 14, that smoke. I don't know what happens as regards 10 to 18, because we have this overlapping. And I will come back to what the previous speaker said, because now all younger people use tobacco products, if not cigarettes. So we have national screening programs for cancers, various cancers, which are not the most lethal in Greece. However, there is no screening for the most lethal form, lung cancer. And I'm very glad that quite soon we will hear that we will have the initiation of screening for lung cancer, because it is a dire need. And yes, epidemiologically speaking, we are ready, though it might sound ironical. Are we ready? Scientifically speaking, yes, of course. We have our very own guidelines that were published last week, and you can find them on the internet. We have different specialists from different regions of Greece and different specialties of doctors. Patients were included as well. So we do have guidelines. Are we ready as we'd have to do? Is there a procedure? Of course. This procedure was set up by the same team of experts. It was proposed 2 years ago to the ministry, and you see the various events organized by the Greek society, and the procedure was submitted twice or 3 times to the ministry. So we just hope that this procedure will be used. So we know who has to do what, and we also have the necessary quality assurance system, which is an integral part of screening. Are we ready as to the specifications of CT scans? Do we know if we have enough CT scans? Do we know if our CT scanners in the public and the private sectors are enough for screening? Yes, we know. It's part of the procedure. Very clear specifications adjusted to the scientific data and the Greek reality. Are we ready to evaluate cost effectiveness? Yes. We have also studied this issue. The team of Mrs. Hadjiandriou published recently, and Mr. Sirigo's team in the beginning of this year. We have very clear publications about the cost and the benefit of screening. There have been various simulation models, so it's good financially speaking as well. So we have studies for the Greek reality as well. Are we ready as regards health professionals? Are we trained? Do we know what we have to do? And if yes, how can we ensure the sustainability of screening? The answer is yes, we are ready. We have answered this in the interdisciplinary experts group. Again, in comparison with the patients. And we have set up a specific training program for health professionals, for doctors of all specialties, and the doctors of the centers of screening when screening starts. So we have accreditation and repeated seminars. So we have provided for this, and it's part of the proposals to the ministry. And we just hope that we will run the pilot soon. Do we have enough staff for such screening? Yes. It's part of the procedure submitted to the ministry. And indeed, the Greek society has submitted its proposal. Are we ready as regards communication and publicity rather? As you know, FairLife has a critical role because it has many programs like Learn, Act, Hope, the Lung Health Program. We also have ongoing noises to train nursing staff, and of course the Society for the Doctors. We have various information events. So, as regards diffusion and communication, we are ready. Do we have a way to access patients? Yes, we have this program, Lungs Health by FairLife, in various cities of Greece, providing screening to the public. So, in the recent event in Athens, we have this possibility for screening through the preventive office at Sotirian Hospital, which is accessible, and people can be referred to smoking cessation centers as well as other centers if necessary. So, are we ready? To a large extent, yes. We have the Greek guidelines, we have a standardized procedure ensuring quality. Everything was set up by the interdisciplinary experts group with the assistance of patients. We have a training program, and we also have communication and participation of patients and carers. So now we wait for the state to make full use of this proposal to start our screening program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Of course, it is evident that we are absolutely ready, and we are waiting for the launch of the program. Now, I'd like to call upon the floor Ms. Kourlaba, assistant professor at the School of Nursing, and she's going to talk to us about the financial benefits, because this has to do with the sustainability of the healthcare systems. Good morning from me as well. It is my turn to thank Ms. Pateli for this honorary invitation, and I'd like to congratulate her for her work. I feel really stressed because there's no time and I need to make a presentation within 8 minutes, so I'll try to be very, very brief and short. As it has already been mentioned, I'll share with you some financial data as to whether a screening program is financially effective. I think that it is a bit awkward to talk about pecuniary and monetary issues when we are talking about health care, but we need to have investments that yield as much as possible. So the results. The data, rather, I'm going to share with you in the next few minutes come from a study that has been conducted in our study. This is a cost efficiency study for a screening program using low-dose CT that has already been published in an acknowledged international journal. So what we did within the framework of this study was we selected high-risk population, asymptomatic high-risk individuals. They have the profile presented earlier by other speakers, heavy smokers aged 50 to 74. This population of the country is approximately 690,000. How did we calculate this? We took the age distribution of the Greek population from the Hellenic Statistics Authority, and we combined this with the prevalence of smoking as we drew it from the then recently published data. And we had a conservative projection as to the participation of this population in the screening program, and we calculated that approximately 30% of such a population would participate in this program. So this would amount to approximately 200,000 individuals. So what we actually did was we used simulation models of the clinical course of these 200,000 individuals in two alternative scenarios. One would be to have an organized national program of screening in our country where such 200,000 individuals would participate, and the other one would be the absence of such a program and the current clinical practice where individuals take recourse to the healthcare system when they do manifest the first symptoms, and then they are diagnosed and are channeled through to the treatment. So let's see the simulation. It starts from the invitation that we send through an SMS. We considered that we would send SMSs to the age group of 50 to 74. Then there would be a telephone communication with those who would respond positively to this invitation to confirm smoking habits and to confirm the target population. And out of these people, we would supposedly identify these people, they would get a second invitation to take part in the LDCT program. Now, in case of negative results, we had thought that they would have the opportunity to undergo an annual repeat LDCT, which might be done in more open intervals. So the results that you're about to see involve a high cost, but the cost could be lower if we had more distant intervals. Now, for those with a positive result in the CT, we would have diagnostic testing, imaging and biopsies, staging of the patients, and then treatment and follow-up. So throughout this whole course that we simulated, we would record the stage of diagnosis, whether the patient patient died, when, and of course the costs associated with this whole course of these individuals through the healthcare system. So here you can see the costs taken into consideration in this analysis. The first cost pertain to the scenario whereby individuals participate in the screening. Well, we have the SMS cost, the telephone communication cost in order to confirm that they belong to high-risk groups, aged 50 to 74, and then we would have the screening, the cost of the screening, and of course the cost of diagnosis that would pertain to both groups, both those who would participate in the screening program as well as those who did not participate in this. We also took into consideration the costs of treatment, the follow-up cost, and the end-of-life care cost. Mr. Sirikos mentioned it earlier, and we saw how high this cost is. So, using these theoretical models and these costs, we were able to have such results. So the results that you are able to see here is that if we examine 200,000 individuals on an annual basis, negative results for 17 cycles, we'll be able to save 8,760 individuals that would die early due to lung cancer, and this would mean 86,000 years of life. So these 8,761 individuals would live 86,207 extra years of life. So since the quality of life of such individuals will be improved, we would have, well, a screening program is combined to 50,000 QALYs. Where are these figures due? They are due to the fact that with screening we transfer diagnosis at earlier stages. Therefore, with a screening program with a participation of 200 individuals on the basis of the prerequisites I mentioned, we would have 17,000 extra diagnoses at early stage, stage 1 or 2, and fewer diagnoses at advanced stages by approximately 9,000. So let's see what happens with cost in such a case. The cost increases. We see the overall cost of running a screening program for 200,000 individuals. This would burden the healthcare system by 280 million approximately. This is not the annual cost, though, in order to avoid confusions. This is the cost of follow-up of these 200,000 individuals for approximately 40 years. And within these 40 years, those who turn up negative will have low-dose CT scan annually. So in these 40 years, for 200,000 individuals, the burden would be 280 million. So there is an important benefit. There's a reduction of the cost due to the reduced cost of treatment for advanced stages. However, we do have the cost of the launching of such a screening project, calls, invitations, the administration of LDCT, and since we will be able to identify earlier stage patients, this would be increased. But overall, we see that the burden would be 280 million. Is this something tolerable? Is this something acceptable as a healthcare system? To make such a decision, we need to combine this with the benefit in life and QALYs. And if we combine the overall burden of 280 million with the 50,000 QALYs gained, we can conclude that the healthcare system needs to invest 5.5 thousand euros per QALY gained. So is this acceptable for a healthcare system? The answer is yes, and I'm not the one saying this. We see that there is an official limit on the basis of which we estimate the new interventions in the healthcare sector, and this limit has been set at 20,000 euros per QALY gained. So our screening has a burden of 5.5 thousand euros per QALY. So it seems to be particularly effective. And of course there is room for improvement, because this can become even more efficient, because as I've said, the assumptions were really strict in our study. How would we further improve the efficiency of such a program? If we had negotiated the prices of the low-dose CT. If this price was lower, the program would become even more effective. Earlier, I mentioned that we would need to send text messages to the people, to 2.5 million of individuals. If we use digital tools that will allow us to identify the target population directly, then we would have much lower costs. So we're very close to acquiring such digital tools. I think that the e-patient file, e-health file, will help us towards this direction. And if, of course, this is accompanied by smoking cessation programs, then we would have an even higher benefit. Therefore, to conclude, I think that the data I've shared with you are convincing, and we see that an organized screening program for lung cancer is financially effective, economically effective, because it saves lives. It offers many QALYs, an important QALY gain at a low cost. So I think that Greece is ready, as Ms. Kardavella demonstrated, and Greece is ready and should organize such a screening program for lung cancer. We heard earlier, our minister said that we're close to that, and I'm sure that our Secretary General will also confirm that. So we all move towards the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very optimistic messages. So when science repeats the same results, you actually believe that that's how it is. We're going to make a slight change. We're going to start the panel discussion to hear about the progress to date and future perspectives, and then we will switch back to Mrs. Lambaki. So Mr. Zervas will now take the floor. He is a pulmonologist director of 7th Pulmonary Department at the Chest Hospital Sotiria, Mr. Eliadi from Hygia Hospital, Mr. Karamichos and Mrs. Kotsakidou from AstraZeneca. So can they please come forward? The Secretary General of the Ministry of Health has an obligation to attend to right now, but she will come as soon as she has finished what she has to do. She will join us later. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the good mood. And where are we? Great. So let us begin, because I know you have things to do. I know you're very busy, and that's why we appreciate the fact that you came here today. Because we're all doctors, I will begin with you, Mr. Karamichos. You're not a doctor, but you speak straight to the heart. So we hear from you, Mr. Karamikos, actor and director. We heard all the speakers. So what would you like to say about the progress to date? I think that the lack of information is still one of the biggest problems. If people could come here and if they could listen to all these facts and figures, we're not talking about lack of prevention in Greece, and we're not talking about the fact that some people did not resume responsibility, and this act of the money that was misappropriated in OPAKEPE, the paying agency. So half of 280, that amount could be used for screening. And whereas we have spoken from the first conference onward, we keep saying we will, we keep making promises, and initiatives like that of FairLife and our beloved Karina may help save human lives. So we're talking about not just saving money from all the treatment at a later stage. We're talking about the lives of people that will be saved, so people will benefit. And when there's happiness, when there's joy, the cells heal themselves. My experience, as was mentioned by Mr. Politis earlier, is as follows. I wasn't living with the concern that I had people in my family dying from dead lung cancer. I had no family history, but my daughter had some testing done, and I decided to do some. Fortunately, I did a CT scan, and here I ended up having Mr. Iliadis, my doctor. He's a true maestro, a conductor. It's not just the fact that he operated on me and that we were able to be saved, but it's very good to be able to have something to give back. Let me just remember what happened in hospital. I couldn't breathe when I was in hospital because the only thing that is really valuable in life is our breath. We can lose everything else, but if we lose our breath, there's no life. It's finished, it's over. So if you don't know how to breathe and somebody comes, breathe, and you say, I can't, I'm in pain, I can't breathe. And then the surgeon comes on a weekend to say hello to the patients he operated on. Just imagine, and he does this every day, and every weekend he's there on hospital to see the patients. So we have not just good doctors, we have good human beings, people with empathy, with compassion, and they have it all. And it would be nice to have the good hospitals with the right infrastructure and a state that would be fully supportive. This is not yet the case. I hope this will happen in the near future. So my experience is what was described by Mr. Politis, all the different stages, and I don't want to steal time from the scientists because this is par excellence a scientific conference. So going from ignorance to awareness and understanding how ignorant you are, that's very important, understanding your ignorance. I think that's more important than knowledge, at least for us who are not doctors. Thank you very much. That's a good take-home message. You were spot on, but this lack of awareness still shocks me. But it's true, it's true. If you switch on the telly, you'll see that we all talk about negative news. It's all doom and gloom, and we always think that somebody else is to blame. We never blame ourselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Karamikos. Mr. Iliadi, Maestro, you will now take the floor, and then we will continue with Mrs. Lambaki's presentation. So tell us what your feeling is after everything we've heard so far. You are a person who's fighting. You're in the trenches. So let me start from Mr. Sirigos. I remember that it's very, very important for those who are poor and who are in greater need and dire need to be given the opportunity to be tested and diagnosed because they are at higher risk than many others. So for the first time we heard today that the Ministry of Health will actually adopt such a program. This is what Mr. Themistokleou said. Things have changed when it comes to lung cancer treatment lately. We have early diagnosis, we have prevention, and we know that COVID-19 played an important part in having CTs done faster which means that we will be able to see if there are any lesions. And then we saw what was mentioned by a colleague regarding the studies that have been conducted. And this actually shows how important low-dose CT scans are. And this is something that will be discussed further by Mrs. Tavernaraki. This is important for us to diagnose tumors early. And of course, we know that we have the basic surgery, and to be able to resect the tumor without leaving anything behind. This is something because it gives you a 5-year survival rate and even cure. So this is very important. Second most important development of the last years is immunotherapy. So when you have preventive chemotherapy or pre-op chemotherapy, you can shrink the tumor and you can then be able to control metastases or remote lesions in order to make this lung cancer operable. In 2050, and this is worrying, we'll have double the number of cases, as was mentioned by Mr. Sirigos, despite what has happened. But what is optimistic is that screening tests will be available to everyone so that we can have early diagnosis. And of course, raising awareness among the general population is important because we know that smoking is a scourge and we have to save young people from the scourge. Of course, we have a lot to do. A lot remains to be done. But let's look at the positive side first. I know that you have other obligations, Mr. Karamikos, Mr. Iliadis, you are excused. You can leave. Thank you for the valuable information. I know you soon have to depart. You have to go elsewhere, so feel free, as they say in my village. Thank you. We thank you, and we will come back to this matter of information, of awareness raising, and so on and so forth. So let us move on and continue the discussion. And I think we need to add one more component which will help us enrich our discussion. Before Mr. Kapetanakis, I would like to ask Mrs. Lambaki to present the results of the campaign we did as FairLife regarding screening. It's a screening campaign. This is a valuable source of information. It's what we call real-world evidence. Hello, says Mrs. Lambaki. I'd like to thank FairLife for bringing us together again this year. And let me start from the fact that what was mentioned by Mr. Karamikos, that this is the weakest link, if you like, in the chain, i.e. that of information. FairLife has been able to make this a reality. This is what FairLife has done. It has helped the information enter every household, not just of people who have had lung cancer patients in their household, but we've been able to reach every Greek household. So we make sure that the information regarding screening for lung cancer is now available. Well, this has reached every home. So we've been able to have patients come forward for the screening program. So these are smokers and former smokers who are healthy, and they went to these special screening centers. So now we have the first results. This was in 4 cities of Greece. These are from the pulmonology clinics of the universities of Thessaloniki, Thessaly, Patras, and Alexandroupolis. I will move straight on to the results. We had 471 participants, 45 to 80 years of age. This is the history of smoking that they had. We followed the guidelines of the Hellenic Respiratory Society. Thessaloniki, 265 participants. There was 3 cases of stage 1 NSCLC diagnosed from Larissa. We had 102 healthy subjects, smokers and former smokers. So we diagnosed 3 cases of non-small cell carcinoma. And Alexandroupolis, we had a diagnosis of 2 cases of non-small cell lung carcinoma. And in Alexandroupolis, 1 patient with SCLC, and another 2 patients were diagnosed in Patras with NSCLC. All these patients were in early stages, which means that they had a very good prognosis, because what's important in lung cancer is the stage of the disease at time of diagnosis. Another very positive thing that came out of these programs, and this was confirmed, if you like, is the diagnosis of other diseases as well, other comorbidities that had been undiagnosed till the moment of the low-dose CT scan. So let me say that all these results were started in May 24 till September of 2025. I represented the University of Thessaloniki, our pulmonology clinic. I'd like to thank the other pulmonology clinics, and I'd like to warmly thank FairLife, because FairLife showed that collaboration with different centers, and most of these centers, or all of these centers, are in the regions, can collaborate. They can help with the diagnosis of people from early stage lung cancer and other comorbidities that seriously affect the lives of people. So thank you very much for your attention.
Είναι τόσο αισιόδοξα ότι ναι.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's optimistic. Things can be done if there is a will. Now I would like to ask Mr. Kapetanakis to come up to the panel, and I will give you the floor, but first there is a challenge for you and an invitation, Mr. Kapetanakis, President of the Hellenic Cancer Federation. So, I have studied the economics of health. Let's see the economics of these results. They are real-world evidence, and then see what happens to the entire population of Greece to identify the cost-effectiveness of such a screening. We said that it's 5.5 thousand euro per quali. But I have the feeling that on the basis of these results, because we identify other diseases as well, I think that this screening will be actually cost-saving, and it won't cost not even 5,000 euro per quali, because we in the economics of health say that it is a must. Yes, it has to be done, because many of the treatments of our national health system cost more than 20 or 30,000 euro per quali. So, you have the floor, Mr. Kapetanakis. Thank you very much for the invitation. And indeed, all presentations so far were very inspiring, and they have offered a wealth of information. So, let's leave economics aside. Let me start from something else. In 2022, the European Commission, after 20 years, has updated the recommendations on public health and enhancing prevention through timely diagnosis. So now we have two new forms of cancer, and lung cancer is one of these 3 forms. Secondly, about 1.5 months ago, at the ESMO seminar, we presented the new European Code Against Cancer. The official launch will take place on the 4th of February. It's the 5th edition, and recommendations are increased to 14, and the recommendations focus on smoking, passive smoking, and the using of any tobacco products. And indeed, there are recommendations for specific political actions to not just to say a few things, not just words to be satisfied. We need to have specific recommendations to the citizens and recommendations to politicians and governments and the state at large. So for me, these are more important. Okay, understand the studies. These are more important than cost. Okay, in general, I've heard some other studies that say the opposite. So you can see things from the point of view that better fits your purposes. So we heard some patients, former patients. So I have to say that no person alone can cause cancer. You're not responsible. Everybody might get cancer. So no stigma, please. No stigmatization. Having lung cancer and feeling responsible and guilty, that's a very, very heavy load. There are behaviors, there are things we can change. Yes, of course, smoking and using tobacco products, though it was reduced. According to the World Health Organization, using tobacco products at the age of 15, we come first among Europe, 52 to 53%. We are 51 some years ago. And so these are points saying that we have to focus on two things. First, public health, and I think the Secretary General will come here later to tell us about it. So we need to change behaviors. We need to find ways to change the mindset, to do what the tobacco industry does in the reverse and in a better way, to make people not to opt for these products or this style. Secondly, for the state, we need specific proposals and activities. What we've heard so far was wonderful. Now we have this very robust scientific program and methodology for a real solution to the problem. So, in combination, these two could bear fruit. And why a behaviorist approach? According to WHO and the European Commission, out of the 16 risk factors, or rather only 11% of the population identifies all 16. They usually identify 3: cigarette, alcohol, obesity, but there are 13 risk factors, or rather 13 more. So we need to change the mindset. And Mrs. Hadjiandreou, we could do something about it. This is what FairLife does today. That's wonderful. And congratulations.
Και όλο αυτό που κάνετε. Μπορούμε...
It's a great honor to participate. We could cooperate with other international entities. Last summer, we organized the first policy dialogue in cooperation with the European Observatory and ECHOS, and as regards the European hub. In the next days, we will also be there to another event. Very well, very comprehensive. Thank you very much indeed. There are things to be done, and information and change in behaviors. It is very important to start from schools. That's the right time to start. Mrs. Tavenaraki, Director of the Department of Medical Imaging and Interventional Radiology. Your comments, please. I work at the Sotiria Hospital, not a university professor. You can come if you want to. Yes, I would like to. So I would also like to thank FairLife and Mrs. Corina Patelli-Bell, who brought us together once more. I would like to say some comments, and I would like to start with Mrs. Cravella, who said that yes, we are ready in our country to have screening programs with low-dose CT. Yes, of course, we are ready from all points of view. There is great scientific underpinning, and now we know what we have to do during each step. However, I would like to ask another question. Okay, we are ready, but is it easy in practice? Because theory and practice are two different things. Is it easy? Is it simple? Our experience in Sotiria Hospital as regards Solis under the leadership of Mrs. Gaga was the first screening effort in our country, and we saw that things are not easy, neither simple. If we want to have a program that would be effective and safe. There are many obstacles in this procedure, several difficulties, starting from information on who has to undergo screening, and of course, it's not just to go to a hospital and have a CT and that's it. Things have to be well prepared. We need cooperation among the members of a very, very specialized group. So individuals come, but we do not only need doctors, we even need people in our secretariats that would become experts in this procedure. We need to keep people coming back, which is even more difficult than having a first test in a screening program. So it's not easy. Scientifically, we have the know-how internationally, and in Greece, we know very well what we need to do. However, in practice, if we want to do it properly, we need to have support. We need more people working and people being dedicated on this. Unfortunately, this is not the case now, and whatever happens thanks to the great efforts of doctors working beyond their working hours without remuneration, to the detriment of their free time or their other obligations. So we need support. And something else I would like to add, we also need equipment. What do I mean by this? Technology, digital technology, and specifically some AI tools are really part of diagnosis and imaging. And in the case of low-dose CT, this is even more so because the findings are tiny and the most expert radiology might miss them. So we need technical support. We radiologists need to have the necessary AI tools because they are no longer a luxury. They are a necessary condition to identify such cases when we use low-dose CT. So this is another factor that has to be taken into consideration. We need to know about it. As I previously said, we are ready, and I think that we are capable enough, both the doctors and the nursing staff. And FairLife's initiative is wonderful because indeed it gives us courage to go on. And based on our experience so far, based on the European program, we could channel this experience in the best possible way to the national programs when they start, with the assistance of FairLife, because you will bring people in to our hospital and we will perform the CTs in the best possible way, in a safe way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You two have identified the challenges and the difficulties, but we know that this is what happens, and it is a fact that even from X-rays, well-trained algorithms will be able to diagnose cancer before it becomes manifest. or there will be wearables that will allow us to keep track of the biochemical changes. So this we keep for the future. But let's move on to what is the current state of affairs. Mr. Zervas, would like to hear your own views on what has been heard. I too would like to thank Corina for the many years of cooperation and for the fact that she keeps trying to see to it that the things are implemented. Now, I'll be a realist here. I was here last year and 2 years ago, and we were still discussing the same things. Are we ready? Yes. Well, we need to make decisions. It's not just about theory. Prevention is all about action. Okay, we do have the principles, the guidelines, etc., but at some point there need to be decisions made in order for such programs to be launched. In order for something to be cost effective, it has to be broad enough to cover the necessary population. So what are we trying to do next year? We'll have 3 or 4 pilot programs in 3 or 4 hospitals around Greece. So this will mean the examination of 3,000 or 4,000 patients. Well, you heard about the target group, 600,000 people. So we need to make decisions. And unfortunately, these are political decisions. Ms. Patelli and FairLife is an oasis. Maybe we'll have another 3 or 4 oases. But all around, there will be deserts. So we need to claim and to ask for infrastructure on prevention. We need to work with schools. This is where we need to pay attention. We need to reduce smoking, improve healthy living. This depends on decisions that are indifferent to politicians because there is no political benefit to get from that. But we need to understand that this is where we need to target if we want to have the results that we want. So at the level of treatment in Greece, we're faring quite well. We're really doing well. We have here from the pharma industry, colleagues, oncologists, etc. We have access to medication many a times much sooner than other countries in Europe. But we're lagging behind a lot vis-a-vis prevention. So I hope next year we won't have a wishing list vis-a-vis prevention. Yes, that's precisely how things are. And I think that we first, as FairLife, if what we heard today is not realized, we will have to raise our voices because we have reached the limit. So let's hear what happens vis-a-vis treatment, biomarkers. Just a brief comment from Mr. Zervas. We do have all this because it's much easier. To run a screening program is much more difficult. We believe that it has a high cost. When I used to work for the CDC in the States and we had the guidelines of the National Prevention Council that would go to the Department of Health, there was a proper financial study and feasibility study that would demonstrate the highest cost, the highest benefit with the lowest cost, and for which diseases. And here we have seen nothing. We have no idea as to how such decisions were made. You have the floor. Good afternoon. Yes, it's past 12. Well, I'll start by thanking you. I'd like to thank you for the inspiration, for the courage, because all this is the result of many little steps put together. So indeed, such initiatives are a source of inspiration. They give us courage, and they make us insist and persist. Thank you for the honor. Well, here I can't claim I represent the entire pharma industry. I simply represent AstraZeneca. But I'll say a few things that pertain to the pharma industry at large. I don't want to refer to treatments. I want to touch upon the issue of prevention. Where do we currently stand? This is a reasonable question. Let me put it straight forward. We support and we undertake initiatives promoting prevention and early diagnosis. I'm referring to primary and secondary prevention. And I am referring not only to AstraZeneca, but to the entire pharma industry. We do support such actions. Why is that? We believe that it doesn't go against treatment. It is complementary to treatment. And to make it more understood, I'll have to tell you a few things that we need to keep in mind. I believe that we are all members of an ecosystem, be it pharma industry or other companies in the healthcare sector, be it doctors, academia, or the state, or even patients. We are all members of that same ecosystem. So the viability of one member is directly linked to the viability of another. So we all move together, and we need to find a sustainable way to work together. A second parameter is the fact that, as you have already mentioned it, is that technology advances. So we see innovative treatments being launched. Some have achieved the cure, and there are certain other treatments that might lead to complete cure. We know that there's a high burden. We have the chronic morbidity. We live longer, but these things go hand in hand together. And the third fact is that there is a limited amount of resources. So since we are talking about human lives, since we are living in this system and we need to take everything into account, we need to take resources into account as well. To us, to the company that I represent, well, I can tell you that it focuses mainly on innovation and puts patients at the center. So we believe that primary and secondary prevention is inextricably linked to the sustainability of this ecosystem where we're active. Not only are there benefits for the broader public health, but also for society, for economy, and the healthcare system itself. Therefore, we totally support this. I won't mention lung cancer because we had the experts talk to us about high mortality rates or economic data, but I'd like to point out that a few months ago the World Health Organization declared that that lung cancer will be amongst the diseases that will be prioritized, and the World Health Organization asks the states to prioritize national screening initiatives. Aside from Israel, that we heard from the Lung Cancer Foundation representative, where immediately they moved on to a national plan. In the past 6 months, we've seen big countries such as Germany move on to a national action plan and screening program on lung cancer, Australia, etc. So there is this momentum, and we are totally supporting this. So say a few words about biomarkers. We have many experts amongst us, and I have to tell you that, thank God, customized and individualized treatment in lung cancer has made advances. 40 to 50% of new treatments are targeted therapies. And this will become even better in the future. So far, and until recently, we have novel drugs, targeted treatments and therapy, but the predictive biomarkers on the basis of which we will decide as to whether such medication should be used is not being reimbursed. So there have been two significant developments. First and foremost, there is the enactment of biomarkers reimbursement. There's a list of biomarkers, and this is to be implemented. Of course, it takes some time for things to be implemented. And the second thing is that at last we saw that there was a bill passed in order to avoid the repetition of the same procedures. So as soon as we have targeted therapies and biomarkers that are associated to them, there needs to be an reimbursement that will deal with the two factors, the drug and the test, in parallel. So allow me to proceed to one final comment under my other capacity that has to do with well-being, healthy well-being. So the best argument for a cessation of smoking is that we have biological clocks showing that smoking accelerates cellular aging 5 to 10 years. So one might be 40 years old and one's cells might be 60 years old because of smoking. So those of you who don't want to age prematurely, please quit smoking. So we thank you all, and I hope that next year we won't hear the same.
Because screening is my passion. I hear myself here. So, and if people were not here, I'm from Israel. I founded the Israeli Lung Cancer Foundation, and we worked for many years to have the screening in Israel. So definitely, you have amazing doctors, and I'm sure very good centers for screening. So my maybe question and comment, because in Israel we first had a pilot, because it's okay to have, like you said, very good facilities in hospitals, but what is the flow from the community? How does it work? So you need to work on the flow of how people are reached, they go to the GP, whatever, then it's sent. So this flow from community, which is very important, and you know, I'm sure you have lessons to learn from breast cancer screening. So the same, you know, we look at it in Israel. And another important thing to think about is that we had the pilot, and the pilot was proactive. They targeted people and they called people, etc. But now that the screening went in, nothing is happening. So, and we understand, me as an organization, that we have to work a lot about raising awareness for the crowd, so they will know to demand it, right? So they will know that they need to, you know, go to their doctor and ask for it, and also the health system with the people will start, because it's not yet, how do you say, like a quality thing for the health, the health units that give the health, so they are not encourage it yet to the people. You understand? They don't send like SMS, you know, come be screened, come get screened. So because we are learning this, I also, you know, think of Greece, of how to We need to put a lot of money and effort, with the help also with pharma, on raising the awareness so people will know to ask for it, and also address the fear. So we need to educate the people, you know, that are afraid of doing it, that think that it doesn't matter, etc., etc.
Yeah, indeed, these are the challenges. Thank you,
Ένα σχόλιο μόνο να κάνω, ακούγοντας
Just one extra comment, having heard what your friend from Israel said regarding the awareness, the significance of the media and of the influencers. Well, this is important. A very simple example, in Greece, we have approved vaccination for RSV. Last year, the vaccination rate was really low. There was an advertisement on TV with two popular actors, and now we have a 300% increase rates of RSV vaccination. So there are means and ways to do that. We can find a way with the cooperation of FairLife and other media influencers, etc. Yes, well, there can be a way. You're absolutely right. So I'd like to thank you all, and we will move on with strength and optimism. Thank you.
Πολύ ωραία. Μέχρι να ολοκληρωθεί η οικογενειακή φωτογραφία. Και αναμένοντας την κυρία
Kravaris. Prepare the family photo and waiting for Mrs. Kravaris, I would like us to slightly change the program, and let's invite Mr. Francesco, lung cancer survivor. So we're moving on to the next section. Prevention, the overlooked priorities. And I give the floor to Mr. Andreas Francescos, who's a lung cancer survivor. Thank you. Please take your seats. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe the title of my speech should be "What on earth is the fox doing in the market?" and not lung cancer without smoke from diagnosis to empowerment. I'm a technocrat. I am an IT specialist. So what on earth am I doing amongst so many renowned health professionals? And what is it that I have to say? Something so important that would merit me being invited to speak at this conference. I'm here under the capacity of a lung cancer survivor, and I hope that at the end of the day I will have received answers to many questions that concern not myself but many other people as well. As a patient, I cannot change the past, but I can share my experience so that no one else is unprepared. So first of all, let me warmly thank FairLife for giving me the opportunity to speak to you and to tell you the questions, the concerns, but also the hope of a lung cancer patient. And let me begin with 3 scenes that have marked my life. First scene, my father. When I go back 40 years in August of 1985, I have just joined the army to do my service, and my brother informs me that our father was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer, and he already has a metastasis in the bones. This is the first time when I hear the word lung cancer, and I was only 22 years at the time. My father's journey with cancer was only 3 months long. He died at the age of 63 in November of 1985. So let me tell you that my father had been smoking for many years. In the 10 last years of his life, he had quit smoking. Second scene, my brother. My brother, we're talking about March of 1997, I hear the word lung cancer once again. My brother tried to lift a suitcase, and then he feels a big pain in the side. The diagnosis was again lung cancer with metastasis in the bones. My brother's difficult journey with lung cancer only lasted 5 months. He died at the age of 45 in August of 1997. let me tell you that my brother was a smoker. Before we move on to the third stage, the third scene of my story, let me tell you that our GP was a pulmonologist, and he was the one who had diagnosed my father and my brother with lung cancer. I'd held discussions with him after my brother's demise, and he said that I do not belong to the high-risk group because I've never smoked a day in my life, and that's why I was so carefree. But unfortunately, I did get lung cancer. So this is the third scene, March of 2023. After a persistent cough that began in September 2022, and after my first visit to the same GP did not make me suspicious, I only changed some medication. In March of 2023, I hear the word again, lung cancer, and this time it was about me, a metastatic stage 4 inoperable lung cancer. Let me tell you that I have been against smoking from childhood, and when I see people smoking in a room, I depart. So let me tell you that my first feelings were mixed: fear, insecurity, concern, and then the memory came flooding back. And my doctor's advice to overcome the shock was very important, because he told me that science has progressed and things are evolving all the time, and I should not compare what happened in 1985 and 1997 to what was the case in 2023. And you may ask, how's it possible? 2.5 years later, I'm still here. I am speaking to you. I'm not coughing. I have no shortness of breath. I don't have any of the symptoms that lung cancer patients have. I'm here thanks to the impressive progress of science and technology. I'm here after a whole year of chemo and immunotherapy, 28 sessions in total. I'm here thanks to the NGS technology, and I was found positive to ALK. And this changed the progression of the disease, because for 15 months now, I've changed therapy. I have a molecular therapy. It's targeted. And what is the result? That I live a normal life now. So I'd like to close, and I do hope that I didn't tire you. So I'd like to pose some questions. First question, is lung cancer hereditary? 2, what should I have done earlier in life in order to prevent this situation? Third question, can lung cancer become a chronic disease? Are there some curable forms of lung cancer? Does a patient in Greece have the possibility to receive state-of-the-art treatment? I am certain that today in this conference we will receive answers not just to my questions, but also to questions that many other lung patients have. And this is thanks to FairLife. FairLife is always by our side, and it joins the voices of the scientific community with the voices of the patients. FairLife promotes screening. It's in favor of prevention, because knowledge and prevention are our strongest weapons. So, now that I think of it, I had every reason to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My comment is, of course, celebrities and campaigns are of essence, but after 27 years in communication, I believe that the presentation, as the one Mr. Francescos did, is powerful because it offers identification. And of course, the questions you raised are questions that need to be answered directly. And still waiting for the Secretary General, I would like to ask Mr. Kosmidis to come up to the floor, Associate Professor of Physiology at the Medical School of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I would also like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity you have given me I shall try to answer maybe the first of the questions of Mr. Francescos.
Αυτό. Okay. Ναι. Είναι βασική αρχή στη...
A basic principle in biology and medicine is that the manifestation of a disease, the phenotype as we call it, is the result of interaction of environment and genes. As regards lung cancer, it is clear, and it has been heard repeatedly, it is clear that smoking plays a role as an environmental factor. It can increase the risk of up to 50 times. There are other risk factors such as passive smoking, pollution, radon, asbestos, but they are not that important or as important as smoking. Now we think that almost 81% of the cases are due to smoking. 60 years ago, they observed relatives of lung cancer patients. They found out that they ran a higher risk of getting the disease themselves, and this was recently proven by a meta-analysis of the International Lung Cancer Consortium. First-degree relatives of people, of individuals with lung cancer run the risk which is 1.5 times higher. And what's the percentage of genomics now? We study twins. We have monozygotic and heterozygotic twins, because heterozygotic twins have almost the same genetic material, which is not homogenetic, of course, but this is not exactly the case, but it's almost the case, I would say. So the Nordic countries have big registries. So you see this huge study with a big follow-up. That is the heritability index for various types of cancer, and lung has 18%. 18% is not very high in this ranking, but I would say it is more, for example, than in colon. And whereas for colon there are guidelines to check on heritability, there are no similar guidelines for lung cancer. Here you see the complementarity with this 81% we mentioned before. So what's this genetic predisposition? It comes from changes in the genome, which are de novo sometimes, but most frequently we get them from our parents, and we run the risk of handing them over to our children. There are some alterations, some changes that increase the possibility to get the cancer, and some others not. So if we see this graph, and on the x-axis we see the risk of such a variance and then the frequency, we see that we expect some variants that would increase the disease. They are rare because unfortunately the population dies and it is out of the pool. On the contrary, low risk variants might be very frequent. So if we talk about high or medium risk variants, cancer is hereditary. Why? Because in this case you see it in the family tree. By just looking at the family tree you can identify these variations. And we have at least 4 well-recognized such variants: CFTPA1 and 2, TP53, EGFR, and ATM. SFTPA1 and 2 and EGFR are specific to lung cancer. They highly increase likelihood of the disease. The other two are a little bit different, but just see the relative risk. A variant of the first two increases the risk by 80% to the age of 80 years old. It's the same percentage with BRCA gene, which is responsible for breast cancer. Luckily, frequency in the general population is not that high, which however makes it very difficult to identify these genes. Starting with EGFR, this is a very important gene in lung cancer. There is a specific variant. When it is identified in patients that are untreated, the likelihood of hereditary form is very high, and there are also guidelines from international organizations for these patients to check the gametes in order to identify whether there is a hereditary load or not. The other two, CFTPA1 and 2, have to do with pneumonic fibrosis, which is an idiopathic form related to the lung cancer. TP53 causes Li-Fraumeni syndrome. 2 to 6% of the patients will suffer from lung cancer, usually in the form of adenocarcinoma at young ages, and usually there are active variants in EGFR for unknown reasons. So for some individuals, genetic screening is proposed. ATM is a candidate gene, low risk in this case. There are various studies well documented, and the increase of the risk in this case is about 3.5 times. Of course, for lung cancer patients, we would expect predisposition for patients that have never smoked and are young. So indeed, when we look at this population and the great studies, we see that there are enough several variants, even in genes related to the reparation of DNA, BRCA1, BRCA2, well known from other forms of cancer. No strict correlation has been identified yet, but we will have more information in the future. Now, some damage of the genome that cause lower increases, but they are very frequent, so maybe they also increase the risk accumulatively. We have the so-called familial cancer. So hereditary tree is not that clear, but we see this type a lot in the family. So this is why we use this different term. To identify these variants, we need slightly different approaches. We need some correlation studies on the level of the genome, and many cases we need to have big samples in this case. To identify the so-called PRS, which is the cumulative result of all these small damage. The first approaches were not very encouraging. There are huge databases. In the UK, for example, they took 19 points of the genome, and the risk estimation was 1.24 for high-risk individuals. In comparison to the rest, the increase was only 24%, which is not that high. But for the upper 5%, the increase was 1.54, but still low to be used for screening purposes. These techniques can be further improved by increasing the sample, and there are various other techniques. So if we increase the sample 4 times, individuals of the higher 1% of the risk could go up to 2.4%, which is enough risk factor to say that yes, let's have screening on this basis. But this would be only for 1% of the population. So from the financial point of view, figures will not add up. But as in everything, in the first PRS, we have further developments. This is another study indicating that we could factor in other risk factors for 2 categories of individuals, that is, smokers, but also for former smokers with an additional disease or another risk factor linked to lung cancer. So this technology could separate the upper 5%, that is to estimate the risk for individual as being high, and this would be significantly different in comparison to low-risk individuals, in order to make this selection procedure for screening even better. Now, these are my conclusions. Hereditary, yes, up to some point, 18%. There are guidelines for specific groups of patients that should have their genes checked. Why? Probably to warn relatives for them to go to early screening as well. And we have this new tool using many genes in order to have better screening strategies. Thank you very much.
We thank you. And now we are going to hear Ms. Marina Christina Kravari, General Secretary for Health, because as Mr. Themistokleous announced earlier, she will have a series of answers to our questions. Feel free to catch your breath. Well, hello. Good afternoon. I do apologize for this slight delay. I would do anything to participate today in this panel together with colleagues in order to have an interactive discussion. However, due to weather phenomena, we had an interministerial meeting because urgent instructions and guidelines need to be issued. So, although I had comments on these very nice presentations I heard, I will simply mention 2 to 3 points as a Secretary General for Health, and I hope that this will be a start that will lead to a fertile discussion between the society, the FairLife Foundation, and the scientific community. So I'd like to start thanking FairLife and Ms. Patelli for the invitation to celebrate these 5 years of FairLife. I'm really touched by this subject as a healthcare professional myself, because in a large part of my career, being an active officer for Air Force, serving at the military hospital, Air Force Hospital, I had come in contact with many such patients. So this topic is amongst the most important ones in the health sector. The organization of this event in a month that is globally dedicated to raising awareness on lung cancer, reminds us that prevention, early diagnosis, and holistic treatment can no longer wait. It's a matter of life or death. In the past few years, we've seen progress in Greece vis-à-vis the treatment and management of risk factors associated to lung cancer, starting from the anti-smoking policy. Let me remind you that in July we had the law 5216 of 2025, and we are now going to have the universal application and implementation of this new law, placing emphasis on youth pertaining to smoking cessation, and the country has made one of the most successful reforms in the healthcare sector through the anti-smoking law in order to gradually reduce exposure, although I will agree that we have high rates of smokers. Protection and safeguarding of health and public area needs to be really clear, and we need to have a universal implementation of the law. This is a universal principle, and it starts being seen in health markers. And parallel, Greece participates in the European Cancer Plan, and we make steps into the organized screening, improving access to novel treatments. We are members of the European dialogue regarding the initiation of screening programs, which will bring a significant benefit. Now, in parallel, discussion on lung cancer has been shifted towards an holistic approach of health care that is not limited to the medical dimension of the disease. This modern approach incorporates psychosocial support, diet, nutrition, rehabilitation, and the overall quality of life of patients and their families. Holistic care is not a secondary parameter, but rather a fundamental factor that defines the pathway within the healthcare sector. Aside from the state and the scientists, we also need to acknowledge the decisive role of civil society. FairLife has managed to turn pain into power, force, and collective action, providing for awareness and networking, giving a human face to our scientific approach. So its contribution to the support and awareness is an example to be imitated. Despite, however, the positive developments, we still have many serious challenges to face and tackle. The first and foremost challenge is that in the majority of cases, lung cancer is still diagnosed at advanced stages. There is a lack of an organized screening program for high-risk groups, and this is something that affects survival and life expectancy for patients. This is what we try to change, engaging into discussions, and the Deputy Minister for Health will also undertake responsibility for that. We'll have a screening program soon. So we understand that prevention is the most powerful tool. Moreover, environmental factors such as air pollution, professional exposure, and social inequalities are directly linked to the manifestation of lung cancer. We know that the burden is not the same for everyone. Some communities live and work or move under circumstances that increase the risk. So it's not just a medical issue, it's a profoundly social and environmental issue. Moreover, the digital gap and direct access to healthcare services to specialized structures create further gaps and inequalities. However, geography, social status, and the level of digital accuracy should not be the ones that would define the likelihood of one getting early diagnosis and care. So the day after calls for brave decisions and strategic planning. So the first priority pertains to the development of a screening program on lung cancer for high-risk groups. The international data, as became clear through today's presentations, demonstrate that organized screening programs can save lives, can reduce the financial burden, and can ensure equal opportunities to access healthcare. This is our foundation of our policy. Primary healthcare. Why is that? Because this is the main area for prevention, for timely diagnosis of symptoms. So we need modern clinical protocols, training and education of healthcare professionals, and full interconnection with hospitals and oncology centers in order for the course of patients to be simple. Technology needs to be a catalyst in this effort. AI, molecular diagnosis, biomarkers, customized medicine, tailor-made medicine are tools that shape medical practice. Precision in diagnosis, targeted treatments, and reduction of side effects are some of the advantages that can increase significantly the quality of life of patients. However, in order to achieve this, we need to have institutional support, proceed to investments, and have strong systems. A powerful and just system. The lung cancer is one of the most complicated and demanding challenges of the era. I think that's been made clear. And we are not only trying to tackle it with science, but with social consciousness. We do have the knowledge, the tools, the instruments, and in particular, the people who act and who are interested in having a much more resilient society. So FairLife reminds us that change starts from man and returns to man, and that science acquires its true meaning when it turns into social practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let us welcome Mrs. Varvaresou, pulmonologist from Agios Panteleimon in Samos. You have the floor, madam. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank FairLife and Mrs. Patelli for inviting me. It's an honor. Quitting smoking is an important medical procedure. It's a pity that it's overlooked. It should be something that should be a top priority. This is something that everybody knows, not just our patients. It's not a recommendation. It's something that's well documented. So you heard about lung cancer. It's the first cause of cancer globally. We see that in 80% of the cases, it's smoking that caused the cancer. In Greece, we see that a lot of people smoke. 38% of adults smoke, and that is very bad. It's a big burden. So we have recent epidemiological data that says that each cigarette costs 20 minutes of your life, 17 minutes for men and 22 minutes for women. There are many substances in cigarettes. 7,000 substances have been detected. Nicotine is also carcinogenic. And let me talk about e-cigarettes. They contain a lot of substances and flavors, additives that are considered potentially carcinogenic. What's important is that the use of e-cig does not help in quitting smoking, and we have many studies. This is from 2024, which says that even though people switched from cigarettes to e-cigarettes, they still have a higher risk than those who don't smoke. So we see that cigarette smoke affects the DNA and RNA. It increases angiogenesis. It suppresses the immunological response. And we see that it also affects the efficacy of treatment. We see that radiation therapy and chemotherapy are not as effective when somebody smokes, we see that there are many problems. And even though we know all this, I don't think we take advantage of this knowledge. We know that the battle against smoking cessation is a difficult one. Why? Because we have the enemy of addiction. People are addicted to nicotine. So nicotine reaches the brain in seconds. It's connected to neural networks. And the smoker himself doesn't actually understand what's happening in his or her body. So we see that people smoke one cigarette after the other, and you see the levels of nicotine in the blood. And because they have to maintain this concentration over a certain level, they smoke again and again. So if somebody wants to quit smoking, what happens then? We have receptors in the brain, and we've had long-term exposure. So there's a withdrawal symptom, and this may last long. It may last for as long as 3 months, or for some other people even longer than that. And it's also a habit. It's a bad habit, and a lot of people have this problem of having this bad habit. We know that 2 out of 3 smokers want to quit smoking. So there is an incentive. Half of them try to do so every year. That's a very interesting finding, but only 3 to 5% succeed in quitting cigarettes. So the World Health Organization tells us the following. You can have pharmacotherapy together with CBT. There are various treatments available. So when you use CBT and medication, you can have a success rate of up to 65%. But it's not just one good medicine that's enough. There's no one size fits all. There's the right medication for each patient. So based on the information provided by the patient at this smoking cessation center, we want to be able to make sure that the patient has access to these medications. So nicotine substitution therapy. So we're talking about the receptors in the brain. These numbers have to go down. It doesn't happen overnight or in a week. So this nicotine patch must be used for a period of time. We propose 3 months so that there is no withdrawal syndrome, because the nicotine is above the levels, so they don't have a craving. This is very effective, the nicotine patch, but you have to use it correctly. So some people say, I've used the nicotine gum and it doesn't help. You can't expect one gum, chewing it once a day, to know that you will actually quit smoking. So you need to know how to use the nicotine replacement treatment. We have cytisinicline. That is a plant. It's very good. And many people in Greece want to make use of cytisinicline. It has good results. It's still being tested, and we might see it being used by heavy smokers for prolonged periods of time. We have a lot of chimney smokers in Greece, unfortunately. Now, CBT. This is something recommended by the WHO. So we need to have many options. We want to have individual counseling, group counseling, help via the telephone, so the people can choose which option they prefer. We have the helpline of the organization, ALD, it's 1135. There are also a lot of available apps. I suggest Quit Now. It's a fantastic platform. So use it as a tool. It's my recommendation. Something they can use 24 hours a day. And of course, anybody can have access to it, even remote access. So look at the site of the Hellenic Respiratory Society. Check to see if there's a smoking cessation center near you. And this is a path, if you like, a journey, lung cancer journey. So first we can have screening, and these are people who really want to help themselves. But there's also a message: it's never too late to quit, even at the time of diagnosis. There are many benefits. For example, prognosis may improve, but also as regards treatment, you have more effective treatment when you stop smoking. And we see that more and more nurses, health professionals come to these smoking cessation centers in order to be trained and in order to offer this opportunity to patients without stigmatizing them, without judging them. They want to be there to help them with all the available means. So, last messages, take-home messages. When we quit smoking, we become stronger in the fight against lung cancer. It's prevention, but also treatment. So, pharmaceutical treatment together with CBT may improve the chances of successfully quitting to smoke. It's never too late to stop smoking. It's one of the best things you can do for your health. And on this journey, nobody should be alone. Neither man nor woman. Thank you very much.
Τώρα εδώ την εισαγωγή θέλει να την κάνει...
I want Corina to make the introduction. Can somebody call Corina to introduce Mr. Katsula? Mr. Katsula is co-founder and media director of Catalytica and digital strategist of FairLife. So it would be good for Corina to introduce him. I don't know if I can say it as well as Corina does. All this discussion regarding the links of communication that we have been discussing by using the campaign and celebrities, we have different channels now. None of the traditional channels are effective. We have changed the way in which messages are conveyed. Am I saying this right, Corina? Yes, you are very good. Thank you. What I'd like to say is that for us, communication is very important. We want to address all Greeks, all Greek men and women, so that they know about awareness and prevention. But this is not possible without the use of professionals, the help of professionals who can run this communication. And I would like this honorary award together with the Global Lung Cancer Coalition, which is a very important coalition. So I'd like to give this award to Dimitris Katsioulas. We have been able to do what was impossible when it comes to communication. We have achieved the impossible, one might say. So here are the papers I have, and I'd like to answer the question.
So, the reality is that yes, people change, they move from one platform to the other. Moving around is very fast nowadays. Of course, platforms keep their impetus as regards specific age groups. But in order to communicate with others, be it FairLife or something else, we need to have a very good dissemination. It's not a message that fits all. We need to have different formats. Some watch video, others like photos, others like texts. So on the internet, it's difficult to implement things. We need more assets, that is. Now, first of all, I would like to thank FairLife for the invitation to present, also to talk to you in this conference representing Catalytica. I would like to thank Corina for our cooperation so far. So today, I shall focus on something we all know that there is out there, but it's difficult to see. It's the invisible digital pathways users follow when they try to find information on lung cancer and how they become more visible. They start navigating without a name, and then we hear their voice. It could be, I need help. For example, asking FairLine to come into contact with them because they need some assistance, or participation to a program which is very successful. In health and in lung cancer, digital traces are not simple metrics. We do not see users' clicks or views. Behind any visit on the site of FairLife, there is an entry, a person who might be afraid, looking for answers, or simply trying to help themselves, or a family member, a friend, a relative. Therefore, we shouldn't focus on figures. We just need to read traces as a message asking for help. And it's bridging the gap between I am alone to now I know where I have to go. So, let's see the 4 stages of this journey. Anonymous search, a very, very careful and hesitant approach to FairLife. Then interaction. We see users that come on the website, what they read, how often. Then we have the lead level. It's the first time we see the name of the user. They give us a name, their email, and the last stage is I need help. So this is a clear-cut declaration of I need help, I need some support. So the basic reality. We get these data from the web page of FairLife, January to September 2025. So what we see, and it's something through time. The first contact is almost always anonymous. People try to find, and they usually search late at night. Usually they have a mobile phone in their hand late at night. Why? Because they are alone, because there is fear, there is anxiety, stigma probably, stigmatization. They don't do it in front of others. Maybe they feel ashamed. So anonymity for us is not an obstacle. It is a stage. People start feeling safer. Then we see the demographics. The majority of the users entering the information sites of FairLife are mainly women, 45 to 64. Something else that made an impression on me. So this search, what do they search for? What kills lung cancer? These are the very words they use in Google as well. They see lung cancer as an enemy. What kills lung cancer? Then there are other types of searches having to do with life expectancy, symptoms, biomarkers, and many other things having to do with cancer. Diet as well. At the second stage, no longer anonymous, now there is some interaction. They have come into a first contact with FairLife, and they start interacting. Average time of stay on the website, the type of scanning, the type of PDFs downloaded, videos watched. What we frequently see is that users visit the same articles over and over again. So it's not just out of curiosity, they want to read it more than once to understand. And they come back at a later stage when they feel more ready to read and understand the content. Everything happens silently but steadily. Here we see that from 20-21% of frequent users, there are some pages that 60% of them read again and again. They read them twice, for example.
and we see the difference between new users and repeated users. They stay 2.5 times more. Next step. Things change a little bit. The lead stage. Click learn more about. That's the next step. They fill in a form. They register for a webinar, a one-day conference, or any other type of event. 3.5% of users of the site will give their particulars, not only once. They will come back again, filling in different forms to participate. 1 to 2, at least for this 9-month period of 2025. And now I think this is the most important point. Users feel free to ask for help. FairLife has won the user over. There is trust, and figures become individuals, persons. So they start online, then a certain percentage will fill in the form, another percentage will mean an appointment. We see many figures, but figures are people. It's not just that they read a piece of information. They took the step of asking for help. For example, in the support program, BREF, we see the interaction of each group of users, how direct, or rather, it's patients that ask for help, is it carers, or is it members of the family? And we see the delay, that is the time between the first contact till they participate in breath, for example. And here we see that it's mainly women that fill in a form, about 80%. This might mean a lot or maybe nothing. The reality is that we do not see the same as regards this part. When we get the symptoms, exams, in this case, men become less afraid. And what we see is a more direct response. There is no big time lag between the time of being informed about screening and the time of filling in the form. So we see the journey. It is a human journey. It's not a marketing funnel. Users that fill in a form for breath or screening have previously gone through 2 or 3 other informative pages. Definitely they have participated to an event and other actions and activities. So it's not a magic post out on the social media, a wonderful video or just a banner that would bring people in. We need to build trust through time, and this has been achieved by FairLife. This is the critical lesson for us all. Working in communication or in health or in society, the digital journey is an approach that will take some time. 3 conclusions. First, silent presence is only to be expected. It's the first stage. Secondly, the right kind of data indicates when somebody is ready to proceed from getting information to asking for help. We have to be there at the right point of time. And thirdly, communication is the bridge between prevention and holistic care. Digital traces become real life journeys. In this case, numbers are not the target. It's actually the impact of whatever we do in FairLife. Because at the end of the day, all anonymous clicks are people trying to breathe. And fortunately, FairLife is here. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much indeed. This was a very interesting approach, since we work on the internet every day, and these digital traces and the digital journey, when we ask for information, that's usually the first reaction of people when they want to learn something. Corina, and how about this data on the digital journey? Can they be combined with the stages of real life? Or the interval between the first time you want to learn something and the second time you come back? Do you see it in real life, not only on the internet? The internet is huge anyway. Now, I would give the floor to Mr. Kapatanakis, the president of the Hellenic Cancer Federation.
Δεν θα αγχωθώ από τώρα, λίγο αργότερα, προς το τέλος συνήθως γίνεται αυτό. Να ευχαριστήσω λοιπόν και εγώ για την τιμή αυτή να είμαι και σε αυτό το τραπέζι.
So I'd like to thank you for the honor to invite me to participate in this roundtable. And we'll have this roundtable on research and innovation. We saw that lung cancer is a disease that presents huge social and financial challenges, but in the past few years we've seen impressive progress from immunotherapy to vaccinations, digital tools, artificial intelligence. So today we are going to attend a series of presentations on the recent achievements, the digital tools, and the reality of the research community. Our aim is not only to present progress, but also to identify what's missing in order for patients to gain access to innovation. So then we'll have a panel for with the participation of members from the state, the academia, etc. So without further ado, since we have no much time, we'll have, yes, another change in the program. I then call upon Miss Amanda Psiri, who is a professor of oncology in the university, and she will give us the clinical and translational research in Greece today. Miss Psiri, you have the floor.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Καπετανάκη. Θα ήθελα...
So thank you, Mr. Kapetanakis. I'd like to thank Corina. This conference coincides with 5 years of FairLife, 5 years of dedication, devotion, inspiration, target setting for the information and supports of cancer patients and their carers. I'd like to congratulate her for this excellent action that is a source of inspiration and has a global impact. I'll speak about the clinical and translational research in Greece. The prospects, I don't know how to change the slides. There's no conflict of interest. So what is the current state of affairs in Greece? Well, there are powerful research islets that produce and generate significant work. and papers that are published in international journals, highly acclaimed. There is a continuous increase in the participation in international clinical trials. Greece has a significant presence in these trials. And it also participates with a high number of patients. We see an enhancement of the biotechnology ecosystem. This is somehow limited, but we also see infrastructure, and there is heterogeneity in infrastructure. What are the main challenges and what are the obstacles that we need to overcome to increase our success in research? So, with regard to clinical trials, where we participate, we have a significant accrual from the point of view of patients. We have trials where our center is ranking first globally. Outranking centers such as the Memorial Sloan catering a number of patients. However, the procedures are time-devouring. So we do have heavy bureaucratic procedures. We have partial digitalization. Red tape is quite complicated, and this is in general an environment which is not the most friendly to pharma industries and companies. So phase 1 trials, these are trials for patients who have no other therapeutic options, which are really significant. If one bears in mind that we have patients who are in a good clinical condition, we have no medication to suggest to them, and they could be incorporated in such phase 1 trials. However, we don't have enough such trials in Greece. So it's a concern. Why should such pharma companies have to go to Belgium or to other countries to organize such phase 1 trials rather than staying in Greece? Of course, there are financial impediments. There is an underfinancing of public research. There are no stable mechanisms for financing. Research staff is underpaid. Many times we are approached by distinguished researchers from abroad. However, salaries here are not attractive. If one takes into account that in Germany researchers are well paid, whereas here in Greece we have very poor pays, this is yet another impediment for brain gain. As a result, we have a brain drain of scientists abroad and what we call physician scientists, clinician scientists, excuse me. We started having physician scientists some years ago. We have doctors who are responsible for translational research. They study certain markers, some certain indices, etc. Such positions for clinician scientists are valuable, but this model has not been greatly developed. For instance, we have young oncologists who have had training in Yale, and they ought to have special time to be free to be engaged into their trials and limit the time that they have to see patients. This is not always feasible, and at least we cannot reach the levels that this phenomenon exists in abroad. We need to adopt it. There is no culture for intersectional and interdepartmental cooperation. We do have departments that are of a similar subject. However, this networking is limited. Limited access to biobanks and omics. Biobanks play a significant role, and they are very helpful in the achievement of our scientific goals. The Prime Minister said that he would like to see biobanks created. We have applied for the creation of biobanks because when we have a biobank, the digitalization of data and the AI, we can further strengthen the productivity of trials. So there is lack of national platforms of health data, and there is an inconsistent quality control amongst the centers. We need to have a homogenized and consistent quality control for our partners. With regards to European funding, there's the Horizon program, ERC, U4 Health, collaborative consortia with international centers of excellence. In ECPA, in the Kapodistrian University, we do have quite a lot of researchers. We are principal investigators in such programs such as Horizon, but we could further increase our participation. The emergence of precision medicine is an important initiative towards the correct direction. There is the National Network for Molecular Oncology, development of biomarkers, NGS-based diagnostics in Attikon hospitals. We have state-of-the-art technology vis-a-vis NGS equipment, and we are able to have molecular identification of tumors and have molecular tumor boards, and this is where we got an important discovery from. Vis-a-vis tumors with genetic profiles such as the one of the salivary glands, where we found out that BRCA mutated patients have a predisposition to salivary glands tumors. This was something revolutionary. Also digital technology and real-time data. There are some powerful research groups and centers internationally acknowledged, such as the Mogros Foundation for Research and Technology, TEKETA, the labs and clinical departments of the schools of medicine, with papers in journals such as Nature, the oncology group and with its paper in the New England Journal of Medicine, and of course the development of spin-offs and startups of biotechnology. At the university, we have created the symbiosis, which connects researchers and new inventions and discoveries with startups. Clinical trials. There is a great interest manifested by the pharma industry. Greece is shown to be a cost-effective country for the conduct of such trials. We do have the possibility to have a quick show-up of patients. There are certain strategies to enhance this ecosystem. We need to have institutional reforms, acceleration of approvals, the unification of the code of conduct boards, the creation of national biobanks with common SOPs, central platforms for omics analysis. Human resources in our country are excellent. Throughout the planet, we see Greeks who excel. We need to create incentives for their return, have competitive pay and the adequate conditions for them to return, to have programs of clinician scientist tracks, fellowships, and some MD and PhD programs in order to create the new clinician scientists. In the States, there was a program for clinical oncology where the PhD was incorporated, and instead of it running for over 4 years, so 5 years, there were other programs that could provide for both degrees and within 5 years' time. This would create a pool of young researchers with this profile that would strengthen research in our country. We need to enhance participation in global networks, further strengthen our cooperation between industry and academia, and we should also have established the Centers of Excellence in Translational Medicine. There are certain success stories, national oncology clinical trials, technologies of AI to analyze imaging, spin-offs on biomarkers. This is a study in the New England Journal of Medicine. We have a study from Klinakis' lab. We have published in cooperation with Yale. There are groups that have done AI, they have prepared the AI algorithms. We have Greek startups, successful ones. For instance, under Professor Lianidou on liquid biopsy assays, targeted treatment. So I will conclude the vision for the next decade. We need to become a regional hub for clinical research in Southeastern Europe. We need to have an integrated ecosystem with academia, hospitals, industry, customized medicine available throughout the whole NHS, and transfer of innovation from bench to bedside on real time. Therefore, we have a stronger scientific basis, but what we need is institutional and structural reform. The prospects are excellent, in particular in precision medicine with clinical trials and biotechnology, but with targeted investments, our country can become an international hub for translational research.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Psiri. Sorry, I dropped something. So I'd like to thank Mrs. Psiri for a wonderful presentation. Now let us invite Mr. Michalis Liondos, Medical Oncology, Assistant Professor of Therapeutics Oncology, Therapeutics Clinic, NKUA. The title is Clinical Trials, Myths and Facts. Mr. Liondos, you have the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will talk about a very interesting subject, and it's close to my heart because I've been dealing at the center with clinical trials. The truth of the matter is that as doctors, we consider clinical trials as an opportunity for patients. But this is not something that everybody realizes. So Western medicine is based on facts. It's evidence-based. And this is why in the last decades we have decided that the best way to decide that a new drug or a new diagnostic device or a new method is effective only when we have the evidence that this is the case. Of course, for the wider public, this is not always known. Many people are influenced by other factors, by their personal opinion, and populism is much easier to be accepted. It can be accepted more easily than evidence-based medicine. So it's important for us to convey all this data to the general public. And when we say clinical trials, we think of a medicine, a drug that we're trying to prove is efficacious. But the benefit is not just having new drugs or new combinations of drugs. Of course, drugs are important. And we have clinical trials that where we have to prove safety or approval of the drug and monitoring the efficacy of the drug after authorization thereof, but they're less interventional. cases where we try to highlight new biomarkers in relation to our drugs in order to better understand the efficacy of our drugs on certain populations. And there are also non-interventional clinical trials in Greece, registering the practice, how we can improve our practice, what conclusion we can draw in order to help us introduce new practices or new drugs for the population in order for us to be more efficient in our work. So when we're talking about clinical trials, we need to have all this in mind. And Mrs. Psiri talked about this a bit earlier, but let me tell you what my opinion is, why I consider clinical trials to be useful. In Western medicine, it is the most accurate and most precise scientific way to prove the efficacy and safety of a new therapeutic regimen or a diagnostic method, to show that the treatment is doing what it has promised to do. It's the way in which we can help our patients get access to new innovative treatments, people who have no options, or even patients who have other options, but we have a new promising drug. And many, I can mention cases of patients who participated in a clinical trial and that changed their lives forever. Drugs that would not have been accessible otherwise. And this has a financial impact. Clinical trial treatment does not have any cost for the patient. Everything is provided free of charge, and it's also good for the insurance fund. So it is very good. It is proven that patients participating in clinical trials live longer than others who have not participated in clinical trials. This is thanks to access to new drugs, but also because the quality of care provided in a clinical trial, because of the constant checks by regulators, is the best possible. Of course, we have an increase in connection between the scientists of Greece to international investigators. This allows us to access more knowledge, to have better hospital care. The country is promoted further, and then we're able to connect with broader networks. We can have best practices, and we create a specialized personnel in Greece, which can then help the patients even further. And of course, the financial benefits are obvious from the investment conducted in Greece, because we have investments from abroad. And let's talk about the myths that we want to debunk. The one myth is that clinical trials are an experiment. Yes, they are an experiment. But what is an experiment? It's a process by which we try to prove a theory, a scientific theory. It's not an experiment that may risk the life of a patient. It's a scientific experiment, and we try to ensure the efficacy and the cost effectiveness. It doesn't mean that everybody will benefit, everybody participating in the trial. So everybody will benefit, but not to the same extent. Of course, we know that, of course, the important thing is that in all clinical trials, we have controls. And this is the established, if you like, treatment that would have been given to the patients otherwise. So all the guidelines are also taken into account, all the guidelines by the international regulators. So safety of patients in clinical trials is top priority. And in the design of these clinical trials, we have patients advocate groups. This actually ensures that everything will be to the benefit of the participating patients. Now, another myth, personal data are not protected. That is not true. Everything is anonymized. All the data are transferred using specific procedures, so you cannot identify the participating patient. The clinical data, epidemiological data, molecular data, imaging data are fully guaranteed, and there are strict rules that we abide by. Another myth, that patients are not sufficiently informed. That is not true. The truth is that in order for somebody to be a member of a clinical member, the patients must be informed of their therapeutic options, their treatment options. So the clinical trial is one of these, and this is something that the patient must be fully aware of. They must also know the possible side effects of the new drug in the clinical trial, the procedures governing the clinical trial, and in order for somebody to participate, they have to sign the informed consent document. And on the other hand, we must have assured our patient that from the moment they sign doesn't mean that they have to stay in the trial. They can constantly evaluate what's happening and may leave, may withdraw their consent at any point in time. And they must know that this will not have any effect on the clinical care provided. So we want people to feel safe. We want them to understand that the clinical trial is possibly the best option they have. So another myth, clinical studies or clinical trials are exclusively for the profit of the pharma industry. That is not true. Of course, they're interested in making a profit, but every new drug that is developed costs billions of euros. So it's difficult for new drugs to be manufactured outside the pharma industry. So, and also clinical trials are designed by doctors. So there is the help of the pharma industry, but the regulatory authorities have got specific rules to protect the investigators and everybody involved, most of all the patients. Everything is done in an ethical way. Another myth, clinical trials clinical trials are designed by doctors and advice is provided by the best doctors per specialty in order for the eligibility criteria to be concluded and for the endpoints to be determined. So of course cost may be achieved by pharma in the long run, but it's not the primary reason for conducting a clinical trial. So Mrs. Psiri talked about the position of Greece in the clinical trials. It's 15 among the EU 27. So that's relatively low compared to other countries which have a similar population. But Greece is a very competitive country for clinical trials. Why? Because we have low cost for clinical trials to be conducted, high quality, and this is something we see every day compared to other centers, meaning we participate in multi-center studies and we have very good and reliable staff. What we need is to further promote clinical trials. And of course, there are procedures that are underway by the state. For example, we have clinical trial centers being established in hospitals, but the most important thing is to have this linkage between the oncology centers and the general hospitals so that we can have an immediate referral of patients so that people can have the chance to participate in clinical trials. And we need to have more early stage, meaning phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials in Greece so that we can fully benefit from the development of all stages of clinical trials in Greece and thus provide more opportunities to our patients. I will conclude by saying that clinical trials are important. They're one of the tools available to combat cancer. Of course, the important thing is established care, standard of care, but we know that clinical trials are important. It's important for us to offer this option to our patients, but also to provide palliative care. Palliative care is not also faring well in Greece. It needs to be further developed. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε.
Thank you, Mr. Liondos. Your help is great. So I will ask our next speaker, Mr. Nikos Koufos, to come up. He is the Scientific Director of Bronchoscopy and Interventional Pulmonology Unit, Metropolitan Hospital of Athens. You have the floor.
Δεν πειράζει. Γεια σας, καλό μεσημέρι. Ευχαριστώ θερμά για την πρόσκληση.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. And I would like to thank all of you for doing your bit for prevention and early diagnosis of lung cancer. In the next couple of minutes, I will just try to give you a taste of a very specialized issue, which is very modern and exciting for all of us who work in the field. So before getting to this stage, having this kind of individual talking to you, let me show you where we are as regards AI and how AI is applied in a comprehensive, holistic approach to lung cancer. By way of introduction, one might say that the AI systems have three categories. First, the computer-aided diagnostics. These systems can make full use of information in 2 or 3 dimensions. For example, the maps, the Google Maps you use when you try to reach your destination. So we use similar maps. For example, when we try to get to the periphery of the lung. We also have the computer-aided engineering, the CAEs. This is a different, more sophisticated type. They have to do with haptics, robotic surgery, for example. Without using your touch feeling, you can actually intervene with the use of technology, even from a distance. And then we have the deep neural networks, which are the deepest part of AI and a particular development lately. Mrs. Psiri just mentioned that we try to set up prognostic models of immunotherapy response. Just imagine that all around the world right now, great efforts are being made to feed deep neural networks with information to get diagnostic models. These are very high mathematic models that after a while train themselves. And fantasy now, we don't really know how they do it. And this is where we could set the alarm off, because we don't know how things will go from here. Now, coming back to medicine and prevention in specific, we have many systems we use, especially in neurology and neurosurgery. And you understand why, because the brain is a very complicated system and we need more help. But after brain comes chest and the lung. Breast comes third. So all these systems help you quantify, identify, or characterize lesions in a timely fashion to tell you move closer or do not go that close. So this has to do with early detection and then treatment. A case in point is this system. The video was supposed to start by itself. Could you please activate it? So it's a system, let's say an imaging system. We get the CT. On the left is the traditional CT with the vessels, parenchyma, and some nodular lesions. With the use of AI, we do away with noise and we isolate lesions. Lesions can thus be better identified, their size, their dimensions. Very useful pieces of information. Those involved in lung cancer can better understand what I mean on the medical point level. So these systems can increase our diagnostic precision by up to 6.5 times. This is good for prognosis, but it also reduces unnecessary medical procedures. It's not just theory, there is also practical implementation. These things are in constant development. And of course, there are very specific barriers having to do with application, utilizing human resources. We cannot develop technologies to the detriment of man. They could help us in better triage, but also the legal and ethical issues. Who will sign? Who is responsible? Will you let the machine do something for you? So these are very important issues that are constantly discussed in AI systems in oncology. We also have computer-aided diagnostic systems. That's the first category, and they're always used in endoscopy, for example, the GI tract. And we try fast. For the less experienced doctor, we try to help this doctor not to avoid missing a lesion. So this is very important because it reduces heterogeneity in medical care, which is very important. Nikos has 90% success, but Kostas has 30% success in surgery. This has to be smoothed out. If we see these similar bronchoscopy imaging, checking whether you have reached the right point, because our bronchi are very, very difficult. They look similar. You didn't go to the 10th point on the right, not this subcategory. Go back, check. These are important. And we use these systems for the peripheral parts of the lung. We have the virtual bronchoscopy. We use the CT, we upload it with a specific software guiding us where we have to go. And the endoscopic image you get could be seen by the system, and the system could tell you turn left or turn right. These systems have been there for some years, and they always develop. And there are also systems. These are our efforts in Metropolitan. In orange, you see the lesion, and with AI, you get a 3D lesion where you are to make sure that your tool is in the lesion and your biopsy material is the right one. In the periphery of the lung, this is very important. Now, a new tool, a new piece of equipment, we still don't have it in Greece. It's robotic bronchoscopy. It's like robotic surgery. It's computer-aided engineering. So robotic bronchoscopy, robotics are used to go to the most extreme and external parts of the lung. So this is important for training young doctors. We have new simulators with AI to teach these technologies to young doctors with a reduced learning curve. Are we in the future? I don't know if we are in the future, but we have entered an era which is really thrilling and will offer new technologies to deal with lung cancer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Κουφό.
We warmly thank Mr. Koufos. He introduced us to another era that is here and is here to make progress. But we'll move on now to Miss Elena Linardo, who is going to talk to us about cancer vaccines in lung cancer. She's a medical oncologist at the 4th Oncology Department of Metropolitan Hospital, president of the Scientific Committee of HICOG, and founding member and member of Advisory Committee of FairLife. Ms. Linardo, you had to speak before Mr. Linos, but well, we changed the order. Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Now, in this round table on research and innovation, vaccines couldn't be missing. So thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce you to the concept of vaccines in cancer, which is not a novelty at all. So we obviously know that vaccines save lives in general. They have saved countless lives in the last generations. and of course they keep on doing that. So it would be impossible not to think of using that same rationale to deal with cancer. Of course, cancer vaccines is a concept that's been investigated for the past 40 years, and it is based on the effort to activate our immune system in order for it to be able to detect and attack cancer cells. So this is some other form of immune therapy, and all vaccination strategies, be them on infectious diseases or cancer, in fact follow the same rationale. They train and educate the immune system, providing stimuli and setting targets that the system needs to learn and identify, and as soon as it is re-exposed to these targets, the immune system will be able to attack and destroy the virus, the bacterium, or the cancer cell. So it's the exact same concept. What kind of vaccines are there for cancer today? Are there approved vaccines? Yes, well, we have prophylactic vaccines. There's this great category, big category of vaccines. In the same concept as the vaccines, we try to preempt the manifestation of cancer. You are familiar with hepatitis vaccines and the HPV vaccines regarding the prevention of uterine cancer, cervix cancer. There is also research vis-à-vis lung cancer and vaccines. This is a research program that was initiated by the University of Oxford, the LungVax, and there are others regarding the ovarian cancer. But in this specific case, we have vaccines for the prevention of non-small cell lung cancer. However, the big discussion nowadays is not about prophylactic vaccines, but rather therapeutic vaccines. So if we can follow that same logic of vaccination to deal with an already existing cancer. So if we can use vaccines as some form of immune therapy, we set the target, we train the immune system, and then it develops a large immune response against that existing cancer. Nowadays, there are many different technologies. And if one tries to do some research on vaccines, we think that this is a novel issue, but it's not. There's huge research behind it. We have peptide vaccines that in fact transfer a small part of a cancer protein. We have cell vaccines transferring entire or modified cancer cells, mRNA vaccines, DNA, protein vaccines, dendrite cells vaccines, or even viral virus vaccines carrying modified viruses for the antigens. So all these are already applied. There are certain, such as the dendrite vaccine regarding prostate cancer. It's been approved. It takes too much time to prepare it. It's particularly expensive. It's not broadly used, unfortunately. However, there is great growth and development and many studies nowadays, particularly on peptide vaccines in lung cancer, as well as on mRNA vaccines. You may definitely have heard in the news stories on patients who participate in the first mRNA vaccine studies. The first one was in Milan. The results are really encouraging. We are talking about an mRNA vaccine that in combination with immunotherapy, it seems to be much better as one therapeutic strategy as compared to immunotherapy on its own in patients with melanoma. Now, what about lung cancer? Currently in our country, and I think that what Mr. Lyondo says is really important, it is important for us to know how many of us here who are people involved in treating the disease know that as we speak there are studies and trials in the country in many different centers, and not only in Athens, with peptide vaccines pertaining to metastatic disease and mRNA vaccines for early disease. It is a pity to have so many good trials who find it difficult to come to the country not to be known and not to be utilized. It's a pity for us not to be able to find ways to allow our patients to have access to innovation. So how do mRNA vaccines work? Well, remember what we learned during the COVID pandemic. We had learned how mRNA vaccines work. In fact, mRNA is small parts of genetic code, and this transfers an instruction. It delivers instructions. So the vaccine does not introduce anything to the patient, but a genetic instruction in order for the protein to be produced and then have the immune response prepared by the antibodies. So what we get through the mRNA vaccine is something that is like an instruction, a part of an instruction. So following the exact same rationale for the mRNA vaccine, we had such a vaccine for cancer. So we identify the protein from the tumor, and we prepare in the lab the mRNA instruction, and then we have the vaccination, and then we have the response. This is the logic behind it. Let me tell you what is currently available. So we have the off-the-shelf mRNA vaccines. The first one is the one by BioNTech. In fact, we found 6 common antigens that exist in many different lung cancers. We prepared the instruction for the mRNA, and this is what we administer as a vaccination. In fact, all patients take the same thing, these 6 common antigens, and this is the off-the-shelf mRNA vaccine. However, we also have the custom-made vaccine. This is the one that has been tested for melanoma, and as we speak, regarding early lung cancer, we have 2 trials ongoing in many different research centers in Greece, in contrast to what happens in other European countries. I mean, recently I visited France, and I was really impressed to find out that Greece is a pioneer in clinical trials, such clinical trials. You can find the locations and sites of clinical trials in clinicaltrials.gov.gr. So individualized and tailor-made vaccines actually take part of the tumor from this specific patient. We identify the sequencing of this specific patient. We identify up to 34 neoantigens present in this new patient in this tumor, and we prepare the specific vaccine. So if it's a patient who has been operated on for lung cancer and we find a residual disease, the patient has been administered pre-op treatment, which is the typical solution, and we find a residual disease. So from what the surgeon excises, we get to prepare the vaccine, and instead of administering only immunotherapy, we also add the vaccine, hoping that our patient will be free from relapse. So this is quite impressive. This is the first effort to bring together the tailor-made approaches in medicine. We have customized treatment. We have very quick development of the vaccine, because as soon as we get the sequencing, we can fix the the vaccine in a few days' time. So we can have multiple antigens included in the vaccine. Of course, there are many different challenges and difficulties, and we should never forget that if this is proven to be beneficial, there's the issue of the cost of reproduction and the benefit to us all. So I would like to conclude with this transparency, where I would place emphasis on the fact that for the near future we'll have the results of the therapeutic mRNA vaccines already. There have been announcements on the trials on melanoma. So next year we will have the first announcements on the lung cancer vaccines. And regarding the more distant future, we'll have the prophylactic vaccines. We had an excellent study, tracer study, which is ongoing since 2014 in the UK, where scientists such as Swanton, who is familiar to us, most of us, try to find the causes of lung cancer, how biology changes, and how we turn towards carcinogenesis, and they target these early incidents in order to prevent the cancer manifestation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Linardo. Very optimistic in her approach. We'll see more later on. Now let me invite Mr. Lukas Synodinos, who is from MSD. He's the Clinical Research Director, and he'll talk to us about the role of clinical trials in lung cancer care. You have the floor, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Mrs. Patelli and FairLife. It's a great honor. I will tell you about how pharma sees clinical trials. This session will give you the bigger picture, because we already heard from Mrs. Linardo and from other speakers as well. So we will talk about the opportunity that Greece has to offer more treatments to patients through clinical trials. So let us begin with the basics. So we know that clinical trials are the foundation of pharma. The R&D invests millions per year, and this is the case for all pharmaceuticals. Why? Because they want to discover new molecules, they want to design new protocols. So pharma companies are responsible for trial design and implementation and operational management. So they collaborate with doctors, of course. What cannot happen without the help of research centers? There's this continuous collaboration. This ensures ethical and regulatory compliance, because the environment of clinical trials is strictly regulated. So we're talking about sound clinical practice governing clinical trials, but we also have the regulatory compliance, local regulations, international regulations. So we're talking about phase 1 to 3 clinical trials that are under EMA and FDA. So we have this collaboration between pharma companies and the centers. So data analysis and data collection is also very important. And this leads to the submission to the regulatory authorities. And we also have post-market monitoring phase 4. This is using real-world data. And here we keep having data regarding the efficacy and safety of the drugs. Without clinical trials, this evolution over the decades, and I'm talking about the new treatments for lung cancer, would not have been possible. So we're talking about immunotherapy, we're talking about the keynote programs. They've changed the landscape, and this was very beneficial for the patients. So in the 2020s, we have personalized medicine, combinations of immunotherapy, targeted therapies and chemotherapy, as well as new biomarkers, liquid biopsy, and so on and so forth. So let me talk to you about the environment. It's regulated but very dynamic in nature as well. So the ecosystem, the biopharma clinical research ecosystem, has undergone a significant evolution in the last 5 years. It's affected by many things. Geopolitical conditions, the COVID pandemic, it also changed the way in which clinical trials are conducted, remote consent by patients. This was a need that arose from the pandemic. We saw the crisis in Ukraine, the situation in Israel. It changed the way in which the countries participating in clinical trials are selected. So all this has reshaped, if you like, the landscape of clinical trials. So it's a shifting landscape. So here we see a slowing down in clinical trial development programs. We know that the design is much more complex now compared to the past. We have an increased number of patients participating in clinical trials, but there's a bigger delay. And this, of course, has a big impact on treatment options and on the treatment that is approved and available for the patients. Now, in this very dynamic and shifting environment, Greece being a member of the EU, since 2023 we have the new EU regulation where there is a central approval, a central submission of all clinical trials conducted in the EU. So the EU CTR aims to harmonize and simplify multi-country clinical trial processes across Europe to boost competitiveness and to speed things up. So the results of the first 3 years of application are not that positive. There are some significant delays. And this is a reason why we need to change the approach slightly regarding the countries selected to participate in clinical trials. So CUV actually conducted a study. It was published a year ago. And here you see a preference and an increase in clinical trials in Asian countries as well as China, but also North America. And you see a drop in countries from the EU, not just Central and Northern Europe, but also Western Europe. See the results, look at the graph. See this drop in Western Europe is very high, and generally we see the situation being quite difficult to assess. What's happening? Look at the clinical trials landscape in Greece. It's very dynamic. We have excellent centers. We see that there is a slightly downward trend. We see that oncology has the reins, 32%. And here you can see oncology and non-small cell lung cancer. Well, here it is number 1. It has a lot of clinical trials taking place for that type of lung cancer. Now let's try to look at the bigger picture. EMA has done its review. It actually did some stock taking regarding EU CTR, the first 3 years of implementation, and it has launched now the ACT EU initiative, the main aim being to increase multinational clinical trials running in Europe. So the purpose is to increase them from 900 to 1,400 per annum within 5 years, and an emphasis is placed on accelerated patient recruitment. So 66% of clinical trials should start patient recruitment within 200 days, thus improving efficiency. Now, in order for all this to take place, there are some pilot projects that actually map the countries and their various algorithms which are being used, taking into account many parameters as to how dynamic a country is and how good it is, how eligible it is to participate in a clinical trial. There are many algorithms, different models are applied. One of them is based on the June 2024 survey. Greece is in 18th position, and the good thing is that it is among the countries that have not been fully utilized, meaning they have a lot of potential, they meet many of the parameters that have been put in place, ensuring high quality of the trial. And this is a key message that we should take home with us, meaning clinical trials are very promising when it comes to Greece. Pharma's role in enhancing competitiveness now. We need to bring together all the stakeholders, research centers, regulators, through SFAIR, for example, and all the other associations. So we need to streamline the process. And we want Greece and Europe, because we're talking about central authorization, so we have to be more attractive when it comes to clinical trials. So MSD in the last 10 years has an upward trend when it comes to studies. We see that we have over 1,200 patients that received treatment through these MSD trials. And in order for me to wrap up and to link what I said to the previous speakers, Mr. Liondos talked about the myth of not being able to find these clinical trials, and I'd like to answer Mrs. Linardo's question. Many of people ask us, where do we find these clinical trials? Where do we go? So everything is very transparent. Let's go to the National Organization for Medicine's site. Everything is uploaded there. We also have clinicaltrials.gov. This is from the US, from the National Library of Medicine. There you have all the clinical trials uploaded. EMA, European Medicines Agency. It has launched the EU clinical trials. It's a very user-friendly platform. And here you have a screenshot. You put lung cancer in Greece, and you see that there are 32 sites in Greece with such clinical trials. And it also tells you which centers are running these trials. So from MSD now, we are ready to launch this soon. It's one page. It says MSD Clinical Trials. This is the web page, and it uses the information from available platforms. And it also has a lot of additional information for the patients, frequently asked questions. This helps the discussion between the doctor and the patient, so that doctors and patients can talk about the options and whether the patient could participate in a clinical trial or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please stay here. And now we are having our discussion. I would like to ask Mr. Sapounas, President of EOF, the National Organization for Medicines, to come up. Mr. Karathanos, Special Advisor on Pharmaceutical Policy to the Ministry of Health, Mrs. Michalopoulou and Associates, FairLife Advisory Committee. Mr. Michalis Chimonas, General Manager of the Hellenic Association of Pharmaceutical Companies of Greece, Mrs. Adriani Harpidou, Associate Professor at the School of Medicine from the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, Head of the Clinical Trials Bureau, Third Department of Internal Medicine and Laboratory NKUA, Soteria General Hospital. And we have Mr. Synodinos with us and Mrs. Linardo. So let's take our seats. We will have the opportunity to take the floor just for some comments. We are running late, so I would like to say that we have had wonderful presentations leading to this discussion. The basic question is, what is the greatest obstacle today for Greece impeding access of patients to studies? I don't mean to say that our level is not fine, but we need to improve it. And what is it that we need more? Technology, institutional changes, whatever. Now, let me start with Mr. Sapounas. You are the president of the National Organization of Medicines, and EOF has announced improvement in the necessary time to get approval for a pharmaceutical trial. Could you tell us more about it? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. Am I to answer as a representative of EOF or the government at large and all governmental bodies? Start from your capacity in EOF. EOF gets the file, and we have the Directorate of Clinical Trials, and then we have the Ethics Committee, which is a committee that has zero backlog right now. Everything is examined within 2 weeks. So we're doing fine, and we are at a very nice point. But now, we're going to give more administrative staff to the committee, because we see that the whole ecosystem changes, and from the European Union there will be increased requirements. So we will accept more volumes. We have to be ready for the next day. As mentioned before by many and Mr. Synodinos, and your figures do not coincide with mine. Yes, figures are always an issue. Yes, and I know why, I have a view on this. Because the number of clinical trials is dynamic. You have applications under examination. You have rejected, completed. You do not have a static figure to compare. You can only compare the number of applications. 216 for this year. So it seems that in 2025 we're going to have more applications in comparison to last year. And the number of approved cases is larger, because we have applications from the previous years, 22, 23, and since there were some corrections of the file, so they are approved this year. And this year is a record year, 535. We had 200 something in the previous year. So indeed, the environment is changing. We have IT systems, we have transparency. We know that there are still some issues. And for example, data are in PDF. Sometimes they cannot be worked with. So we hope that in February we'll have our own registry of clinical trials. It is part of the project of our digital upgrading through RRF. Anyway, this is going to be delivered, and we will have data that could be elaborated about the clinical trials. So digitization is an issue to be ready for the day after. And we hope that we will have more trials in the future. We enhance the Directorate of Clinical Trials, but also the Ethics Committee, because now we know that the requirements from all member states will become higher, and I think it will be about 12% more. And then the regulatory framework our minister signed the ministerial decision last week. We were all waiting for this decision. And the Ministry of Health is very, very aware as to the issue of clinical trials. And he has done his best to move on from the regulatory and legal point of view. A brief comment. These were trials phase 1 to 3. And it's actually the type of dashboards we use. These were trials approved, but the environment is dynamic. Studies and trials start and they might not be approved. So this is why I said that the situation has stayed the same, and it's trials phase 1 to 3. A brief presentation. Yes, please come up. Mr. Karathanos.
Τα slides τα έχουμε. Λοιπόν, καταρχήν θέλω να ευχαριστήσω τη FairLife.
First of all, I would like to thank FairLife and Mrs. Patelli for their invitation. This is my first. Thank you very much. And since I'm responsible for the policies in drugs, and we are very, very well aware because we cooperate with EOF and the negotiations committee, because there is this committee for previous agreements before importing the drugs to Greece. So I'm going to talk about research and innovation. Let's see whether we have what we ask for, research and innovation. So research and innovation, in my view, we have drugs in our hands for lung cancer and cancer patients in general. So research and innovation are not a luxury. They're a mechanism allowing for the transition from reacting to preventing, in order to have a complete management of the cases. So research and innovation play an important role not only in public health but also in the economy of the country. We used to lag behind, but now we have done more under Minister Plevris. In 2022, new legislation was passed, and we have greatly managed, improved the management of trials in order to evaluate applications fast. Let's see what is a novel drug, because there's many new drugs and expensive drugs, but are they really novel? Are they innovative? So novelty means that there should be a medical need that was not met or partially met. And this new drug has to offer measurable benefit in comparison with other choices. A similar product is not innovative. Therefore, within the European framework, assessing the clinical value of new treatments is done through a joint clinical assessment with single interstate efficacy evaluations and safety evaluations. This procedure allows member states to be based on common European opinions in order to have a better documented and faster access to new therapies with real clinical benefit. Now let's see some studies on novel drugs. Our experience from various European countries indicates that assessing the clinical value of new treatments could be objective. For example, we have France and Germany. Let's have a look at two studies. In France, the ASMR for new drugs based on the clinical benefit. Out of the 445 drugs evaluated in the last 5 years, 40% didn't offer essential additional benefit. Only 5% was deemed to do so. With a similar system in Germany, they have 4 categories. 76% no proven additional benefit, and only 7% was considered to offer real new benefit. So real innovation is rare and valuable, and it has to be evaluated on the basis of documented criteria. Now let's see our continuous interventions to improve the system. In the efforts made by the Ministry and the State at large, enhancing R&D is a strategic investment through support in clinical trials and funds from the Innovation Fund, which will start its operation in the next year with 50 million, but it will go up to 100 or even 150 million for new drugs that are really innovative and very helpful. At the same time, there is closer link between science and business. We enhance pharma industry and creating new jobs. At the same time, there is more public and private investment enhancing the position of Greece in Southeastern Europe. We had the pilot Global, for example. Many pharma companies, mainly Greek pharma companies, created R&D systems, and Demo indeed created an R&D center for new active agents that are very, very useful because we can no longer import them from China or India. So I mentioned enhancing clinical studies. Let's see the tools we have to modernize the system. Part of our innovation policy is not to limit ourselves to drugs. We want to modernize the whole health system. You see what's happening in our health system? Reconstruction of new emergency units, renovation of health centers and additional staff there. So there is an effort to support all these activities to modernize our national health system. The objective is to offer better experience to patients and everybody involved. One of the basic steps is to develop and implement the electronic health file. Till the end of this year, we will be ready, and we run some pilots in the first semester of 2026. So the whole system will be fully operational from July 2026. Everybody will be connected, health centers, doctors, hospitals, to get data across board. So the e-health file will give us the possibility to register medical data for all citizens. At the same time, we extend patients' registries, monitoring chronic diseases in order to assist us in policy making and research. We place emphasis on prevention with digital tools and targeted screening activities, allowing for timely intervention. Moreover, services such as distribution of drugs at home help access of citizens, in particular the vulnerable groups of the population. there will be continuity in treatment and improvement of their daily lives. With all these activities, we build a health system treating citizens holistically based on quality, accessibility, and modern digital approaches. Finally, I would like to stress that our activities go on because we want to constantly modernize the system and further support the Greek pharma industry and enhancing the viability of the system. The future of health is built every day with synergies, strategic choices, and investing in innovation. Our country is willing to play the leading role in the future. Thank you very much for the invitation and your patience. Thank you.
Για την παρουσίαση, να δούμε λίγο μια νομική προσέγγιση.
Thank you. Let's see a legal approach on such issues. Now, Ms. Vassilapoulou, what are the main challenges that need to be tackled regarding the broader implementation of ecocerts and such tools? Now, we talked about AI earlier, and how should the regulatory environment develop in case of AI use in the selection of patients to participate in clinical trials? Thank you for the invitation. I think that the main idea of this panel is AI. AI that governs everything in health and plays a decisive part in clinical trials, as was mentioned by Ms. Linardo earlier, where we are led is to the tailor-made medicine, custom-made medicine, and this cannot affect only this, but also the way we reach this new era. So in the 25 years I have served health, I can say that in the last 10 years we have been drowned by a huge number of new laws on health in Europe. Of course, this effort aims at protecting patients. Speaking about Europe, this means that this kind of legislation is not introduced in the same way. It doesn't only have the form of regulation, but also directives. So what we have seen in clinical trials is that there are huge discrepancies amongst the member states in the way they apply different aspects of clinical trials. There is, for instance, discrepancy as to the management of communication and advertising. Greece, in its efforts to protect patients, stands against such initiatives. So from the regulatory point of view, I think that such initiatives need to be undertaken in order to become more modernized. Regarding AI and this multiplicity of laws, only recently, it was announced only last week, there was an initiative by the European Commission. They started from the digital omnibus, which is targeted to simplify legislation, and then we have the Biomed Act, etc. We'll see how this will help us with innovation, because the motto is that too much regulation is harmful for innovation. So this effort is ongoing. Regarding protection of patients' rights, and artificial intelligence, the processing of this large volume of data. We need to have certain safeguards and guarantees. Well, there's the opt-in, opt-out discussion in Europe. Following the issuance of the AI Act and the code that needs to be implemented, there are countries such as Switzerland, where recently, only in September, decided to opt out. They didn't decide to opt in. We'll see where Europe lies, somewhere in the middle maybe, opt out under specific circumstances. So the issue of legislation is important, but this needs to be done at the right doses. A balance needs to be stricken because this whole effort aims at achieving development, and we cannot place obstacles to development. In my view, there are two different trends. We have a huge technological development and evolution that pertains to health. The EU health data space is the epitome of the European solidarity, in particular regarding the secondary use. It is really important that Greece, by the end of the year, as Mr. Karathano said, is going to deliver the e-file for primary use. The secondary use, that is the use of data that have been provided for a different purpose, this to me is what is particularly innovative. Well, what remains to be seen is how this whole processing will be done and how all this information and these tools will be used to the benefit of patients in order to protect patients, but without them becoming an impediment. I don't know if I've helped. Thank you very much. I don't think that it's that simple. It is something which is ongoing, and this is how we should approach it in order to be able to operate in parallel with the European environment. Now, Mr. Himonas, I think that the Greek Pharma Association has said many a times that in Greece we might reach even up to 1 billion of investments in systemic trials. So what should be the changes needed to get there? Thank you for the invitation. I'll answer the question. There is a bucket in Europe for clinical trials, 47 billion. If Greece were to get 2% that corresponded to it, we would be talking about 500 million. Nowadays, we stand somewhere at 100 million per year. So we are doing well in Europe, but it's the comparator that counts. So we need to move on towards 500 million. The second thing is that in Greece we have still failed to understand that the clinical trials game is a very competitive one. Foreign companies, because they are responsible for clinical trials, on average spend 1.5 to 2 billion years, and the probabilities of finding a successful medicine are quite low. So for a foreign company that wants to have clinical trials, there are many different options. They don't need to ask Greece to receive them. Why is that? Because we still haven't appreciated enough the innovation, and we haven't understood that those who stand to win are the patients, not the companies. It's not just the MSD company, because MSD, for instance, can have such a study anywhere in Europe. So we haven't grasped that. A patient who on a gene therapy for cancer will mean that this will allow the state to have savings of 60 million. So you can understand how much beneficial it is. So this is why the incentives we gave through the investment clawback to get Greek clinical trials are falling behind other European countries' incentives. So this is a system where we're lagging behind. For instance, in 2020, in 2019, we had a new government. Adonis Georgiadis was the Minister for Development, and he enacted the clawback. And then clinical trials in 2020, where the first investment clawback was enacted, absorbed many millions. In the past few years, these numbers have dropped. Although more money are given, companies are indifferent. It doesn't work that way. And there are many different factors. It has to do with the absorption rates, the charges of parent companies. The parent company from New York to Athens, the money that they give to Attikon to have a clinical trial are not eligible. They cannot be used for clawback offsets. We had provided solutions to the minister, but they never were implemented. In clinical trials, we start at a low cost and then we rise. So the clinical trials at first have a very low cost. It's not much. And this incentive is only for clinical trials. So the incentives are wrong. We need to change the incentives. This is a serious game. It's an expensive game. And at the end of the day, we need to understand that this is the most direct FDI, the foreign direct investments. We're talking about dollars coming in to pay for investigators, for contributions, etc. 80% of that goes back to the state every year. If in a factory, well, we have an investment of 500 million, that's it. But if we invest here in 500 million, we would have a return on an annual basis. We have excellent doctors, excellent hospitals. I'm referring to the major hospitals, teaching hospitals. They have globally acknowledged doctors, and these are the people who we need to help. In general, that was my view. I believe that we haven't gotten where we should have gotten yet, and there's room for improvement for clinical trials. We need to change the mindsets of the state. We need to have the state embrace innovation. I am with the board of FPA, and I visit Brussels every month to discuss. I haven't seen that people think of Greece like that. In Greece, we have too high clawbacks. So when a CEO in a company is asked about Greece, what will the CEO answer? Well, listen up, you need to reduce this over-taxation because you're too expensive. You won't tell the country and the government to engage into clinical trials. This is not a priority for them. So to conclude, I'd like to say that geopolitically there have been changes. Ever since Trump took over, Europe needs to wake up. because Trump said, okay, you come back here to us, you'll have clinical trials here. China as well. In Europe, we have only 13% of the market share in clinical trials. And it is to the gain of the US and China, because there they find money, they find investors, the clinical trials are done quickly, they're cheap, and they have a high population. That's it. Thank you.
Πολύ ουσιαστική παρέμβαση.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Geopolitics. Well, we could dedicate an entire session, and we have to see how we can improve things for Europe. Mrs. Harpidou, I'd like to ask you a question. I'm pressed for time. People are looking at me, they're smiling, but it's not really a smile. They're just telling me to move on quickly. Clinical practice. What are the main obstacles that doctors find when trying to include patients in clinical trials? And we have patients complaining. They say they don't all have equal access. Mrs. Linardo actually talked about it earlier. She said, what about somebody living in rural areas or on an island? They don't have the same access, so there's no equitable access. And sometimes they lose work. They can't cover that cost. They also have to pay for accommodation when moving to a big city. So the main obstacle is lack of information. The rest is real, but you can overcome the other obstacles. Information provided to patients, meaning how useful it is to participate in clinical trials. This has slightly changed in the recent years. Patients come to us and they ask whether there are any clinical trials running in Greece. Something else that was mentioned in the session was the need to join forces, to have the doctors understanding the value of clinical trials, mainly for our patients. So the doctors should refer to large centers running clinical trials, because what is a clinical trial? It's all about innovative drugs. It talks about a better strategy. It's not just the drugs that are novel or innovative. The strategies change in favor of the patients. What is a clinical trial? And this is very important. It means that you need to train the health professionals, meaning those doctors participating in clinical trials have different training from the doctors working in a hospital. So the main obstacle is lack of information to all, to our patients, and this was talked about. Somebody talked about advertising. This is not advertising. It's awareness raising. It's information. So we need to understand this. Promoting a clinical trial is an integral part of fighting cancer, of combating cancer. And as far as the rest is concerned, the other things that you mentioned, the difficulty regarding access to a clinical trial, well, this can be overcome very easily. Most, if not all, clinical trials cover the transportation cost of patients. All clinical trials cover the testing, all the cost for the different tests. And the research and the standard of care drugs are covered 100% as well. So there are many benefits. They outweigh the disadvantages. Now, difficulty in executing the trials, the clinical trials. We're starting to overcome these teething problems. I think that Greek centers are very good, and we've actually proven it as to other countries. But lack of information, this is something we really need to work on at many levels, many different levels. Thank you. Very quickly, very briefly, I agree, and I fully endorse what was mentioned by the previous lady. That's what I meant. We need advertising. There are countries like Belgium which allow advertising of clinical trials. We do not allow that. We don't even allow information. There's information through the site of the Hellenic Medicines Organization. But we need to be more open-minded. We shouldn't just have this very stringent framework and thinking of only what is allowed by law in the EU. We need to know that there are a lot of things that are available, and it would be good. We have some information. I'd like to have it as well. Now, a couple of questions, and slowly we will end this panel discussion. This thing with vaccines, this is like the quintessence of personalized treatment in cancer. But how can this be applied in practice? I mean, by way of procedure, all these challenges that we are facing, how can we deal with these challenges? Are we close to winning the battle? Are we far from it? So I will actually add what I had to say about Mrs. Harpidou to my answer to your question. Vaccines, that's only part of innovation, a small part. We're at the level of clinical trials now, so we are studying these problems as well. When and if these vaccines are proven to be the next weapon in the fight against cancer, and not just lung cancer, then we must have predicted all the questions, meaning access, wide implementation, and so on and so forth. But as far as the theory goes, vaccines help solve many problems. So technology is flexible, it's agile, and it also has the possibility to solve all problems. So it's the future, and this is not in the far future. But in order for all this to happen, to materialize, and I'd like to add to what was previously mentioned, well, information, as Mrs. Harpidou said, is key. But we also need to invest in infrastructure, and this is something we haven't mentioned. We said that things are okay in Greece. But why are we okay? Because we run trials wherever we can. We don't have certified centers. We don't have dedicated spaces and staff for the clinical trials in the centers, and these are very equally important. The places where these clinical trials are held are totally improvised. That's the English terminology for it. So these are in the side of a corridor, some cupboard that we decided to put patients' medical records in, and so on and so forth. So we don't understand that clinical trials must be accessible, but they must take place at the right place. They can't be held anywhere and everywhere. There are excellent centers, but even these excellent centers must be audited. They must be certified. We must ensure continuity. We must staff these centers adequately, and we must have dedicated staff, not somebody who's doing his residency, who will be trained by Mrs. Harpidou, who will then add in his CV that he participated in clinical trials. No, you must dedicate your life. You must dedicate effort and time to clinical trials, and do only that, and do it well, and then send patients to Mrs. Harpidou, Mrs. Linardou, so that clinical trials can be properly run. In this way, we will become competitive, because this is a tough game, as you mentioned. It's extremely difficult, even for investigators. So together with pharma and together with the local groups, we try to bring clinical trials to Greece, and we work really hard. We go to all these big conferences trying to convince them about the fact that we can run clinical trials. So we want to have high quality clinical trials. We need infrastructure and we need certification. Certification is a word that we fear, but we need to be certified in order to make the next step forward.
Many of the things you mentioned are part of our new policies. "22 presidents of international associations came to see the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was there, the Minister Georgiadis was there, and Bourla of Pfizer said to the Prime Minister and the whole group that, gentlemen, in front of us we have a pharmaceutical renaissance. So it's a challenge for all countries, for Greece too, to become part of this renaissance. With AI, trials could run faster and in a less expensive way. So, Mr. Synodinos, you are last. So, if we had the choice to attract more trials as a country, what would this choice be? I'll be brief because we're running out of time. And from this wonderful panel, we gather that the key word is cooperation, stakeholders, pharma companies, doctors, patients. Cooperation is important to run a trial. This should happen on the level of the whole country now. I was glad to hear about this ministerial decision, which will be communicated soon. This is a very important development, and this will give further impetus. As for the rest, pharmaceutical companies are there to help in training, certification of centers. There are resources in pharmaceutical companies that maybe they're not there in public hospitals. So they can support always from a consultant's point of view. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think that Greece could become a center of research, new technologies and AI and data could help in this direction. And I believe in cooperation among all stakeholders and the state too. I have to say that the great steps have been taken. Ms. Vilviridi, you will have the chance to present these steps. So things are moving on. And let's finish on an optimistic tone. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Γιώργο, περιμένω στο επόμενο πάνελ.
So, George, I want you to come back and put pressure. So, change hats and come back and help us try to not overstep the time we have at our disposal. Let us, well, it's the usual suspects that wreak havoc. So the next session, diagnostic tools and dilemmas. So I'd like to invite Philippos Emanuelil, scientific supervisor of the Pulmonology Department of Mediterranean Hospital, to the podium. Please sit down. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to this excellent conference with distinguished speakers. All the subjects covered so far were very interesting. We're talking about research, we're talking about treatment, but before that, we also have another important part of oncology, that being diagnosis, but also staging, the staging of lung cancer. And that's why I'm here. I won't give you all the technical details. I don't want to tire you. I want to show you where we stand, because we're doing well regarding staging and diagnostic capacity with bronchoscopy, so least interventional methods, and we have interventional pulmonology that deals with the subject. Can you help me with the slides? The pointer doesn't seem to be working. Okay. So this pointer doesn't work. So the main problem is clinical in nature. So the techniques which we use are used because we have many forms of lung cancer. This is from the CHEST of 2013 guidelines. So we may have different forms of lung cancer and how it appears in the chest. So here you can see the mediastinum. We see that the tumor has infiltrated the mediastinum. In the second image, you see the atelectacy, which is localized. So part of the lung has a problem. In the third one here, we have enlarged lymph nodes. And in D, we have a peripheral lesion, which has not affected visibly the mediastinum. All these are clinical problems covered by clinical pulmonology. And how's this done? Using a combination of techniques. We have imaging techniques, but also biopsies in order for us to maximize the results and in order for us to have enough tissue specimens. So the first tool we use is linear EBUS. This is a bronchoscope which has been made to have an ultrasound head and a lumen through which we enter a needle, and then we take, if you like, under ultrasound guidance, a biopsy. This allows us to find lesions that are near or adjacent to the mediastinum, and it also helps us using specific methodology to perform the staging of the lymph nodes of the mediastinum in order for us to see the stage of the lung cancer. So in combination, we have our new techniques through which we take large tissue specimens, thus allowing oncologists to provide the appropriate treatment using special molecular techniques like cryobiopsy, which I will show you later on. And we have the possibility in the lab to see cytological specimens and to prove that the specimens are not just necrotic or blood, but they are real living cells that will allow us to place the diagnosis. So now let's move on to the periphery. We have new techniques which allow us to go to the edge of the lung using the radial EBUS and special apparatus which allows us, just like in a GPS, to see where we find. And I will show you virtual bronchoscopy, cone beam CT, and also the use of modern robotics, which are now used in diagnosis a lot. So according to the guidelines, while the guidelines stress, that we have to be well trained in staging of mediastinum using ultrasound. Why? Because by using the ultrasound bronchoscope, we are minimally invasive. We can go to all the lymph nodes near the mediastinum and not to use surgery for staging. So according to modern guidelines, we must use not surgery, but ultrasound. And there's a new challenge. The lymph nodes that we cannot access via the main bronchi and the trachea, we must be trained to approach them via the esophagus. So can you help me? We need to watch this video. So here you can see a video. This is the ultrasound bronchoscope. So we're guided by the ultrasound, and here you can see an infiltration of the lymph nodes, and when we are certain of the position, we place the needle, and that's how we take the biopsies. It is important for us to have a specific staging program. Here you can see from our training seminars all these diagrams which allow us to see which lymph nodes we need to approach and how, either via the trachea, as you can see on the left, or via the esophagus, which is on the right. In this way, we can have full identification of the extent of the disease. So apart from lymph nodes and the central lesions, we can also go to the left adrenal gland, which is a place where you have metastasis quite often when you have lung cancer, and it's difficult to establish the status. But now with the right training, this can be considered routine. Let me just give you an example. Here we see a lesion, which is in the right lung. And here you can see that it's hypermetabolic on PET, and it has one positive lymph node. With this protocol, which starts from the most remote areas, N3, we will start to the left and move towards the center, towards N2, and then N1. Everything using ultrasound guides. We carry out a paracentesis of what is larger than 5-6 millimeters. We don't only follow PET, and at the same time, we use ROSE for the rapid cytological evaluation. So it can show us very quickly which lymph nodes are positive and from which lymph nodes we have sufficient material in order for us to be able to have a quick staging in the lab. Here you have some studies. This has to do with the right adrenal gland. It has been included in our training. We're properly trained. It's quite difficult to identify on ultrasound. It's triangular in nature. And it's called the seagull's, if you like, position. So apart from the left adrenal gland, when we try to access the lung through the esophagus, we can access some paraesophageal lymph nodes, which are the only ones sometimes that appear positive on PET, but also other lesions which, as you can see, are very close to the esophagus. And via the esophagus, we can place a needle and find the material and then carry out the diagnosis. There is a need for us to have more and more tissue. Oncologists keep asking for more tissue because they do NGAs, because they do immunology, they prepare new vaccines, as you heard from the previous speakers. All this means bigger pieces, and sometimes the needle doesn't give us what we need. So we have a new technique where we use a cryocatheter, and it freezes with its edge, and by using it, as you can see from the video, we can quickly remove large pieces, as you can see on the slide, much bigger than what we simply get by using the needle. And we have been able to see that this is particularly helpful in diagnosis, not of lung cancer, but when we have rare tumors. It helps us with lymphomas. It helps us in other, if you like, tumors, as you can see, the SMARCA4, which is a difficult, if you like, mesenchyma tumor. The SMARCA4, it's an undifferentiated tumor, but now with the cryobiopsy, we have better results in these rare tumors. And not only that, we might have a case of a patient which has carried out a number of intravenous treatments, and the lymph nodes are dead, they're necrotic, there is very little residual disease, and we perform the restaging. So after the treatment, the oncologist asks, is the patient free of disease? Is there residual disease? Do I need to continue? Is the patient responding? Do I need more material for molecular screening? So we have this new method, cryobiopsy, which is very effective vis-a-vis the tumor in comparison to the needle we used to use. Now let's talk about radial EBUS. The more CTs we do, the more small lesions we will find in the periphery. It's very common for a smoker who smoked for over 30 years to do a CT scan and to have a peripheral lesion. So we use this catheter. As you can see, we have different parts. We can go to very distant parts of the lung. And thanks to this method, the radial EBUS, with the cryoprobes, we can actually get bigger biopsies. So what does this ultrasound look like? It shows the normal, if you like, lung, or a more compact, if you like, image. So we have a rotation of 360 meters. It creates the 360-degree rotating view. It shows us that we are real-time in the lesion to take the necessary biopsies. So how can we reach the lesion? We can use these methods. Virtual bronchoscopy, for example, where we do a CT scan and the software creates this virtual pathway, which you can see on the video. And this shows us exactly where we need to place our instruments in order to approach the lesion. So we also have more modern equipment like the cone beam CT, which in combination with the previous tools that I just described gives us these images. This is hybrid, if you like, radioscopy. So very small lesions can now be approached. Why? Because after doing the CT, which you see at the bottom left, then does the segmentation. It actually identifies them, detects them, and then we have a 3D display. And this is how we can take biopsies. Here you can see a biopsy real time. And this was done using software, but here we have a CT display. Of course, the setting is very complicated. Look at what needs to be done in the lab. We need to have a tool that stabilizes our bronchoscopes, because when we actually do the CT, we have to leave the room. We have to measure the tools very accurately because every millimeter counts. We have to have from the radial EBUS, we need to have the confirmation. And if you look at the last pictures on the left, you can also see the cryobiopsy, and this will give us the tissue for the diagnosis. So this modern, if you like, machinery, this gantry allows us to check our position from different angles and from different positions. Gantry in the neutral position, gantry in 60 degrees, gantry in 90 degrees. It allows us to ensure that our instruments are in the right position. So we check all angles in order to be sure of it. And this study and other studies show that when we combine everything, we have very good results. So the sensitivity is around 82% for lesions that are below 2 centimeters. This is a revolution. This is a breakthrough. It never happened in the past, but you need all the setting and you need general anesthesia. So this requires for the patient to be immobile, not to move. We need to control his breathing in order to carry out these sophisticated methods. And of course, the next step is almost here. It's around the corner. These are the endoluminal robotic systems. Here you can see the system, and the bronchoscope will not be held by a human being. Everything is done through this pad, which you can see on the right. And the arm controlling the bronchoscope is in the middle, where through the tracheal tube, we have this long tube inserted robotically. We have this virtual display with all the information I previously showed you, and you have 100% confirmation. The sensitivity is 90% in these systems, because this robotic bronchoscope can move in all directions. It is 100% stable, and it can go all the way to the periphery. So all this innovation is thanks to many organizations. We have the European Association for Bronchology and Interventional Pulmonology. We have the WABIP, the World Association for Bronchology and Interventional Pulmonology, ERS, the European Respiratory Society, which has a training program for this type of ultrasound. It's available in Athens, and we know that the University Clinic of Sotiria has this device. And of course, all this is also supported by the Greek Respiratory Society, which has been very active in this respect, and we thank it warmly for its contribution and support. And thank you very much for your attention.
Πολύ. Και ενώ καλώ τον κύριο Φούκα στο βήμα να
So I would like to ask you once more to stick to your time, the time allocated. We have an 1-hour delay. If it goes on like this, we will leave this place at 10:30. Hello. I would like to thank FairLife and Mrs. Pateli Bell for this honorary invitation to talk about the molecular markers from the point of view of a pathologist. Here you see the timeline of the basic developments in the last 50 years. I put it up just to show you that there are more trials now and more new drugs. So, in traditional chemotherapy, for DNA, we have now added targeted therapies, targeting on specific pathways, and of course immunotherapies, which have offered very good results. Of course, development shows that in some cases there is progression of the disease because there are some new clones that come up. They were there initially maybe at a low percentage, or they appear later through mutations. In both cases, in the initial diagnosis and during the progress of the disease, biopsy plays an important role. It's necessary to identify on-target mutations of the same gene, that is, or activation of new pathways that would increase the multiplication of cells. And in the lung, we also have the phenotypic metamorphosis. That is that a non-small cell carcinoma becomes a small cell carcinoma. Here you see the various types. We have to be very careful in our diagnosis. The diagnostic or prognostic biomarkers are used as less as possible in order to have enough material to study prediction biomarkers having to do with treatment and response to treatment. And of course we have different protocols of the surgical preparation or the sample. On this table we see the mandatory biomarkers, but also the emerging and the exploratory and potential biomarkers for targeted therapies or immunotherapies. And of course, on the left, we see the biomarkers that are usually prescribed by oncologists. You see the different frequencies. I'm not going to mention percentages, but let's have a look at the gray area. Even now, there are many patients that do not present any targeted lesion, and therefore we need to study more in this direction. It's about 35 to 40%. I'm not going to mention the biochemistry of biomarkers. I would like to emphasize the course of the biopsy material, which is very important to properly analyze biomarkers. So clinicians need to contribute to this. We need to have a lot of material if possible. Cooling ischemia and then not spending too much time before using the formol. And we need this example, the foundation one, which is FDA approved. More than 35% of neoplasic cells in order to have fusion and acceptable. Acceptable is 20 to 30%, less than 20%. The material, the sample is not considered good enough. In this case, the pathologist could see whether neoplasia cells are only on the one side of the sample. That is, we remove the non-neoplasma cells in order to get the material we want. Fixation is important. Formalin should be used. And the duration is important. As the Secretary General is here, you know, on many islands, we get preparations too late in Athens, preparations coming from the islands. And the samples stay in formalin too long, therefore fixation is not good, and we cannot properly analyze the biomarkers. This is what we use for fixation. Let me proceed. We pathologists can do this macro excision, as mentioned before. The cancer here is on 2 tissue samples. Here you see this 10% can become 30% after macro excision. Therefore, we can get a better sample for more detailed approaches. In other cases, this is not even possible. When we get plural material, we are always in cooperation with the oncologists. We have the molecular tumor board. We want to identify the last sample because that's the best sample for analysis. And in lack of proper material, we could use some other types, for example, peripheral blood. These are the mutations we check. With the exception of PD-L1, the other biomarkers can be done with next generation sequencing. In some cases, if cells are not enough, because in advanced cases of carcinomas in the lung, neoplasia cells might be a few. So in some cases, we try to have different approaches because 50 cells are enough to identify ALK, for example. And of course, there are small or large panels. Patients come and ask for large panels to increase the likelihood of identifying mutated genes. Large panels mean more material, and in some cases the analysis is not that specific and you need to repeat. So the molecular biologists and the pathologists have to identify the best approach. And of course, what is also important, and all hospitals have to certify their labs in order to increase the credibility of the lab, the speed, constant information is needed, training of course, and having the proper design for participation to clinical trials. Now, what's next? Digital pathology. First, we will digitize the labs, and then we will use AI. We will achieve precision and effectiveness. We think that AI will be a great assistant in our work, and so far there is no AI model to substitute doctors, but they will assist us. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Και τώρα σιγά.
We thank you. And now I will call with us all our guest speakers, Ms. Veldiridi, Mr. Bamias, Mr. Eleftheridis, Mr. Kapatanakis, and Mr. Konstantoulakis. So welcome. Now, the topic of this discussion is the current state of play in Greece and realistic approaches. Yorgos is missing. Can we call Mr. Kapatanakis? Because we'd like to start this discussion. So, throughout the years in FairLife, having heard most of you cautiously, we have a conclusion. There is a fact, and we have tons of optimism and tons of pessimism accompanying it. Obviously, there are many different achievements, but there are many different views and aspects. So what is important is for us to have a common basis, a common ground, to see what the current state of play is, realistically speaking. So we'll start by you, Ms. Veldiridi. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. because I think that FairLife has become a reference point for the diagnosis, prevention rather, and diagnosis and individualized care for lung cancer. So, very briefly, I'd like to give you a framework of the things that are ahead of us and what we are expecting in the future. I'll start by the biomarkers, since there was a reference made to the previous panel. In February 2025, there was a commitment by the ministry to increase and enlarge and broaden up the list of biomarkers that are being reimbursed. Definitely benefits for patients are accepted, and we can therefore be led to the broadening of the list of biomarkers. So following a ministerial decree by October, this number of biomarkers has become from 20 to 39, and of course this is a positive result for patients. To let you know what this means financially wise, this would rise up to the amount of 250 million a year. So this has already been done. Let me also refer to building reconstruction, refurbishment, because there is an effort to have an oncology map. So I'd like to mention the new Theagenian Hospital, 300 million euros project through a public and private partnership, and also talk about the refurbishments that will be delivered by end of June 2026. So, we are waiting for the creation of the new building in the Hospital of Lamia, a new oncology department, and a new radiation therapy center. We need to work a lot on that. I'm referring also to the hospital, the University Hospital of Iraklion, Crete, where we'll have yes, another floor to create a new modern oncology department. And in Papageorgiou Hospital, there's an extension in order to have the short hospitalization unit. Also, Soteria, the new radiation treatment center that will be ready by end of June 2026. This will help us have a more direct approach and shorten the waiting times for patients. Our ally in all this, of course, we're lagging behind. All this should have been there in place years ago. Well, our ally is the digital upgrading of hospitals. There's a fund, an envelope that has to do with the IT system for oncology patients specifically. So at last we have the registry for neoplastic diseases. This is already operational. It's going to be connected to the e-patient's health file. It's going to be fully operational by January, and what is important about it is that it will allow physicians to have access to all sorts of information on the patients in order to help them with their decision making. There too, we need to talk about the IT system for oncology patients that's going to be established in 12 hospitals. This will help us coordinate the entire scientific work and to coordinate the decision-making process. And of course, there's another tool that also is under the RRF funding. This will be an app to be used by patients. We believe that this is going to be their daily ally. I think that LOC has helped us with that. With regard to the expectations, so there will be full access to the full therapeutic protocol, communication with the physicians. We'll have all sorts of information there. And to allow for some time for questions, I'd like to conclude saying that indeed all these changes promoted by the Ministry of Health cannot be better assessed and evaluated by the patients themselves, by the recipients of the healthcare services themselves. And this I say because you need to know that we started our evaluation and assessment right from the patients' side. This is the first time on a national level. So here too, I'd like to mention that the next step forward, which will take place immediately, is the evaluation of services by oncology patients themselves. This is currently underway, and we hope that we'll be able to launch it by the end of the year or early 2026. And what is most important is that we take into consideration the particularities of such patients, and what we want to achieve is to have different questionnaires for chemotherapies, for radiation treatment, and for oncology procedures. And this is the only way that will allow us to have the actual picture of this experience. Because, you know, when we presented this tool, everyone thought that we would leave aside the oncology patients, but we tried to explain that on the basis of international literature, it would be wrong to include them. The only person who understood this was Mr. Petanakis, who fully grasped the idea that this calls for further specialization and customization. So we are looking ahead, we're looking forward for this cooperation. Off microphone, unfortunately, we can't hear the speaker. We can't hear the speaker, we apologize. So let's see if you see this realistic depiction when the same colors.
Thank you
very much, Mrs. Vildiridi. We know that there's a changing landscape, and it's difficult to do things in a coordinated fashion and in many different directions. Here we've had a 2-year development that has been stable, and we are now in a phase, I will stay with the word dilemma and challenges. So the question is, what do we do next? How do we go on from here? So we are now in the implementation phase. There are many challenges and many dilemmas. So what do I mean by dilemmas and challenges? First question, are we ready as an ecosystem to support these reform efforts? And how can we mitigate resistance? Resistance that we may all have, because every reform, every, if you like, change causes resistance. Secondly, we're moving towards a digital era, and we're doing so very rapidly. So there's this digital reform in the healthcare sector in Greece, and I've been monitoring this from very close up. So in the next 1.5 years, we will have the biggest, if not the entire reform, and healthcare will be totally different. We heard Mr. Kufor talking about AI. So this reality is closer than we actually think it is. But at the same time, we have what happens in everyday life. So we have to see how things can run smoothly in everyday life, so there can be less turbulence, so that people can have the best possible care. We worked very well as a community, not only as a LOC, but the oncology community worked well on biomarkers with the government. I'd like to thank the scientific societies, the hematologists, all the other societies as well, the Respiratory Society, and the Pathology Society, two steps were made. One was biomarkers, and the second was the adoption of a new framework that will allow us never to again have the delays we had in the past, because there was a dire need for these two changes to be made. So we're moving towards a new era in diagnostics. Now, biomarkers. We knew that there was a lot of pressure for these biomarkers to be authorized. Now they are, and the time has come to see what happens in practice. So let's see what happens with AOP. Let's see what happens when it comes to the fine print. So these important decisions need to become meaningful for all stakeholders, including the patients. I don't want to talk for long. I was in your place earlier, so I understand. We are at an era when we have the joy and the honor to have the ministry considering us as equal partners, speakers around the same table. This is wonderful. And I'm certain that this will bear fruit. Let's see what the weak points are, what interventions need to be made, what fine-tuning is required in order for us to achieve a better future. Well, we seem to see things through rosy glasses, but we need to hear the other side. Of course, there are developments. Of course, things have sped up, but let's look at the overall picture. There is no reason for our counter-arguments. We're all on the same side. Yes, but we also have to see the negatives. Well, my presence here today in this lung cancer conference would have sounded strange in the past, just a few years ago, because I've been focusing on other matters and not lung cancer in the past. But this has signaled the changes in oncology. The thing is that we slowly, particularly when it comes to the therapeutic part, we're moving away from the anatomy, meaning where the tumor is, and then we will guide our patient. So let's see from which organ the primary tumor was. Now we're moving to a tumor agnostic era. We're becoming smarter in the management of cancer. So we're using more molecular agents and not whether we actually have the lung where the primary tumor was or another organ, like the urinary bladder. So I know that the whole world has now become cognizant of this change. I would also like to applaud the new ministerial decision to renew the list of biomarkers. This is something that EOPE had been demanding for over 10 years. Our board, even though it's a relatively recently elected board, had back-to-back meetings with all the competent services. I've seen this list myself, this list of biomarkers. It greatly improves the situation. There's always room for improvement, there's no doubt about this. And as EOPE, we will submit our proposals for further improvement of the list. It's an important step, but this is an ongoing struggle because science develops rapidly. It is very dynamic, and we see that customized tumor treatment will become a reality, and this will increase the need for biomarkers. So the legal framework up to now was rigid, I would say. But on what has been mentioned many times by EOPE, and even though we're not politicians, legal experts, of course there are difficulties, is to have an automatic authorization together with the drug and the corresponding biomarker. So this is something that we can work on, and EOPE is at the disposal of all those in charge. We can help. And let me say that we heard some wonderful speeches. We saw that there has been great progress, and this progress is seen in the public sector in Greece as well. So this shows you that the cancer patient must not be dealt with by only one specialty. We need many specialties to be involved. And I now grasp the opportunity, since we have the General Secretary, let me talk about two things. One, orphan drugs. I won't have time to go into this further, and survivorship is another issue that I'd like to touch upon. So we're talking about the success story of oncology. It has improved the prognosis for patients. We know that we have better prognosis. We're very happy. And this is the case for Greek patients. We've proven this through our own studies. And this means that these people in their life, these cancer survivors, need the necessary support, which they wholeheartedly deserve. So, Mr. Kapetanaki, I saw that you were actually shaking your head. Could you explain that? Let me just say that in 2014, when the first list of biomarkers was published, there were 10 biomarkers for compact tumors with 3 different technologies and for 7 types of cancer. I had a crib note. I can't remember everything by heart. Now, 11 years later, after an initiative taken by EOPE, which brought together all the stakeholders for biomarkers, and after many discussions, and ELOC participated in these discussions, in 2025, October to be exact, we had the new official journal with 12 additional biomarkers. I don't want to say that your numbers are wrong. I'm not challenging you. I'm just counting differently. We have 3 additional technologies for 21 types of cancer. Now, let's look at the National Health System of the England, not the UK. 244 tests, only for compact tumors, with the exception of various other hematology, sarcomas, and pediatric tumors. So for 23 types of compact, or solid rather, tumors. Why did I say 11 years? For the solid tumors, for everyday use, we have 4 to 8 new biomarkers. If we were to wait for another 10 years to revise this list of biomarkers, you'll understand that we'll be back, we'll be lagging 50 biomarkers back. So now with a new list, the patients with lung cancer have been fully covered for all the biomarkers which are required according to the guidelines. However, or even now in the memorial, on a daily basis, daily use, because they have these drugs, they have another 5 new biomarkers with different technologies. So we talked about technologies, they talked about NGS. Now, with the use of these antibody antigen complexes or compounds, we found that NGS is not a panacea. You need other specialties as well. One of these is pathologists, because they're the only ones that can evaluate the biomarkers needed for these antibodies. So we're talking about many specialties, many technologies. We talked about digital technology as well. Digitization of the tissue specimens in blocks and their analysis via algorithms will give us combinations of algorithms to better treat our patients in the future. But can this be done everywhere? That's another question now that arises. Can this know-how, the medical know-how, the technological know-how, can it be made available everywhere? Can it be everywhere? Mr. Sirigos was correct in saying this morning, I don't call them centers of excellence. I don't like the term, says the speaker. I like using the term centers of reference and reference centers. So this molecular, if you like, panel of 240 biomarkers in England is in 7 hubs. A hub is not a medical term. It's more a logistics term. And this actually signals the need for good management. It's not that you need to take the patient. You don't need to go to the patient. We're not talking about an MRI or some imaging technique. The sample can be transported under specific conditions. This was mentioned by Mr. Boukas, and it can be tested wherever needed. The only problem is time. because there are delays, significant delays when you do that. Right now, if I wanted to make a summary, I'd say that with a new list of biomarkers, we have equal access, equitable access, but we still need to do a lot in order for everybody to be equal. Thank you. So equity, but it's not equitability. So you have to wrap up the discussion. So please tell me what the conclusion is.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Κάνετε 5 χρόνια αυτό το συνέδριο, πραγματικά.
Thank you very much for the invitation. This conference has been organized for 5 years, and I really like it because everybody, all aspects are treated here, and it's like the ship that we have everybody on board. We have the master of the ship, we have the officers, we have the patients, and also the crew. The crew is us who do the testing, molecular biologists and pathologists. In Attikon, you have the molecular tumor boards, and also in the US, they ask us to participate, and everybody has to do it. Everybody has to participate. Patients, doctors, molecular biologists and pathologists have to participate. What type of drugs, how much and when. It's very difficult to do the right testing and then evaluate the results. The state is making efforts, but I think things will go better in the future. So no news again, and the great failure is that there was no coral. But I think that it's a success because a basic objective of this event is for you to come closer to each other and exchange views and just see what you have achieved and what lies ahead. Some comments before Mrs. Vildiridi. Mr. Lefteriadis mentioned England. This is the objective. This is why we have 2 different decisions. One decision and then the new system, the new framework for approval and reimbursement of biomarkers with horizon scanning procedures. And what is important is that this procedure reached this point. Why? Because everybody participated, the private sector as well. The industry was at the very center, the academia as well. So let's keep this for the future as well, for other initiatives. Thank you very much. We will go on with this discussion. Are we going to take a break? 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes. I'll be back. You have to be back too.
With over 1,800 medicines in development, we won't rest until everyone affected by cancer sees a brighter tomorrow.
Πλέον ακούμε βήχα και σκεφτόμαστε αυτόματα τον COVID. Ωστόσο, ένας επίμονος βήχας που διαρκεί 3 ή παραπάνω εβδομάδες μπορεί να είναι επίσης σύμπτωμα καρκίνου του πνεύμονα. Ένας επίμονος βήχας ή ένας βήχας που χειροτερεύει είναι μόλις ένα από τα συμπτώματα του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα. Τα πιο συνηθισμένα συμπτώματα καρκίνου του πνεύμονα περιλαμβάνουν δύσπνοια, συχνές λοιμώξεις του αναπνευστικού, επίμονη κούραση ή έλλειψη ενέργειας, πόνο κατά την αναπνοή ή τον βήχα, αίμα στον βήχα ή στο φλέμμα, έλλειψη όρεξης ή ανεξήγητη απώλεια βάρους. Υπάρχουν κι άλλα λιγότερο συνηθισμένα συμπτώματα του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα. Περιλαμβάνουν πόνο στο θώρακα ή τον ώμο, βράχνιασμα, συρριγμό αναπνοής, είδημα στο πρόσωπο ή τον λαιμό, δυσκολία στην κατάποση, πληκτροδακτυλία. Κάποιοι εμφανίζουν ένα μόνο σύμπτωμα, ενώ άλλοι ίσως έχουν περισσότερα. Αν έχετε οποιοδήποτε από αυτά τα συμπτώματα, πρέπει να επικοινωνήσετε με τον πνευμονολόγο σας. Αν δεν αισθάνεστε καλά ή ανησυχείτε, θα πρέπει να τον επισκεφτείτε. Κατά πάσα πιθανότητα όλα θα είναι μια χαρά. Αν όμως είναι καρκίνος του πνεύμονα, όσο πιο γρήγορα γίνει η διάγνωση, τόσο το καλύτερο. Πριν το ραντεβού σας, σημειώστε όλα σας τα συμπτώματα, πόσο συχνά εμφανίζονται και τον αντίκτυπο που έχουν στη σωματική και ψυχική σας υγεία. Έτσι θα δώσετε στο γιατρό σας ολοκληρωμένη εικόνα. Το σύστημα καταγραφής συμπτωμάτων μας μπορεί να βοηθήσει σε αυτό. Ο πνευμονολόγος σας θα αξιολογήσει τα συμπτώματα και το ιστορικό σας και θα σας κλείσει ραντεβού για αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος. Αν δεν το κάνει και εσείς ανησυχείτε ακόμη ή συνεχίζετε να έχετε συμπτώματα, μη φοβηθείτε να ξαναπάτε και να ζητήσετε να κάνετε αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος. Να θυμάστε πως αν έχετε πνεύμονες, μπορεί να πάθετε καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Εάν έχετε κάποιο από αυτά τα συμπτώματα, επικοινωνήστε με τον γιατρό σας το συντομότερο δυνατό. Η γρήγορη διάγνωση του καρκίνου μπορεί να σας σώσει τη ζωή. Η ζωή να κόβει την ανάσα και όχι ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα.
Τι γνωρίζετε για τις κλινικές μελέτες? Για πολλούς από εμάς, η διάγνωση μιας σοβαρής ασθένειας που μπορεί να αλλάξει τη ζωή μας μπορεί να σημαίνει ότι ξεκινάμε έναν νέο κύκλο γεμάτο με καινούριους γιατρούς, νοσηλευτές, εξετάσεις, διαδικασίες, θεραπευτικά σχήματα και μεγάλη σύγχυση. Και μέσα σε όλα αυτά μπορεί να κληθείτε να σκεφτείτε αν θέλετε ή όχι να συμμετέχετε σε μια κλινική έρευνα ή μια κλινική δοκιμή, μια κλινική μελέτη ή μια ερευνητική μελέτη. Και από εκεί ξεκινάμε εμείς. Ας ξεκινήσουμε εξηγώντας τι σημαίνουν αυτοί οι όροι. Η κλινική μελέτη ή η κλινική δοκιμή και η ερευνητική μελέτη σημαίνουν το ίδιο πράγμα. Οι μελέτες δημιουργούνται από τους γιατρούς για να μάθουν εάν ένα ερευνητικό φάρμακο είναι αποτελεσματικό και ασφαλές. Μερικά από αυτά τα πιθανά φάρμακα μπορεί να είναι ακόμα υπό ανάπτυξη και άλλα μπορεί ήδη να κυκλοφορούν, αλλά να μελετώνται σε διαφορετικές ασθένειες. Κάθε φάρμακο, από το κοινό παυσίπονο μέχρι ένα κορυφαίο φάρμακο για τον καρκίνο, έχει αξιολογηθεί μέσα από κλινική μελέτη. Αυτές οι μελέτες απαντούν σε ερωτήματα όπως τι ανεπιθύμητες ενέργειες έχει ένα νέο φάρμακο, σταματά ή επιβραδύνει την ασθένεια για την οποία έχει σχεδιαστεί, λειτουργεί καλύτερα από τις τρέχουσες θεραπείες, μπορεί να χορηγηθεί παράλληλα με άλλα φάρμακα που χρησιμοποιούνται για την ίδια ασθένεια. Σε κάθε περίπτωση, οι απαντήσεις πρέπει να παρέχονται με τη μορφή επιστημονικών δεδομένων ή γεγονότων, όχι από τις απόψεις των εμπλεκόμενων γιατρών, ασθενών ή οικογενειών, αλλά από τα πραγματικά αποτελέσματα που συλλέγονται και παρακολουθούνται κατά τη διάρκεια μιας κλινικής μελέτης. Είναι σημαντικό στις μελέτες να συμπεριλαμβάνονται ασθενείς κάθε φυλής και καταγωγής για να κατανοήσουμε καλύτερα πώς λειτουργεί το φάρμακο της μελέτης σε κάθε πληθυσμό ασθενών. Όλοι οι δυνητικά κατάλληλοι ασθενείς καλούνται να σκεφτούν την πιθανή συμμετοχή τους σε μια μελέτη ανεξαρτήτως φυλής, καταγωγής, σεξουαλικού προσανατολισμού, ταυτότητας φύλου ή κατάστασης αναπηρίας. Η ποικιλία στην εκπροσώπηση έχει σημασία στις μελέτες για να κατανοηθεί εάν τα αποτελέσματα διαφέρουν σε διαφορετικούς πληθυσμούς. Κάθε συμμετέχον στη μελέτη λαμβάνει την ίδια φροντίδα, εξετάσεις, απεικονιστικές εξετάσεις, διαδικασίες, επισκέψεις μελέτης και ιατρική παρακολούθηση. Επιπλέον υπάρχουν πάντα διαδικασίες ασφαλείας για την παρακολούθηση της καλής κατάστασης κάθε ασθενή σε κάθε στάδιο κάθε μελέτης. Λόγω αυτής της επιμελούς παρακολούθησης, οι ασθενείς λαμβάνουν εξατομικευμένη φροντίδα από γιατρούς και νοσηλευτές ενώ βρίσκονται σε κλινική έρευνα. Οι μελέτες σχεδιάζονται με σκοπό την εξάλειψη του συστηματικού σφάλματος. Ορισμένες μελέτες είναι συγκριτικές, που σημαίνει ότι ορισμένοι ασθενείς θα λάβουν την καθιερωμένη θεραπεία συν το φάρμακο της μελέτης, ενώ άλλοι θα λάβουν μόνο την καθιερωμένη θεραπεία συν ένα εικονικό φάρμακο. Οι συγκριτικές μελέτες σχεδιάζονται συχνά ως διπλά τυφλές. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι ούτε οι ασθενείς ούτε οι γιατροί γνωρίζουν ποιος λαμβάνει το φάρμακο της μελέτης ή το εικονικό φάρμακο. Το εικονικό φάρμακο είναι μια ουσία που μοιάζει με το φάρμακο της μελέτης, αλλά δεν περιέχει δραστικά συστατικά. Εάν δεν υπάρχει καθιερωμένη θεραπεία εγκεκριμένη για μια νόσο, ο ασθενής μπορεί να λάβει μόνο το φάρμακο της μελέτης ή το εικονικό φάρμακο. Οι ασθενείς μπορούν επίσης να τυχαιοποιηθούν σε διαφορετικές ομάδες σε μια μελέτη, που σημαίνει ότι κατανέμονται τυχαία, όπως το στρίψιμο ενός νομίσματος σε μια συγκεκριμένη ομάδα θεραπείας. Να θυμάστε πάντα ότι είναι στο χέρι σας να αποφασίσετε εάν μια μελέτη είναι κατάλληλη για εσάς. Η συμμετοχή στη μελέτη είναι εθελοντική και απαιτεί τη συνένεσή σας ή την άδειά σας από την αρχή μέχρι το τέλος. Και φυσικά οι ασθενείς έχουν την ελευθερία να σταματήσουν οποιαδήποτε μελέτη ανά πάσα στιγμή. Ωστόσο, δεν είναι κάθε ασθενής κατάλληλος για μια μελέτη. Η ένταξη βασίζεται στην εκπλήρωση ορισμένων κριτηρίων. Για παράδειγμα, οι περισσότερες μελέτες απαιτούν οι ασθενείς να είναι άνω των 18 ετών και να έχουν μέτρια έως σοβαρή νόσο. Εάν πληρείτε όλες τις προϋποθέσεις συμμετοχής και αποφασίσετε να συμμετάσχετε, απαιτείται η συνένεση μετά την ενημέρωσή σας προτού πραγματοποιηθούν οποιασδήποτε διαδικασίες της μελέτης. Μια καλά σχεδιασμένη μελέτη μπορεί να βοηθήσει να απαντηθεί εάν ένα φάρμακο λειτουργεί και αν είναι ασφαλές, εάν το αποτέλεσμα είναι καλύτερο ή χειρότερο από την καθιερωμένη θεραπεία, εάν η ασθένειά σας ανταποκρίνεται στο φάρμακο ή όχι. Και όλες οι μελέτες δίνουν σε ερευνητές και γιατρούς πληροφορίες για το τι πρέπει να κάνουν στη συνέχεια. Την επόμενη λοιπόν φορά που ένας γιατρός ή ένας νοσηλευτής θα αναφέρει την κλινική έρευνα, ελπίζουμε ότι αυτές οι πληροφορίες θα σας βοηθήσουν να καταλάβετε τι σημαίνει αυτή. Μιλήστε με τον γιατρό ή τον νοσηλευτή σας για να μάθετε περισσότερα σχετικά με τα ωφέλη και τους κινδύνους μιας κλινικής μελέτης. Τελικά, εσείς αποφασίζετε τι είναι σωστό για εσάς.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak on behalf of FairLife LungCancer Care about the importance of patient and caregivers' input in clinical trials. It is an honor. We all know that clinical trials open doors to new cancer treatment and care. It is a source of hope, sometimes the only hope for many patients and their families as well. Having lost my husband Simon to lung cancer, I will never forget the frustration we felt for being kept out of a clinical trial which could have been his only chance to survive. Clinical trials can save lives and yet they come with challenges. Among other reasons, it is important to point out the failure to take account of patient and caregivers' perspective when designing research. Patients have needs. A failure to take account of their perspective when designing research will fail to bring patient-relevant outcomes. At this point, I would like to refer to caregivers who are just as important as patients, especially when it comes to data collected for a clinical trial. Unfortunately, the caregiver role is often overlooked, and we should focus on ways to make it easier for caregivers to be considered in clinical research. So how do we address the barrier between patient and researchers? By working towards a patient-centric trial design. The role of patient advocacy is powerful and involving. By working directly with researchers, advocates make sure that research becomes more relevant and beneficial for patients. They know that patient and caregivers perspective should always be at the center. However, industry has to be convinced to find ways to engage patients. Researchers should also reimagine collaboration with cancer patients. And trials should be designed with greater input from patients and caregivers. FairLife constantly works to ensure that patients are fully informed about the value of clinical trials and have equal opportunities to access to innovative treatment. So let's give a helping hand to science by giving a voice to patients and caregivers. Thank you very much.
Γεια σας. Είμαι η Κορίνα Πατέλη Μπέλ, σύζυγος του Σάιμον Μπέλ, που έχασε τη μάχη με τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα τον Αύγουστο του 2020 σε ηλικία 57 ετών, αφήνοντας πίσω του εμένα και τα 2 ανήλικα παιδιά μας. Ευχαριστώ πολύ την κυρία Αποστολίδη για την πρόσκληση σε αυτή τη διαδικτυακή ημερίδα, γιατί μου δίνει τη δυνατότητα να αναφερθώ σύντομα στη δική μας εμπειρία. Ο Σάιμον, μετά από μια κακή εκτίμηση του παθολόγου για το βήχα που είχε τον Ιούλιο του 2019, πήρε αρχικά αντιβίωση και 1 μήνα μετά, τον Αύγουστο, διαγνώστηκε με αδενοκαρκίνωμα. Μετά από μία σειρά πολλαπλών εξετάσεων και ασάφειας για την σταδιοποίηση της νόσου, ο Σάιμον ακολούθησε 2 σχήματα με την προοπτική του χειρουργείου, χημειοθεραπεία και χημειονοσοθεραπεία από το Σεπτέμβριο έως το Γενάρη του 2020. Η θεραπεία δυστυχώς δεν έφερε κάποιο αποτέλεσμα. Η νόσος προχώρησε, είχαμε μεταστάσεις στα επινεφρίδια, έντονες παρενέργειες, νοσηλίες, μεταγγίσεις. Από κάθε γωνιά της γης, τη χώρα μας, την Αγγλία, τη Γερμανία, την Αμερική, μας τόνισαν ότι η μοναδική προοπτική θα ήταν να λάβει άμεσα μία νέα καινοτόμο θεραπεία μέσω κλινικής μελέτης, και αυτό θα ήταν ίσως η μοναδική δυνατότητα να ζήσει περισσότερο, να αλλάξει την πορεία της νόσου, και θα ήταν για μας μια προοπτική, θα του έδινε ένα παράθυρο και μια ελπίδα. Και έτσι ξεκίνησε η Οδύσσια να πάρει το φάρμακο. Η κλινική μελέτη δεν έτρεχε στην Ελλάδα και θα ήθελα να σταθώ για 2 δευτερόλεπτα στο γιατί. Τρέχουν σήμερα στην Ελλάδα μόνο 25 κλινικές μελέτες για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, που αποτελεί την πρώτη αιτία θανάτου, με 8.000 ανθρώπους να χάνονται ετησίως στη χώρα μας. Και συνήθως όταν διαγνωστούν, οι 7 στους 10 έχουν μεταστατική νόσο, δηλαδή λιγότερες θεραπευτικές δυνατότητες. Εμείς ερευνήσαμε εξονυχιστικά το θέμα, διαπιστώσαμε ότι στην Ευρώπη είχε ολοκληρωθεί, είχε κλείσει κλινική μελέτη στα κέντρα που έτρεχε. Στη συνέχεια καταφέραμε να κλείσουμε ραντεβού στην Αμερική και συγκεκριμένα στο MD Anderson στο Τέξας, το οποίο δυστυχώς ακυρώθηκε 2 φορές, καθώς δεν μπορούσαμε να ταξιδέψουμε λόγω της πανδημίας. Μετά από 50 ακτινοβολίες, νέες μεταστάσεις, λαμβάνουμε ειδική άδεια από την Αμερικανική κυβέρνηση. Δυστυχώς δεν μπόρεσε να μας βοηθήσει η ελληνική, και κλείνουμε νέο ραντεβού στις 29 Έκτου, αυτή τη φορά στο Κολοράντο, ενώ ο Σάιμον ήδη νοσηλεύεται με νέες μεταστάσεις και γίνονται υπεράνθρωπες προσπάθειες να τα καταφέρει με κάθε τρόπο. Εμείς συνεχίζουμε να καταβάλουμε κάθε προσπάθεια, γιατί ήταν ξεκάθαρο ότι η ζωή του κρεμόταν από μία κλωστή, και ζητάμε να λάβει την αγωγή στην Ελλάδα, γιατί η χώρα μας έχει εξαιρετικούς γιατρούς και σαφώς την υποδομή να παρακολουθήσει τον ασθενή. Ο Σάιμον δυστυχώς δεν κατάφερε να πάρει το φάρμακο και έχασε και τα επόμενα ραντεβού του στην Αμερική λόγω νέων εγκεφαλικών μεταστάσεων που ήταν κριτήριο αποκλεισμού. Είχαμε κανονίσει με φορείο να πετάξουμε στην Αμερική, να πουλήσουμε το σπίτι μας, γιατί κάθε νοσηλεία σήμαινε εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες ευρώ. Ο Σάιμον βίωσε φρικτούς πόνους και μαζί με αυτόν και εμείς που τον βλέπαμε. Το απέφευγαμε αυτό για κάθε παιδί του κόσμου, να χάνει το γονιό του και να βιώνει αυτό που βιώσανε τα δικά μου παιδιά. Όλα για μας είχαν χαθεί. Καμία ευκαιρία, καμία δυνατότητα, καμία ελπίδα. Αυτό το βίωμα μας έδωσε τη σπίθα να οραματιστούμε ένα φορέα που συστήθηκε στη μνήμη του. FairLife, φροντίδα και πρόληψη για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, με στόχο να δημιουργήσουμε τις υποδομές πληροφόρησης για συμπολίτες μας που αντιμετωπίζουν αντίστοιχες συνθήκες. Η χώρα μας έχει τη δυνατότητα να προσφέρει την ελπίδα. Οι κλινικές μελέτες στην Ελλάδα είναι δωρεάν για τον ασθενή και πολλές φορές αποτελούν τη μοναδική ελπίδα ζωής, και αξίζει κάθε άνθρωπος να μπορεί να έχει αυτή την πρόσβαση. Η δημιουργία του FairLife, του πρώτου μη κερδοσκοπικού κοινωνικού φορέα που θα αφορά αποκλειστικά τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, θα δημιουργήσει την υποδομή πληροφόρησης και θα επιτρέψει να μην υπάρξουν αδιέξοδα σε ασθενείς με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα στη χώρα μας. Τα ωφέλη μπορεί να είναι πολλά. Προληπτικός έλεγχος, έγκαιρη διάγνωση και παραπομπή για ειδικό έλεγχο με το σύμπτωμα, ολοκληρωμένος και αξιόπιστος μοριακός έλεγχος, γνώμη ειδικών στο εξωτερικό εφόσον αυτό απαιτηθεί, πρόσβαση σε νέα φάρμακα, παραπομπή σε κλινική μελέτη, υποστηρικτική ανακουφιστική φροντίδα, κατοίκον φροντίδα, φροντίδα τελικού σταδίου που είναι ανύπαρκτη αυτή τη στιγμή. Ο άντρας μου δυστυχώς δεν τα κατάφερε. Εμείς όμως θέλουμε με τη δημιουργία αυτού του φορέα και με όλους εσάς να είμαστε κοντά και δίπλα στον επόμενο ασθενή και να τον βοηθήσουμε να τα καταφέρει. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Εάν έχετε διαγνωστεί με προχωρημένο καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, είστε σίγουρα σοκαρισμένοι και δεν ξέρετε πώς να αντιδράσετε. Αρχικά, πάρτε μια βαθιά ανάσα και σκεφτείτε αισιόδοξα. Δεν είστε μόνοι. Πρέπει να εκπαιδεύσετε τον εαυτό σας να σκέφτεται πάντα θετικά. Οι εξελίξεις στην επιστήμη είναι πραγματικά καταιγιστικές. Καθημερινά επιτυγχάνονται μικρά και μεγάλα θαύματα. Ανακαλύπτονται και εφαρμόζονται νέες θεραπευτικές και ελπιδοφόρες φαρμακευτικές αγωγές. Μέσα σε όλη αυτή την περιπέτεια που καλείστε να αντιμετωπίσετε εσείς και η οικογένειά σας, η ψυχολογία σας παίζει πολύ καθοριστικό λόγο και έχει τεράστια σημασία ο στόχος να είναι πάντα η νίκη. Είστε μοναδικοί, ο καθένας μας είναι μοναδικός και έτσι πρέπει να γνωρίζετε ότι ο όγκος σας είναι το ίδιο μοναδικός. Κάθε όγκος είναι διαφορετικός σε κάθε άτομο. Κάθε όγκος έχει τα δικά του μοναδικά χαρακτηριστικά και σήμερα έχουμε πολλούς τρόπους να τα αναγνωρίσουμε. Είναι διαθέσιμες σήμερα ειδικές εξετάσεις που μπορούν να καθορίσουν την ταυτότητα του δικού σας ξεχωριστού όγκου. Θα τις ακούσετε σαν μοριακές εξετάσεις, μοριακό έλεγχο, γενετικό έλεγχο, έλεγχο μεταλλάξεων, όπως και αν τις πούμε, οι εξετάσεις αυτές είναι απόλυτα απαραίτητες από την αρχή, γιατί ο κάθε όγκος είναι διαφορετικός. Ζητήστε το μοριακό έλεγχο, συζητήστε το με τον γιατρό σας. Είναι βασικό βήμα για να καθοριστεί η θεραπεία σας από την αρχή. Μαζί με τον γιατρό σας πρέπει να ερευνήσετε τη θεραπεία που χρειάζεται ο δικός σας όγκος για να υποχωρήσει και ίσως και να εξαλειφθεί. Οι θεραπείες πια εξατομικεύονται και έτσι μπορεί να είναι πολύ επιτυχημένες. Ενημερωθείτε, εκπαιδευτείτε, ρωτήστε και συζητήστε. Συμμετέχετε στην απόφαση για τη θεραπεία σας. Είναι δικαίωμα και υποχρέωσή σας. Το οφείλουμε σε εμάς και τους αγαπημένους μας να δώσουμε στη ζωή μας κάθε επιπλέον δυνατή ευκαιρία.
Μπορείτε να μας πείτε τι είναι οι βιοδείκτες και σε τι χρησιμεύουν?
Οι βιοδείκτες, με πολύ απλά λόγια, είναι ένα χαρακτηριστικό του όγκου, το οποίο βοηθάει εμάς τους γιατρούς να καταλάβουμε ποια είναι η καταλληλότερη θεραπεία για τον ασθενή μας. Όπως καταλαβαίνετε λοιπόν, είναι ένας πάρα πολύ σημαντικός βοηθός, ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό εργαλείο για να μας βοηθήσει να καταλάβουμε ποια είναι η καταλληλότερη θεραπεία για τον κάθε ασθενή. Γιατί για τον κάθε ασθενή η θεραπεία είναι μοναδική, όπως και ο κάθε ασθενής είναι μοναδικός.
Με ποια τεστ μπορούμε να μετρήσουμε τους βιοδείκτες?
Ένας βιοδείκτης καθορίζει είτε την πρόγνωση μιας κακοήθειας, είτε την πρόβλεψη ανταπόκρισης στη θεραπεία. Αυτοί βρίσκονται εξετάζοντας είτε το δείγμα του ιστού, της βιοψίας δηλαδή, με κλασικές παθολογανατομικές τεχνικές, είτε με μοριακές τεχνικές, όπως είναι το NGS, δηλαδή η αλληλούχηση επόμενης γενιάς. Ακόμα όμως μπορεί να μετρηθούν και στο αίμα ή άλλα υγρά του σώματος που είναι πια γνωστά σαν υγρή βιοψία. Στη γενικότερη γκάμα περιλαμβάνονται και η πιθανότητα τοξικότητας από κάποια θεραπεία, ακόμη και η προδιάθεση για ανάπτυξη κάποιας μορφής καρκίνου. Το γενετικό τεστ από την πλευρά του καθορίζει την προδιάθεση για ανάπτυξη κάποιας μορφής καρκίνου και μετρείται είτε στο αίμα είτε στο σάλιο. Το μοριακό τεστ μπορεί να περιλαμβάνει και τα δύο, και το γενετικό τεστ και το βιοδείκτη, για να μας δείξει ποια θεραπεία είναι κατάλληλη.
Πώς γίνεται ο έλεγχος των βιοδεικτών?
Οι μοριακές αυτές αναλύσεις συνήθως εφαρμόζονται σε δείγμα του όγκου που προέρχεται από κλασική ιστική βιοψία, για παράδειγμα μέσω βροχοσκόπησης. Ωστόσο, τελευταία, σημαντικό έδαφος έχουν κερδίσει και οι λεγόμενες υγρές βιοψίες, οι οποίες βασίζονται σε μία απλή αιμοληψία και αναλύουν μόρια που ο όγκος απελευθερώνει στο αίμα.
Πρέπει όλοι οι ασθενείς να κάνουν τεστ βιοδεικτών ή μόνο ορισμένοι?
Τη σημερινή εποχή πρέπει όλοι οι ασθενείς να κάνουν.
Η πορεία με τον καρκίνο είναι ένας δρόμος που δεν ξέρεις που οδηγεί.
Είναι ένας δρόμος που εσύ επιλέγεις πώς θα τον περπατήσεις.
Ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα δεν κάνει διακρίσεις.
Όποιος έχει πνεύμονες μπορεί να νοσήσει από καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Η άγνοια μπορεί να κλονίσει τον ψυχισμό μας.
Κάνουμε τη γνώση όπλο ελπίδας και θεραπείας.
Όταν νοσείς, ο φόβος του στιγματισμού σε απειλεί.
Σπάμε τα στερεότυπα και στηρίζουμε ασθενείς, φροντιστές και τις οικογένειές τους.
Δεν χρειάζεται να είμαστε μόνοι τελικά.
Μοιραζόμαστε στιγμές και ονειρευόμαστε το μέλλον μαζί.
Η ζωή να κόβει την ανάσα.
Όχι ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα.
Σιγά σιγά μαζευόμαστε.
So I think we will slowly all come into the hall. The first speaker is already here, Mr. Klimatsidas. The next session is on early stage disease. Mr. Klimatsidas, come forward, please. I will shout so that people from outside the room can already hear me. I was ready to move full speed ahead. Since we heard about all the new wonderful things, new medication, new treatment, and we were very happy that the ministry will now help with biomarkers and the new treatments, and I had a discussion with the Secretary General outside during the lunch break, and I said that one of the pillars is the thoracic surgeon. The thoracic surgeon has very good results that are repeatable and measurable. So why don't we say something about all these people who end up working in the private center? And they said, if a letter is sent, the company will look into it. And this was my success. And I'd like to thank FairLife, not just for the invitation, but for allowing me to make this move. So, play, right? Okay. So this is what we were saying, that we still haven't reached the place we want to go to. There are some unmet needs. In the early stages, we're doing well. In the intermediate stages, not so well. This new term that has come is resectable disease. It's where they can be operated on. So the question is not just whether we can remove the tumor. A good thoracic surgeon can actually remove it, but the question is, are they resectable? Some are red, some no. So this is still under discussion. Why? Because immunotherapy is here to stay. It works miracles. We have experienced immunotherapy, and now the superhero, Superman thoracic surgeon that will save the day. We're now a team, and we have the role of the firefighter. We attack the problem, but first we have an effort to treat, to extinguish, to put out the fire. So we'll see whether there are any hidden flames, to see whether we can actually move forward. So there are many studies, different stages are presented, and we also have some borderline cases. Paula is from Latin America. Paula Ugalde, she is now in Harvard. She used to work in Canada, wonderful thoracic surgeon. So she said that such tumors like this one, we should discuss whether they are resectable after immunotherapy. We didn't touch these in the past. You can't say that you can have many positive lymph nodes and want to resect the tumor, but this is now being hotly debated. So resectability, there is no current standard definition of resectability. So we need to have a time stamp as thoracic surgeons. when we say that this is resectable potentially or not, because this may change after immunotherapy, it may change for the better, it may change for the worse. Perioperative therapy. So we thoracic surgeons are no longer alone. We don't enter the flames when everything is burning. We try to offer better survival to the patient because we have many other specialties. So we want to have pre-op and post-op treatment. So there's the slide which shows again and again that a good resection relapses after time, of course, because cancer as a disease, it's not local only, it's also systematic. And despite the fact that there's a lot of research, we still haven't concluded which drug is good for which patients. And of course, new drugs come along all the time. So, what is thoracic surgery? So as thoracic surgeons, we get ready. We try to keep abreast of progress. We try to be innovative. We have the minimally invasive thoracic surgery. Look at all the videos now. They're playing at the same time. And there are also two more. So the robots are being used. It's not that we see them only being used abroad. They're being used in Greece. The first single-pod robot in the whole of Southeast Europe was in a private hospital in Athens. And as of the new year, 2026, look towards northern Greece. So we went to China, we saw them, we bought them. Look at the immunofluorescence. It shows you where the cancer is, what the anatomy is, minimally invasive. You see the first ablasive treatment with cone beam CT. So thoracic surgery is not what it was 30 years ago. Everything is done with one hole, with a robot, so that when the possibility for local treatment is offered, we want the patient to receive it regardless of age with excellent results. So thoracic surgeons in this era are here to stay. Of course, we haven't only changed the way we operate, but also the overall concept. There was something about AI as well in a previous slide. So this is the concept. So we have staging, we have different grades. So we see what happens before surgery, where the tumor was, the target of immunotherapy in comparison to our resection, and we've categorized the difficulty we'll have for immunotherapy perioperatively. So the overall idea, in summary, because there's also a video, is if the tumor is away from the heart, it's easier for us to operate. And this is a global concept, and it's already been presented. So we have entered the algorithm of treatment, and we have thoracic surgeons who are no longer merely technicians. They're strategic decision makers with an increasingly central role in managing the disease. So we have a role to play in the tumor board. So whereas in the past we were firefighters, now we actually collect all the information. So I say here that we are now able to carry out immunomodifying and therapeutic and recording or immunomodulating thoracic surgery. So something that could not be resected in the past can now be resected if the conditions allow this to happen. Two last things before I conclude. Good communication with the patient is important because this leads to better results. I'm not saying that in the past we didn't have good communication. We had, and we improve it even further. It is estimated that more thoracic surgeons will be required in the future. Thoracic surgeries are expected to increase by 60% between 2018 and 2020, mainly from low-income countries and middle-income countries, Greece being a middle-income country. So we need to have a tumor board, multidisciplinary teams, and very nice, those that have received treatment from an MDT have done better. So I'd like to thank you for the invitation. And let me say that we know that the state has actually tried very hard, but first we had the private sector that came in, and we see that in Thessaloniki, in Agios Lukas, this will be actually free of charge. So if you ever need any referrals, send them to us for one surgery, and I hope that other clinics will do the same and follow suit. So immunotherapy does not replace surgery, it enhances it. We redefine the role of the thoracic surgeon. We see how there's a combination between surgery and the immune system, because this improves long-term survival. Thank you very much.
An excellent presentation. If all thoracic surgeons were working like you and together with the interdisciplinary team and the boards, everything would be perfect, because the usual practice, or what we have seen most of the times, is that patients go to the OR immediately. You are the exception, and congratulations for that. Thank you. So, thank you. I have to be very brief in order to save us some time. So, Ms. Karageli is now with us.
Yes,
Perfect.
All right. Is it echoing there? Or is it okay?
Yes, please.
It's okay? Oh. So,
Dr. Kelly, we can hear you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. It's an honor for us. Thank you.
So happy to be here. So it's my pleasure to open this really important session on metastatic lung cancer. This is an area that we have witnessed remarkable scientific progress, yet one that still represents the majority of patients diagnosed with lung cancer, and unfortunately, tragically, accounts for most deaths. So it has been an amazing journey for the past several decades through tumor biology, immune interactions, and molecular drivers that have led to clinically relevant, impactful breakthroughs that we never could have imagined. And the remarkable journey continues. A few weeks ago, the FDA approved avapritinib, an oral TKI for patients with tumors that possess HER2 mutated disease. And in July, onvansertib for patients whose tumors possess the EGFR exon 20. These two oral TKIs continue to represent a step forward. I recently came back on Sunday from a lung cancer meeting as well, and it's just so impressive to see the continued scientific progress. We are actually continuing to identify additional drivers and a plethora of new agents. So, for example, MTAP deletions and PRMT5 inhibitors. It's just one of the many examples. I'm really optimistic that the future is bright for patients who do have oncogenic tumor. And we are committed not only continuing to extend survival, but also cure. We are never going to give up on curing patients whose tumors have these driver mutations. But we must also recognize that the majority of our patients do not possess, their tumors do not possess an oncogenic driver. And here again, the revolution of immune checkpoint inhibitors has been phenomenal. And I certainly am a firm believer that immune checkpoint inhibitors, alone or in combination, have led to cures minority of patients with metastatic disease, because I have seen it with my own eyes. And so I understand that we must move beyond that, though. Or if the patients are not cured, some don't even, and our patients are not living long enough. We must leverage the entire immune system if we are going to continue to make true impact in a worldwide fashion. But there's so much enthusiasm and so much going on, and we will achieve this. I think the other area that I was a little concerned about in novel agents were the antibody drug conjugates, but they now have become triumphant as well with the FDA approvals. And what I'm impressed about these agents is they really bridge patients who do or do not have an oncogenic driver. And there's so much more to come here. The technology in developing drugs have also been improved. So lessons there. So I think this class of drugs is also going to really expand in a way that will also be beneficial to our patients as well. I do want to take a minute to applaud our industry partners for really listening to patients and listening to advocates like FairLife by developing agents that are more patient-centric and more patient-friendly, such as subcutaneous administration, which allow for shorter time periods, more flexibility, increased quality of life, cost savings. So I think this is the future. I also am impressed by the ability to conduct intervention trials for toxicity, prevent toxicities, or reduce toxicities. We've seen a couple of these trials, and I believe we're going to see more of those types of trials, again, with the whole goal of being patient-centric. So I could talk for quite a long time, but I'm going to let our speakers now reflect upon all the great advances. But as CEO of the SLC, I just want to emphasize that we are committed to helping our members, helping patients worldwide through collaborative plans, delivering global and promoting accessibility to multidisciplinary care. I think strongly that across the continent, we are going to close the gap, not only in metastatic disease, early stage disease, prevention, screening, survivorship, and supportive care. I want to thank for meeting here and for the expertise and for the interactions. It's this type of meeting and continuing education, enthusiasm, continues that momentum for conquering malignancy. It takes a complete village to do that, and so I appreciate all that you do, and please reach out to me. I'm here to help. Thank you. Enjoy the session.
Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. Και τώρα θα καλωσορίσω τον κύριο.
And now I'd like to welcome Mr. Boutis, who is a pathologist at Theagenion Hospital in Thessaloniki. Good afternoon. I'd like to warmly thank FairLife for the invitation. I'd say that my role is much easier if I'm to speak about perioperative treatment on the basis of what my friend and fellow student has said. The need for perioperative treatment is clear, and this results from the fact that in the ultimately resectable cancer in stages 1, 2, 3 and non-metastatic lung cancer, the operation surgical procedure is not enough. We need to have systematic treatment, which we know for years. And following this rationale, throughout the years, when we had lung cancer operated on, we would administer the traditional, typical post-op treatment. So, whether we will call this pre-operative or peri-operative treatment depends on the planning that we have done in the tumor board with the thoracic surgeon, the oncologist, and all the rest of the specialties involved in the tumor board. So, if we prepare a plan that has to do with purely pre-operative treatment, we'll be talking about neoadjuvant treatment that will be followed by surgery, and then we will reassess the patient post-op within the framework of the tumor board to have post-operative or adjuvant treatment. So in the case of perioperative treatment, this means that we have a specific plan right from the start as to the treatment that we are going to be administering before and after surgery. So this is a perioperative treatment approach. And what has been the change in the past 2 years? Well, multiple clinical studies that I'm going to refer to in the next slide have proven that the results and outcomes are much better if we add to the old known part of chemo administration on the basis of platinum-based drugs, the modern immune therapy with factors targeting axis PD-L1, PD-L1, and these results and outcomes have been established. In particular, in lung cancer, they have been an entire revolution. So these are older data, adjuvant treatment, immune therapy. So we found out that if we add atezolizumab in the first case and pembrolizumab in the second case as post-op treatment, we achieve better outcomes for our patients. Therefore, in patients of stage 1 to 3 who will have a first-time operation for one or the other reason, either because they have been considered to suffer from an early stage that would benefit from the addition of adjuvant therapy, stage 1B to stage 3, or for patients who were considered to suffer from an earlier stage, but during the operation we found out that the stage was a bit more advanced. Well, these patients will benefit from the addition of these two preparations following the typical chemotherapy. In the previous panel on biomarkers, we heard that there is a high heterogeneity vis-à-vis the data on the action of medicines in combination with a biomarker. So atalizumab, we have a benefit when the biomarker is at higher values. This is why we have the approval for more than 50 or more than 1%, depending on the regulatory bodies in Europe or in the States. In the second case, pembrolizumab, it's regardless of the biomarker, and we have the third drug, which was finally not approved. Now, taking this one step further, what do we gain if we add immune therapy earlier, or even the entire pharmaceutical systematic treatment earlier, before the operation? So, in particular, if we have immune therapy before that, we have the tumor on the patient, and therefore we allow this tumor to create antigens that will form the basis in order for the immune therapy to work better. Therefore, the tumor will shrink, and this will increase the operability intraoperatively, and this will lead to a better long-term survival and outcome. Secondly, the patient is free from the surgical stress, so this is a body that is in a better position to have these treatments. Thirdly, the compliance will be much better on the basis of studies, because the benefit of these of this medication will be much higher. We have a better excisability, and another important thing is that it allows us to have a molecular customization of treatment. Therefore, we check the biomarkers at the beginning and at the end of the operation. What does this actually mean? We all know that biomarkers in solid tumors, due to the biology of the disease, change through time, and they change following therapeutic interventions. So a biomarker identified on the tumor tissue at the time we set the diagnosis may change both quantitatively as well as qualitatively as a later instance during the operation. On the other hand, there are theoretical disadvantages. So there is a risk, and this window of perioperative treatment, the initially resectable tumor to stop being resectable, there is also the theoretical probability that we might delay a curing operation because of this iatrogenic intervention. And there are certain issues that are not to be discussed presently. They're most appropriate for a discussion with our colleagues, surgeons. We have different characteristics of this kind of procedure. So we need to have highly qualified surgeons who have experienced with patients who have received perioperative and preoperative treatment. These are some studies. The acronyms are the primary endpoints. Well, we have a better percentage of PCR, that is a complete response. In fact, the immunological tests show that there is no tumor left. So with the addition of these drugs, we have a much higher complete remission. Another primary endpoint has to do with the EFS, the survival without recurrence or death. So, in fact, such clinical trials have shown that the addition of the perioperative and preoperative chemoimmune therapy improves survival rates. Now, at first, we had the the pre-operative treatment. We have data that have come from the past 3 to 4 years following studies. And now the more recent data regarding the perioperative administration of pembrolizumab demonstrate that there is a survival benefit. This benefit is not only observed in the so-called locally advanced cancer, but also at stage 2 cancer. So for stage 2 cancer, as has already been mentioned, and the resectable stage 2 lung cancer, it seems that the operability and survival rates are higher when patients fulfill the specific criteria and receive pre-operative immune therapy. And regardless of the PD-L1 marker, this is important because all patients will benefit from this. However, it might be said later on, we definitely need to have the EGFR and ERK biomarkers and the initial panel, because in these cases there is no respective gain or benefit from an immune therapy, and we are called to follow different approaches. So is it risky to introduce pre-operative treatment? We don't seem to have worse outcomes in the most advanced cases, stage 3 and 2. It seems that we have many more cases where we reduce the staging of the disease vis-a-vis lymph nodes infiltration, and we have a much more conservative procedures done. Mr. Klimatsidas shared with you some cases of tumors that were inoperable, or because they were neighboring mediastinal structures and they would call for large excisions. Nowadays, we are able to have less mutilating procedures and with much better outcomes. This is far from today's subject. Is this making the life of the thoracic surgeon more difficult? Yes, it does, but it's an important benefit. Let me tell you that thoracic surgeons in Greece have been quick to embrace this addition of perioperative treatment, and we have a very good cooperation, both in public as well as in private hospitals. We have excellent results and excellent colleagues. What can we do to raise the bar? We need to identify those patients where we can have a de-escalation of the treatment, achieving as good results. And for those patients where we don't have good outcomes, we can escalate the treatment. One way to do this is to define the circulating DNA and the tumor cells, which is a procedure done after the surgery. So we need to understand which of the patients have higher likelihoods of relapse because they have a higher ctDNA and their cells, and we can further intensify treatment for them. So we have new trials coming in. We also need to improve our biomarkers. Aside from what we note and measure, we need to identify other biomarkers for better or poorer prognosis of patients that will allow us to change our procedures and interventions. And with regard to the therapeutic combinations, you can see the three basic instruments that we include: targeted treatment, the ADCs, the conjugated antibodies, and of course radiation treatment with the modern methods that enters dynamically in all our therapeutic combinations, in immune chemotherapy as well. So to conclude, there is a clear benefit of adding immune therapy in early disease, stage 1 to B, up to stage 3, all the traditionally excisable stages. We have better outcomes in the perioperative approach, and of course we need to say that the tumor board needs to be present at all stages of decision making. There needs to be cooperation between all healthcare professionals dealing with a case. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και τώρα...
Thank you very much. Now, Mrs. Athena Christopoulou, medical oncologist, head of oncology unit at St. Andrews General Hospital, Patras. I would like to thank Mrs. Papadimitriou and, of course, FairLife and its president, Mrs. Corina Patelli, for organizing this wonderful event. And we, as health professionals, always support these initiatives. I'm going to talk to you about targeted therapies in early stage disease.
Εδώ. Okay. Ωραία. Και να ξεκινήσουμε με αυτό το εισαγωγικό slide.
Let's start with this slide, particularly for those who are not too specialized. So we have the basic histological identities such as adenocarcinoma and squamous cell carcinoma for NSCLC. As years went by and things developed, we found out that NSCLC has many faces. It has many faces because to a large extent we identify specific type of driver mutations that lead to carcinogenesis. Usually we have EGFR, ALK and other driver mutations.
Και εδώ σε αυτή τη διαφάνεια φαίνεται ότι
Here you see that indeed even at the early stages of the disease, survival is poor. Stage 1, 5-year survival is only 45%, and of course efforts have to be made to improve these figures. So we need to choose the right treatment for early disease. Mr. Poutis talked about the peri-op treatment, and any choice of treatment should always be based on the histological identity and what we call the molecular imprint of the tumor. Why targeted therapy? We identify the targets, which are the biomarkers, and these are the targets we need to identify. The biomarkers we identify by analyzing the molecular profile of the tumor. And now we have specific drugs targeting the specific biomarkers. For example, we have the NGS test to identify a lot of genes in the tumor. And with the help of the board of EOPE, we have managed to upgrade the list, update the list of biomarkers for lung cancer. Let's start with this EGFR mutation. It is to be found in 25 to 30% of adenocarcinomas, exons 19 and 21, and these are the pharmaceutical molecules. Here, the great percentage I showed you before has to do with the frequency of appearance of these targets depending on stage worldwide. In our country, however, the percentages are smaller. So, identifying mutations as a prognostic factor of response to TKIs indicated that there would be a basic change in the form of therapy for NSCLC, starting from the metastatic stages of the disease where there is real benefit, and then we started using these drugs for the earlier stages. This is a very important trial, ADAURA, for the adjuvant osimertinib after complete resection for stage IB and 3A EGFR mutated NSCLC. In these cases, patients were treated with chemotherapy before the administration of drug. Here you see the results of the trial, indicating the great benefit for survival free of disease in the general population. And you see the wonderful curves for the patients that had mutations. They were operated on, and they additionally got the new drug. And this benefit was, or rather, there was benefit for all stages and for the general survival, irrespective of stage. We also observed that administering osimertinib showed that it could act as a preventive factor for developing disease in the central nervous system, because we know that this type of mutations might lead to diffusion of the disease to the central nervous system. So, with this study, ADAURA, this study established adjuvant osimertinib as the SOC for 3 years with specific mutations. And you see the approval from FDA and then EMA. We saw the benefit, and we thought that we could use this targeted therapy pre-op. A new study, another study, NEO-ADAURA, for patients that could be fully resected, stages 2 up to 3B, non-squamous lung carcinoma. They were randomized before surgery, osimertinib and the usual combination. Here we see that we achieved understaging of the disease for patients, an important benefit for event-free survival, and basic pathologoanatomical response with a very good safety profile for patients. Finally, another target in early disease has to do with ALK, which activates ALK is activated tyrosine kinase. We have this cascade the way we have with the activation of EGFR. And here we have alectinib, and we all know that this is very important for metastatic cases with huge survival benefit. So it was tried in patients that underwent surgery, again having ALK+, and here again it was a randomized study. Here on the diagram you see that there was important benefit in survival, free of disease survival, and a trend of benefit, a beneficial trend for overall survival. Once more, the use of this targeted therapy acts as prevention against dispersion of the disease to the central nervous system, which is a second targeted therapy approved by international organizations. So, what is the message of this presentation? The message is that we always need to know the molecular impact or imprint of the tumor right from the start, from the initial diagnosis. This will be beneficial because it will indicate the right therapeutic strategy. Thank you very much.
Even though you learned French, you were very British when it came to keeping the time. Next up is Mr. Ioannis Georgiakopoulos, who works at the Areteon Hospital. He is an assistant professor of radiation oncology. and will be talking to us about the role of radiotherapy in early stage disease. So, hello from me. Thank you for inviting me, FairLife. It's a great honor. I will not overstep my time, and I will talk about the role of radiotherapy in early stage disease. So, something that for me is one of the most important contribution of modern radiotherapy is that we were able to apply it to patients that had many comorbidities and could not have any other medical procedure done. There are studies based on the American registry, and there's a significant percentage of patients that have early stage lung cancer, and as the time goes by and we have the CT where they find nodules, we're able to diagnose a larger percentage of early stage lung patients. So what do we want to achieve? As I mentioned before, we see that a number of these patients could not be subject to any other treatment because of serious comorbidities. This had an impact on overall survival. It was 6%, 5-year OS, and CSS 5-year was 16%. So let us not kid ourselves, these patients were doomed. But things have now changed with SBRT. It's a special radiation therapy. And when we're talking about SBRT, we're talking about a very high dose of radiation, which we apply in very few sessions, but with great precision. Let us assume that we want to use conventional radiation therapy, and we want to give 60 gray. Now, if we cure him conventionally and give 2 gray daily dose in 30 sessions, so with a mathematical formula that we use in radiation therapy, we see that the equivalent is 72 gray. Now, if the 60 gray is applied stereotactically, meaning we give 60 gray, meaning 3 times 20 gray, the biological active dose is over 72 gray of conventional. It's more than double. It's 180 gray. So we're talking about a very strong and very safe treatment. And the, if you like, milestone study is the RTOG 0236 by Timmerman. And they looked at stereotactic body radiation therapy, and there was good overall survival. And here we have updated data. It shows that it's a very safe therapeutic intervention, particularly in this category of patients. So what did we want to do? We wanted to see whether SBRT can be compared to conventional RT. This has been proven by many studies. This is one of them. There was no difference in the therapeutic outcome, but look at the curves. We see that there were fewer side effects, chest pain, cough, so fewer side effects. But there are other studies like this one that showed that the therapeutic outcome was better in the case of CBRT compared to conventional radiation therapy. Can we compare now SBRT to surgery, which is the SOC? So SBRT has equally good results as surgery, thoracic surgery. There were many head-to-head comparisons between the SBRT and surgery, but they were closed down, meaning when the patients were informed, they wanted to do radiation therapy because they didn't want the side effects of surgery. So all these stopped being carried out, these clinical trials. But there was a pooled analysis in 2017 of the patients that had participated in some of these trials, like Storrs and Rosal, and we saw that we have equivalent results with surgery. But we're talking about the surgery being standard of care. And in the ASTRO, the American Society of Radiation Therapy, we had the 10-year outcomes, and we saw that 10-year overall survival was 69% for SABR and 66% for thoracic surgery. So the results were equivalent. We will answer this question. There are trials that combine surgery to the SBRT. So SBRT is part of everyday clinical practice, and it offers a lot to patients who cannot undergo surgery and that have serious comorbidities. So real-world data show that SBRT is used more and more, and this for me is one of the biggest contributions of RT in lung cancer, particularly in the age group over 65. We see that whereas in younger ages, very few are dealt with using RT. In the age group over 65, we have a lot of patients that are treated with SBRT. Now, we're talking about early stage disease, and I'll talk about stage 3 NSCLC. And here we see specific indications where the treatment of choice is RT, particularly when you can't have an operation. And we have very good results with a combination with targeted therapy or immunotherapy. These are trials that you should look into. Pacific study. So what did the Pacific study do? In stage 3, inoperable patients, they did chemo and then immuno, and we had spectacular results as regards in the overall free survival, but also in overall survival. So when we had an independent group of investigators analyzing the data, we saw that we had very good results. 66% of patients who completed treatment with durvalumab were alive at 5 years. In the past, this percentage was 35, max 40%. And when we have molecular targeting, when we have EGFR a mutation, we have chemo, then we have a TKI, simertinib, and here we have spectacular results. Look at the progression-free survival, how it actually improves with the use of targeted therapy. This is my last slide. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor. We still have a long way to go. We've already come so far compared to where we used to be. Now we have the time of targeted therapy and immunotherapy, but as I said, there's still a long way to go before we get the best results for our patients. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 13 seconds left. Well, obviously, we won't be able to follow the agenda too closely. This is why we are going to change once again the order. Mr. Nicolaou, oncologist from Agio Savas Hospital. Please take the floor, sir.
Να ζητήσω συγγνώμη εξ αρχής για αυτή την αναστάτωση και την...
I'd like to apologize for this change because I have my afternoon appointments with patients. This is why I asked to change the order of the agenda. Well, the title was provocative. The subcutaneous administration, the modern approach to immune therapy in between parentheses, because part of the treatment could be administered subcutaneously. So you can think of any kind of treatment subcutaneously. And the question is, how does oncology evolve? We see it evolve rapidly, and what is important is that there is a change and a shift in the relationship between the patient and the healthcare system. Patients no longer feel as patients. The diseases that we treat have become chronic, and many a times, in between quotes, we refer to consumers of healthcare services. This I say because a person who is going to consume such a service and wants to have a saying, wants to get rid of the paternalistic part of medicine that would guide the practices of doctors globally. One such patient or consumer would like to have many different choices. So here, subcutaneous administration is much more favorable because in order to approve it, we need to find an equivalence at least with the IV treatment. And many such treatments, because of this differences of approach, can only take a few minutes. So it's not just that it limits the time of stay of the patient to the hospital, or that it limits our need to find hospital beds, or that it minimizes the psychological stress and the contact with the hospital, with whatever this might mean, reduced infections, etc. But also this leaves an important footprint in national healthcare systems because the resources are limited, and this is a multiple gain, not only for patients but also for the system, since it's able to save time, money, and human resources and resources. AI comes to shape a completely different environment, using follow-up and monitoring devices remotely for patients, and this shapes a new environment. And in the coming years, I think that we won't be believing our eyes. So in our country, we have applications that have been implemented. Well, this is Ecothen application. It was launched in 2020, and we started designing it end of 2020. So it had to do with the observation and the remark that new treatments, immune therapy, as I had found out at that time, well, immune therapies were going to celebrate their 10 years anniversary. The first approved immune therapy was administered back in 2011 globally. So 2021 would be a 10 years period. So I had thought of writing a paper on the actual value of immune therapy. So within these thoughts, I could see that immune therapy and biological factors presented a different toxicity than the typical chemotherapy. So this would be yet another step of differentiation of treatments. The initial thought was that maybe the treatment could be postponed or extended. This could lead to improvements in hospitals and hospitals' waiting lists. This could also favor medical tourism in our country, since this is our heavy industry. And of course, this would allow us to proceed to smart hospitals. So to this, we had the pharma companies that changed the form, and they had more and more preparations for a subcutaneous mode of administration. We had Roche with trastuzumab and pertuzumab, subcutaneous form, atezolizumab, immune therapy, again by Roche. Very recently, Bristol received an approval on nivolumab, and AstraZeneca and MSD are expected to get an approval. We are talking about the four major pharma companies here. So we designed Ecothen, and the ecosystem we had to move in was the following. By 2030, 25% of people will be above 65 years of age. So we have globally an aging population. Chronic diseases, cancer being one of them, account for 70% of deaths annually. So this is the lion's share. Obesity is a fact. 1.2 billion obese people in 2025. The cost of health increases annually at a rate of 5%, and the cost of drugs is skyrocketing. So in all this, AI will provide answers in the near future. However, the World Bank has warned us in the past and quite recently that if we don't manage the aging population properly, this will affect negatively the growth of countries and the sustainability of healthcare services. You can see how cancer is an age-dependent disease. You can see the graph after the age of 65, we have higher likelihoods of presenting with cancer, and our country is a champion in the aging of the population, having a huge number of people above 65 years of age, with whatever this might mean vis-a-vis the healthcare needs for our population. So having all this in mind and having this as an existing ecosystem, we started designing the Ecothen application. We went through field survey, interviews with patients, meetings with patients, virtual meetings with the Christie Foundation, and we depicted the patient's future trip. So we identified where we currently stood. We had the Nikos Kourkoulos agency providing services of short day care hospitalization services for Ayosavas, and we designed Ecothen 1. Ecothen 2 was the upgraded service, and Ecothen 3 was the spread of this service at a national level. Ecothen 2 has never started to operate. However, we have Ecothen for the Agenion Hospital, and we have it also in other beta hospitals. So it all started with Olga Balaoura when she stated towards the Ministry of Health that at own resources the hospital could administer treatment at home in accordance with the standard that we had formulated, provided there was the appropriate legislative framework. We were at the same time quite lucky because we had the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and Yannis Kotsopoulos, the then Secretary of General of the Ministry of Health, included this Ecothen application into the programs funded, and this happened on May 19th, and we were able to start with the first treatments. In the middle you see a patient who lives in Petropoli. She was living on an island, and she used to come to Athens to have her treatment. She didn't have a vehicle on her own. She would have to get a taxi, etc. Well, we have the Ecothen programs that help us administer treatment at home. They have several advantages: a better psychology of patients, continuous support through specialized group, empowering families, use of technology, better quality of life. The 1,000 treatments at home, Ecothen in its future form, 4,000 treatments. These are beds that are freed up from Nikos Kourkoulos unit. So we have the Ecothen procedure, and this allows us to achieve a reverse gatekeeping since we have the filtering of the system, opening up a new outlet for the system, taking care of patients and of the system. And this is my last transparency with regard to AI and the use of technologies. Pretty soon we are going to introduce certain applications that will allow us to follow up our patients on real time, and we believe that through that we'll be able to change a lot. Thank you.
Since Mr. Eleftheriadis and Mr. Bukovinas No microphone. They will miss their plane. This is why I insisted right from the start. If we could only keep our time. Mr. Bukovinas, please come up.
Ωραία, για να το τρέξουμε λιγάκι γρήγορα. Εγώ θα...
So, second line first. All these developments of the last years have created indeed a very impressive optimism for lung cancer with metastasis either because of mutations or with no specific mutation. However, in the second line, things are still disappointing because the average survival is 4 to 8 months as an average. We have some chemotherapy to be approved. We're talking about wild type and SCLC. So there is a great need to improve the situation. We are trying to identify the resistance mechanisms because we see some early or delayed phenomena after 6 months or before 6 months. There is this resistance acquired. We have taken some steps forward in better understanding these mechanisms, and each mechanism means a new path and new drugs. Drugs coming from immunotherapy, basically, using different targets and different ways to activate antigens, different ways, different inhibitors, different to the DPD1 and anti-DPD1 inhibitors. So, in general speaking, let's see what are the things we do to develop new drugs. And indeed, these patients have to participate in clinical studies. This is the only way forward. So you want to enhance tumor immunogenicity either by using other combinations with chemo and RT vaccines. There is still a long way to go, so I'm not going to touch upon this issue. And oncolytic viruses vaccines, other targeted therapies, and of course the repair inhibitors. Then we have the so-called TILs. We could use other inhibitors such as LAG-3 or TIGIT or cellular therapies, CAR T cells, TLRG, STING agonists, and of course try to target the immune suppression. That's a big class of drugs for an SCLC. I'm not going to mention all of them, but I would like to identify something that is very important even for the second line. We studied one, and there was no benefit. You see in the median PFS, the difference was just for a couple of days, though it seemed statistically significant. However, when AI, as mentioned, which was mentioned many times, and scientists identify a biomarker which could predict response to the specific drug, and this is as a companion diagnostic. So this came out of AI. AI helps us move on. So we found out that these few days were actually few months, and this is very important for the second line. The same happened with another inhibitor. Initially, it was a non-squamous lung cancer, c-MET overexpression. So initially there was good response. But the more patients got it with the companion diagnostics of that time, the less responses we had, which is kind of a paradox. So is it the biomarker? Yes, the biomarker is to blame. The technique to measure it was not the right one, and when we tried to measure expression of protein, another molecule showed response of up to 50% for this difficult group of patients after failure of the first line treatment. So what is our real target? We tried to produce new antibodies, the bispecific antibodies. Let me dwell on something that is FDA approved for EGFR positive second and third line of treatment with good results after harmony studies, but they are used for non-mutated and acazulumab. Again, two targets. There is a response and a disease control rate up to 70%. Study phase 3. This is another molecule, very promising, IBI 363. We have a double immunotherapy target, PDR, and also the part of interleukin-2. It is the first in this class to turn tumors from cold to hot. And this ASCO announcement for this difficult group of patients, response rate, especially for the squamous, went up to 40% and median PFS of 9 months. There are many other molecules, MTAL-APLOS, MTAP, we also have it in Greek. It's very important in the cellular circle for squamous or adenocarcinoma or large cell carcinoma or some sarcoid elements. A basic part of the chain of the cell cycle of the DNA, the sequencing of the DNA, we have two molecules, trials of third phase. Response was up to 30 and 40% in phase 1 and phase 2. Nectin, yet another target on the cellular surface of the cell, expression of more than 60%, new molecules that have different mechanisms of adhering on the cells, the tumor cells, response up to 40%. And this is another promising molecule targeting the pathway of integrin, which has to do with the development of the tumor that activates the transformation growth factor B. Two molecules underway that have shown responses that are very good. Finally, and before the last, targeting STK11, squamous lung carcinoma, a glutaminase inhibitor, and we see how difficult it is for these patients to respond to treatment. So in this case, the response was 25%. So, what is to discuss about line 2? Studies, trials, more trials, Intositat or other molecules, they haven't offered more than 4 to 8 months. We need to choose the right patients, the right biomarkers, but I believe quite soon we will be able to proceed with the use of AI. If you have the possibility to have the protein target and then have in vitro the antibody the way you want it, quite soon these trials will help you to get the patients to the first line. So in the second line we have few choices if we stay by the book, by the guidelines for the second or third lines. However, technology is here, development is here. People around FairLife can exert pressure for these studies to come to Greece with all these new molecules. We keep forgetting the names, but they are important. We need to identify biomarkers, and we need clinical studies across Greece to find the right drug for the right patient. So 4 to 8 months second line, we hope that we'll have many more months, or even turn the disease into a chronic disease. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Eleftheriadis, Mrs. Kanaloupiti, Mr. Passakas, and Mr. Papagiannopoulos, please come for the panel discussion. And let us begin with a comment by Mr. Eleftheriadis. Off microphone. The lady does not have a microphone, so we cannot hear her. So I have a second chance to thank Karina and the FairLife team. I didn't do it in my first intervention, so thank you for inviting me. It's an honor. I think we would be talking about the usefulness of the tumor board. In my opinion, there are two types of multidisciplinary teams. One is the multiple medical specialities together with the management teams of the hospital that design the management protocols for the patient. There is no serious oncology hospital or department that doesn't have its own protocols. And then we can talk about the other multidisciplinary team and how we can handle all this. Now, the control of biomarkers, a lot has been mentioned. Of course, when you have an MDT, you will have a discussion on biomarkers. And here we have not something new for us, but an old, if you like, reflex testing concept. It's very well known abroad, particularly in teams that have drawn up such protocols. We heard that in early stage disease, you don't need to have from the outset the full panel of biomarkers, which was shown to us by Yannis. So what you need is 3 pieces of information, the PD-L1, you need EGFR and ALK. This can be done in an organized pathology lab without using any NGS at all. Now, when we move on to metastatic disease, what the pathologist can do, and not just mention that there is a cancer, because the first person to say that there is cancer is the pathologist. So what the pathologist will contribute is the following. Whatever he hears ADCs or overexpression, that's immunohistochemistry. And as mentioned in the previous session, this can be evaluated only by the pathologist and nobody else, because nobody else is trained to do so. Not that they're not capable, but they're not trained accordingly. And something else that is very new, TROP2 evaluation using as AI. So AI requires impeccable specimen, tissue specimen. So that's very important. When you have that little piece of material that you've acquired via biopsy or surgery, it has to be handled in such a way so that AI can give you the maximum benefit. That's all I had to say very briefly. Thank you very much for what you said. Don't stress. Next speaker. So I would also like to warmly thank Karina, people from FairLife, everybody who's still here to listen to us. What I had in mind is to talk about the framework within which we could hold this discussion, because we heard 2 oncologists, so 1 thoracic surgeon and 1 radiation therapist. So here we hear about treatment planning. We're talking about early stage lung cancer, but the other important members of the team are the pathologist. Mr. Eleftheriadis said that. Thank you for doing so. But there are other teams which participate, geneticists, molecular biologists, and many other teams that make up the MDT. So all this shows the complexity of treatment planning. I think that nowadays And nobody should leave this hall without understood the basic assumption that for a decision to be made, particularly in early stage, and I'm talking about the MDT, this is not considered an SOC, standard of care. And if that doesn't happen, that's malpractice. So we're talking about large centers. Many might not have this luxury, but it is unthinkable in large oncology centers not to have an MDT, particularly for early stage lung cancer. Because how I will do the pre-op assessment of the patient, this must be done by all specialties, the best, the optimum time for the intervention. We hear about the technical challenges that we may encounter. So for specific patients, we need to have pre-op. For others, no, and we don't hold this discussion within the MDT, we won't be able to know that. So we have to talk about the oncology challenges, what we should expect. All this is very important, and this can only be done in an MDT. In order for us not to have any doubt, and this was shown by Mr. Kinatzidis earlier, so MDT, here we have a review, 24-25 meta-analyses, and it shows that MDT reduces mortality, it increases overall survival, particularly in stage 3 early stage lung cancer. So this is of primary importance. And just last July, there was a retrospective study, and this was presented in a thoracic surgeon journal. So we see that the group with the highest degree of survival is the team that will go to surgery, but the timing will have been made within the context of an MDT. And just one last comment. We thought it was modern to have a patient-centered care until recently because it was better than the patriarchal model. But now we've come to a model which is patient-driven care. So we moved from patient-centered to patient-driven care. So the patients have an active role to play, not just the physicians and the treatment team. So we will explain all this to the patient so that the patient can give us his informed consent, so that the patient can actively participate even though what he would like is not exactly what we proposed. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, η καινούργια τάση και αυτό που πιθανώς ελπίζουμε να επικρατήσει είναι η flash therapy.
So what we hope that will prevail is flash therapy. In a few seconds we'll have treatment. This is how I'm going to give you my presentation, flash presentation. I don't think that we need a second comment on the need to discuss to make the best decision to the interest of the patient. At any stage, following operation or following cases of non-resectable cancer, flash therapy. Well, yes, unbelievable. Thanks to FairLife. I think it's a very important move. Days such as this one all show the necessity of a tumor board. We've seen that combined knowledge is the sine qua non for patients with lung cancer. So if we can follow this example in our clinical practice, I think that we will have won the game as to how best we can manage a patient. It's not just about the necessity of a treatment that is multifactorial. It is the elements of the journey. Many different treatments that might rotate and alternate depending on the molecular tests that we run for our patients. Therefore, the cooperation between colleagues is important nowadays. Ms. Kanalbidis showed us that there are many studies demonstrating that tumor boards not only set better conditions for the treatment of patients, and not only do they increase survival rates by 1 or 2 or 3 years, but they also do another important element. They collect data, and data is power. So we know that if we collect data, we have the opportunity to shape therapies and treatments, to identify our mistakes and to correct them, therefore to improve better. So my own wish for our country, having worked abroad for 30 years, is for it to implement such rules. However, we need, to a great extent, the necessary legal framework, because aside from the necessity of a tumor board, we also need to have an independent group or team that's going to check all these tumor boards regularly and on the basis of certain indicators. All this needs to be independent from any interpersonal dynamics. So, I think that this whole story takes patients into an approach that is highly qualitative. Thank you. To add one more thing on what you said. So, this needs to be done on the basis of law. Let's start that by definition, this has to be done. I mean, before any kind of treatment, things have to be decided by a tumor board. We do it informally, but this needs to be legislated and standardized. And then we're going to talk about control of treatments. So I warmly thank you. I think that we'll be able to go on with Mr. Alevizopoulos' presentation. Thank you.
Νομίζω θα κερδίσουμε τον χρόνο.
I think that we're going to save some time. I usually speak quickly. We've already had 2 more speakers. Thank you very much, FairLife, and I'd like to also thank Ms. Patel for this kind invitation to speak about a topic that shows how this invincible enemy of non-small cell lung cancer has been dealt with. Even in this field, there are several developments, and we can see that technology and molecular biology and pharmacology have brought us closer to what can be called cure and allow us to have high hopes. So where we had this joy for the discovery of such pathways, such as the oncogenic drive mutations that would give us the way with which we could understand the process and also see how therapy would be better administered. Of course, the speaker is running. So we've been able to see an era where targeted treatments are connected to the standardized treatment, and these lead to much better outcomes for patients. So now we come to today where technology meets hope and does this new miracle. We have the ADCs, the conjugated antibodies. These are the new Trojan horses. We have targeted antibodies with chemotherapeutic agents that will be released in the tumor cells and will deliver the entirety of their agents and place the enemy in the heart of the tumor cell. This is how it works. So this is the era where, thanks to the pharmacology help with the new tools, plus the fact that we have, through NGS, the identification of all the actionable genomic alternations. These are the alternations that recognize the carcinogenesis. So we administer treatment that will be pertinent to the lesions that we have recognized. It is impossible to follow the speaker at that rate. So we have molecular epitopes, specific genes that are overexpressed. And this allows us to function. So we had the first studies, the drop protein and the way with which certain drugs can work in non-small cell lung cancer. We were able to get conclusions that served as foundations for the treatment. You can see the conjugated antibodies lists subgroups of patients where such drugs could work better. Mr. Bukovina shared them with us. So, specific antibodies that allow us to have higher survival rates. So you can see this through different toxicities. Now, they are the drugs of today, and they have allowed us to treat patients in the best possible way. We have drop that might be very promising, but these might not be that sensitive as a biomarker. So we've seen different therapeutic efforts in order for these drugs to acquire their position in the first line. We have a whole raft of molecules you heard about, and you saw them in tables. They do have the dynamic to come and stay as first-line drugs because of the way they can bind to specific proteins. CIACAM, for instance, is one such case. It's a protein index, and we use specific ADCs that led to such spider plots, guaranteeing good outcomes in a hopeful effort. Indeed, very different trials where we try to find receptors on which these antibodies can bind. All this plethora of receptors that are being recognized either here or in other countries such as Asia. You can see here of course, the results vary depending on the population, but all these molecules can claim their position amongst the drugs available for therapeutic groups and classes. Interpreters, I apologize, but at this pace, it is impossible to interpret. We do our best. So, the condition would be to be able to identify the ADC, its efficacy, its toxicity. How can we get to know the receptor where this specific antibody shows greater affinity in order for it to be deconstructed? There's a whole science behind things here. We see the dissolution of the ligand, releasing the masks. So if we go one step ahead, we come to the biospecifics. We have a dual type of lumen. They can bind to an EGFR receptor or to a MET receptor, and they can bind in such a way that will lead to different receptors. PDL1 or CTLA4. this can work with different paratopes. We were talking about amivantamab. We could administer these dual antibodies, but these seem to stop being so challenging because we have even new molecules. Zenocutuzumab, for instance, is able to work. This is a medicine and the future, combining different epitopes on the same cancer membrane, cellular membrane. PD-1, CTLA-4 can be combined through a dual antibody that will lead to higher spread and dissolution in the cancer cell. So, molecules such as PD-1 and TIGIT, there have been discussions in the past on these, but it seems that their administration guarantees, together with LAG3 or 4-1BB, which is a ligand molecule, and it can bring together these cells and become more effective. So the molecules that were impressive, such as ivonescimab, blocking VEGF, well, maybe such molecules have satisfied us with the hopeful results. They gave us hope, and they have been used, and slowly we see them in Europe being used in clinical practice. But the new molecules with the TGF and other factors, etc. It's a whole different story that has a future and will bring us even better results. The PD-1 antibody with interleukin 2, it seems to minimize risks from interleukin 2 and increasing the efficacy on cancer cells. And this large molecule that seems to be hopeful and allow us to hope for cure, such as izolantamab that blocks HER3 EGFR. This is none other than the future that's here to stay. So all these molecules with METs, a combination with anti-VEGF, PD-1, what we need, what do we not need, the biomarkers, hair, and other biomarkers, and all this c-MET that's being enriched by all the other receptors that seem to be keys in the way the immune system works in order to release its anti-cancer action. And we see here another case, AB7H3 targeting antibody that seems to be highly efficient. All these new therapeutic options in the way they are to be used as first line in combination with vaccines or other treatments can lead to much higher positive outcomes that will be spectacular for our patients. So if to all this we add all the pharmacogenomics techniques with ADCs, where in the ligand we can also have radio drugs that when released through actions of the pH will have all this local management, you can understand that the molecules that we used to look at and admire will be molecules that will have an acceptable action, will have even higher targets, even more difficult pathways to target, to have microenvironment, cancer cells, in order to reach the optimum outcomes, to reduce toxicity and to have to rid ourselves from the cancer cells. So when one has such a long path from experience, one has nothing else to say. ADCs as the point where technology comes in contact with science. It's a bridge between the atom and the universe. In their simplicity, we see a philosophical miracle. Life, even at this stage, always seeks ways to find light and connect with it. So science, when it loves man, it becomes art. And when art seeks truth, it becomes a prayer. So conjugated antibodies form the prayer of biology. And this allows us to be hopeful about this small miracle that we all need. Thank you.
Θα το πω ακόμη μια φορά. Σας παρακαλώ πάρα.
Please, I have to repeat. Please, stick to the time schedule. Apologies, I keep saying so, but it is very important. Now, let's welcome Mr. Tsoukalas on Zoom. Yes, we can see you now. Hello. Apologies, I haven't managed to be here physically, to be there physically, because with the delay and the problems I had with the traffic, I wouldn't make it back to see my patients on time. I would like to thank FairLife and Mrs. Patelli for the invitation, and I would like to congratulate them for the important work they do for our patients. I would also like to thank you for this very interesting topic, which is advances in metastatic EGFR disease. And Mr. Alevizopoulos mentioned some data. I will try to be very, very brief. On this transparency, we see an algorithm with the choices we have for our patients with metastatic disease of lung cancer, EGFR mutated. We see a very complicated diagram, which means that there are many choices for our patients, and that's good. Let me tell you that everything started in Agiosavas when we first identified EGFR as a target. In the middle of 2000, when we started administering the first TKIs for this mutation with very important results. So we're glad that things are becoming even better, and now we have many choices. Next, please. Here we see the guidelines from NCCN. For these patients with EGFR mutation, there are many choices. On the left, we see several choices. Next, please. And here we see the guidelines again of ESMO, showing the choices for this group of patients in the initial diagnosis of metastatic disease. Actually, we can administer various therapies targeting EGFR. Next, please. Let me just mention, and it was in the previous transparency, when we have metastatic disease, that is when the metastatic foci are limited, we could also opt for local therapy. The next couple of transparencies are again about the guidelines, the European guidelines, on the choices we have to treat patients with EGFR mutation after initial treatment.
Let me just mention that initial targets were based on a pill, PEROS, an inhibitor of tyrosine kinase. For this mutation, the mutation was the target, and this was the basic damage, the basic pathology that fed cancer. Some medications, maybe of the past, are lotinib, afatinib. Then they were combined with other agents, such as angiogenesis inhibitors, and actually these drugs had three generations. First generation, lotinib, second generation, then the third generation. The most modern one is osimertinib and lazertinib, and later you'll see that now we are led to a combination of these treatments with chemotherapy, maybe. Next, please. Now, let's see the newest drugs. What data supports osimertinib plus chemotherapy in the first-line setting for patients with activating EGFRM? First line treatment. Next, please. Here we see the FLORA-2 phase 3 trial. Patients with metastatic cancer had this mutation, EGFR. They were randomized, and actually patients that got the combination of osimertinib, which is the targeting drug against this mutation, this pill, PEROS, in combination with traditional chemotherapy, platinum and pemetrexed. So this triple combination compared to osimertinib, which is effective by itself. Nevertheless, triple therapy in yellow line was better in improving survival of our patients. Here we see total survival, and this improvement of survival free of disease was confirmed, and there was an improvement in total survival of our patients. Therefore, this combination of the targeting drug, the pill we used to administer in combination with chemotherapy, is a better choice as first line of treatment. Next, please. Nevertheless, there are some adverse effects. There is no reason on staying on this. It could be anemia, nausea, decreased appetite. Next, please. Now, the next modern effective combination, amivantamab plus lazertinib in the first line for patients with EGFRM. Lazertinib is again an inhibitor of tyrosine kinase against EGFR. However, amivantamab is a two-phase monoclonal antibody targeting EGFR and MET. So these targets are important in the development of lung cancer. Mr. Alevizopoulos mentioned this before. Next, please. And Mariposa trial. Patients with the combination we mentioned had better results in comparison to traditional monotherapy. So when we had the combination, we see the blue line, better survival. Next, please. The same goes, again, we see this improvement in the total survival of the patients. Therefore, this combination is better than monotherapy. This combination, amivantamab and lazertinib. Nevertheless, there are some adverse effects, mainly due to the administration mode. Some allergic reactions, rash, for example. Next, please. So we talked about the first choice we have. What are the available therapies for second-line treatment for patients with EGFR if the disease is no longer controllable by the previous choices? Here we see the algorithm again. It seems complicated, but this is optimistic for us, indicating multiple choices for our patients. And the third combination of interest is amivantamab. I mentioned before this double monoclonal antibody against MERT and EGFR in combination with chemotherapy. Good results in the second line of treatment. Next, please. Here we see this combination with chemo, amivantamab alone or amivantamab and lazertinib. Both combinations with chemotherapy have a positive impact on patients in the second line of treatment. Next, please. And here we see the positive results in total survival. Next. Adverse effects. Next, please. Next, please. That's the one before the last. We see the future for EGFR mutated advanced NSCLC. We see various classes of drugs under development. I would like to mention ADCs. Mr. Alevizopoulos said that they are the Trojan horse. Indeed, it's a revolution in oncology, and they have found their place in this subgroup of patients with EGFR mutations. And we hope that the future will be even better for these patients. Finally, and in summary, combination of osimertinib with chemotherapy and amivantamab with lazertinib are standards of care for the first line. Moreover, amivantamab plus chemotherapy is a very good treatment option in the second line, and there are new trials mainly for combinations, multiple ADCs, the Trojan horses. Thank you very much, and apologies again for not being able to come there in person.
Το πάνελ για να σχολιάσει τις ομιλίες που ακούσαμε θα παρακαλέσω τον κύριο.
Let us invite the panelists to discuss what they heard. So we have Mr. Kallisto, Mr. Papageorgiou, and Mr. Christopoulos, and he will speak to us via Zoom. Thank you. I think that you can take charge. Let's just wait a minute. Of course, let's begin with Mr. Christopoulos. You have one intervention each. You're in control now. We will try to summarize in a few words what metastatic lung cancer is and what we do about it. We will not go into details. We will not mention names or trials because these can be easily forgotten. We want to give a more general dimension. Half of the patients have metastatic cancer, generalized metastatic cancer, and they were either like this from the start or they had initially a disease that then developed after a first treatment. These are the patients for whom the objective is for their survival to be as long as possible and for their quality of life to be as good as possible. So the objectives are different from when we have a primary tumor where we also aim for total cure. Now, the treatments that are applied are either targeted therapies or immunotherapy or combinations of immunotherapy or immunotherapy plus chemotherapy. Now, the selection, in order for us to bring about the best possible results, are based on molecular analysis, molecular testing, which is necessary. It could be from the start if we had a relapse, or they're done immediately with diagnosis of the metastatic disease. So this is a necessary procedure, even if it takes some time, because based on the molecular analysis, we can then decide the type of treatment that will be administered with the best possible result. So from then on, there are many types of therapies which we alternate for first line, second line, or third line therapies, and these are administered based on the profile of the patient, based on the molecular tests, but also based on the biological situation, the performance status, in order for us to be able to give them a therapy which will be beneficial, but without destroying their quality of life. We place a lot of importance in quality of life when it comes to metastatic disease, dealing with a cough, with dyspnea, pain, fever, and now we have remote communication, digital communication, and it is possible for one to be able to offer services to these people without forcing them to come often to hospital, particularly in Greece when we have people living far away from hospitals due to the geography of Greece. We heard about the tumor board. The tumor board is mandatory, but we need to be extremely cautious because the tumor board is made up of specific specialties and they're not always available, even in large hospitals, even more so in rural hospitals. So the tumor board is a necessity. It must be further improved, and it must be found also in hospitals where we don't have all the medical specialties. We have to look at reality in the face, and we need to do something about it. So metastatic disease is difficult to treat. A lot of efforts have been made. There have been advances thanks to all these studies, and now we have a plethora of drugs based on which we have the possibility to prolong the patient's lives. And we also have improved the quality of lives of these metastatic patients. I don't want to hog the microphone any further. I think this was a good introduction. It was a short summary of metastatic disease. We're talking about lung cancer, and I didn't go into details pertaining to treatment. And I think that non-experts, by listening to all these fancy names, forget them very quickly. At this point, let me introduce my co-panelists and give them the microphone so that they can also make some comments. Maybe the gentleman who is linked online should go first. I think you've been waiting for a long time, says the speaker to the gentleman waiting online. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear us, says the moderator. I don't know who you're talking to. We're talking to you, Mr. Christopoulos. You're absolutely right. You're the only one who's connected in this manner. I don't understand if you're looking at me. I just couldn't tell. You seem to be happy and the weather's very good. So let's hear from you. Just shed some light on the situation. What do you think about all this? We don't want to keep you waiting because we are rather late. So, we're all ears. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Congrats for the wonderful conference.
I think that the therapeutic developments are rapid, and for more than 10 years now, they exceed the speed of progress seen in other solid tumors. This progress has been summarized by the speakers in previous sessions. I don't have anything to add at that point, but having attended your conference, I'd like to say that it is a special conference compared to what we doctors hold as events, because aside from scientific data, it does not hesitate to expand onto political dimensions, practical issues, and psychological issues. These are all necessary if we are to implement this innovation.
Εύχομαι λοιπόν μέσα από την πρωτοβουλία της
So I hope that through FairLife's initiative, we will have a critical mass of people who will become mobilized and will in their turn mobilize the politicians in order to have all these new ideas become true in Greece to the benefit of our patients and of our country. Thank you very much, and I wish you success in the works of this conference and in the works of life. Thank you very much for this very brief and very substantial and essential intervention. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kosmidis. A very nice introduction to summarize today's discussion. I'll try to give it another two dimensions due to my capacity for years in the area of diagnostic tools, biomarkers and molecular analysis through a multinational company, and now as a general director of the Association of Biomedical Products. Well, we have this new standard of care. We have turned towards integrated care. We keep track of the patient's journey. We have a diagnostic and medical materials, not just the biomarkers. We have the diagnostic tools, treatments, etc., as well as AI. AI, these are medical devices, in fact, that need to obey to specific rules if they are to be applied on patients. So I'd like to mention here the regulatory framework. It's a labyrinth. There are too many regulations on AI, the Data Act, the European Health Data Space, and all these has to be seen under the perspective that we do want to have the regulation, but this regulation should not cause delays and technology reaching the patients. Now, a personal point of view, since my mother lost the battle to cancer, small cell lung cancer, 20 years ago, without having access to this development of science, without having access to any of these biomarkers. So what I'd like to point out is, well, the treating physician back then had said that it's as if lightning strikes and our home. Everyone needs to burden this shoulder, and in particular the patient themselves. So this is why I'd like to share with you that I admire you all for your personal fight. Thank you. Yes, this personal touch and experience explains why you are so sensitive. Let's hear you. Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. It's very nice to sit next to Mr. Kosmidis because he said everything. He didn't leave anything out. But it so happens that I work with people of his own generation, with Mr. Panopoulos. It's one thing that I keep on thinking. We had patients so many years ago with fewer medicines. So this huge growth and progress is quite scary because such medications have a specific mode of administration. We've said that these are new drugs, biomarkers, AI, evaluation, assessment, proper mode of administration. Michalis Nicolaou talked about the subcutaneous administration of medication. Therefore, we can have home care. Only last week I was at a talk regarding subcutaneous medications, and let me tell you this. We nurses were invited to give our opinion on the subcutaneous administration. It's not about our own convenience, professionally speaking, but we were called to say how we would imagine the life of patients would change through this subcutaneous administration. So it is important for us to share our experience. It will need less time for patients. They won't have to have long stays at hospital. There will be new care centers, etc. So it's a whole different care environment than the one that we know today. So there are too many challenges. The metastatic disease does have symptoms, and when we can't do anything treatment-wise, we need to be able to manage symptoms. It's not just about the patient, but also the family, the carers, etc. This is what I keep on telling to my colleagues, other nurses. We have at least 8 hours for our patients there, so any symptom that might appear, we are there for the timely diagnosis and assessment of the system. So many treatments are first-line treatments, and there are many side effects that come together with the first-line treatments, but there are other side effects that appear much later. Thank you. Any question? Would you like us to clarify something? Do you have any comment? I have a comment to make. I wish we had more time to hear your views on things, because we hear doctors, scientists who have a human-centric approach. This is what FairLife actually does. Its vision is to improve the quality of life. Now, for one to be familiar with the genes, etc., okay, it makes one proud, but this is not what it's all about. We need to be able to offer something because, to be frank, lung cancer is a very difficult disease, in particular the metastatic cancer. Right from the past, we had seen a primeval form of treatment. There have been developments, but we are still a long way far from the point where we would be satisfied with what we offer. I'd like to thank Ms. Papadimitriou for her help. I think that every time I see you, I envy you. I envy you for your role here. And we'd also like to thank, of course, Corina, who helps us offer our services to our patients. And I'd like to thank you all for attending. So, moving on to the next one. Unfortunately, the speaker is off microphone. So we have attendees online who are really interested in listening to these discussions. So thank you very much. Ms. Stefania Goura, an oncologist at Metropolitan Hospital, will take the floor now.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Να ευχαριστήσω ειλικρινά θερμά την κυρία Πατέλη για αυτή την πάρα πολύ τιμητική
I would like to thank Mrs. Pateli for this honorary invitation. It's a very important initiative and I'm glad to be here with you. In a couple of minutes I will try to talk about an interesting topic which is difficult, small cell lung cancer, which is a difficult disease.
Εδώ, ωραία. Λίγα πράγματα πιο γενικά για τον καρκίνο του.
A couple of general things about small cell lung cancer. It usually appears in patients that are former or active smokers. 70% we have a diagnosis when there is metastasis, whereas 50% of the patients at least will develop brain tumors. Frequently, they are diagnosed with paraneoplastic syndromes, so that there are different manifestations after the initial appearance of SCLC, and in general it responds to chemotherapy. However, before modern treatments, the average survival could not go beyond 1 year, and we didn't manage to save many patients, especially in the metastatic form. Now, to stage, first of all, we need to start with a CT scan of chest, abdomen, and pelvis. It's also important with the new imaging techniques to use PET scan to get useful information and sometimes staging changes. And since we mentioned this cancer usually has metastasis in the central nervous system, this is very important to have brain imaging, and MRI is better than CT, and we start staging with a more traditional way depending on the field. We say that it is limited in the chest or extended. So in the era of immunotherapy, we had very poor survival results. In the restricted form, only in the chest, or the extended form, survivals were poor. This is why we had to do something. So it was then that we added immunotherapy. To put it simply, this immunotherapy model means that our cancer cells have some receptors, and these receptors trick our immune system. They are very smart, that is why they survive, and they mimic our cells, and therefore the immune system doesn't kill them. So to put it simply, this break is something that we need to stop. So immunotherapy detaches them, and this is how T cells manage to kill cancer cells. As mentioned, SCLC is either limited or extended. We should always keep in mind that if disease is limited in the chest, in the long run, we could have cure. That's possible. So we start chemotherapy immediately because this type of cancer responds to chemotherapy. In reduced disease, chemotherapy and radiotherapy are the treatments. We usually have 4 cycles of chemotherapy with cisplatin, carboplatin, and etoposide, and radiation, either at the same time or in some other patients after completion of chemo. And sometimes we offer treatment once or twice a day. Recently, immunotherapy
was also used for limited disease, because there was a study indicating that after completion of combined chemotherapy and radiotherapy in limited cases, and there is no worsening of the disease, if they go on being treated with durvalumab, the outcome is better. So there is this benefit for total survival. We oncologists like survival curves. So this blue curve has to do with patients that underwent immunotherapy, and in the yellow line you see the ones that didn't have this additional therapy. So you see that these patients had a benefit of about 20 months. So immunotherapy now is to be taken into consideration. Now let's see what happens in cases of extensive disease. In the last 5 years, because the results of chemotherapy alone were poor, we proceeded to phase 3 trials, that is randomized large trials that showed that if to the combination of cisplatin and topotecan, which is the basic therapy, when we add immunotherapy, these patients have a benefit that's better than having only chemotherapy with platinum and posides. This is very important because this was the first time that we managed to have this leveling of the curves, meaning that the patients survived for more than a year after treatment, which was rare before with the use of chemotherapy. So now we have some patients that could have an extended survival up to 3 years. We try to find the best combination to achieve further benefit. So we see that the more we administer immunotherapy, the more benefit there is. So there is benefit even after 5 years. So immunotherapy, after having the initial benefit, there is still benefit. And we have also found out that adding yet another drug together with the immunotherapy, when we add lurbinectedin, we have a better results, avoiding relapses. So with adding chemotherapy, after initial therapy, we can have better results in survival. Now, what if first line of treatment and then maintenance treatment is offered, then there is relapse and we have the second line? How are we to decide on the second line therapy? We need to factor in to see how long after the initial therapy there was the relapse, comorbidities, general state, the wishes. We talk with the patients and their carers, and then we decide that we need the next therapy, because yes, there is indeed benefit. After first line of treatment, after maintenance treatment, we mainly had chemotherapy. If relapse appears long after initial therapy, we try again with platinum. If this is not the case, we try to see what will happen with other types of chemotherapy. However, what is promising in small cell lung cancer is a molecule which is called tarlatamab. Again, it's an immunological approach. We have complicated molecules that bind both to our cells and the cancer cells, leading these cells to kill the cancer cells. So after many years, we have a new type of treatment tried in comparison to chemotherapy, which we would use as a second-line treatment, and we found that there is benefit for total survival. This publication is quite recent, and we had the honor of having it presented by Mr. Mucius. And we see that now a new field opens up, and things in small cell cancer, lung cancer, become better, and we can be more optimistic. So we have this promising molecule, and at the same time there are some new adverse effects, because we have this immunological response killing cancer cells. Most probably there are also inflammatory reactions in the body, so we need to know how to manage some new symptoms, but everything is under control. It's absolutely under control, and usually it's not risky for the patient. In the future, we want to further increase our treatment choices. There are many clinical trials for all these complicated molecules we have mentioned, some of them alone, some others in combination, and in the near future we will have even more choices. And of course this is a very difficult type of cancer. Finally, patients have to know the group working with him. Patients need to be fully informed their sources and resources for information and access to treatment. Patients have to be active, they have to be member of the team. It's not a decision is only taken by the doctor. We need to have enough time to talk with the family and the carers. Patients need to ask questions, and they need to be willing to participate in clinical trials. In our country, we have clinical trials. It's very beneficial for patients, and they shouldn't live with the anxiety of the next imaging tests, the so-called scanxiety. The doctor's team should always be there to offer relief. So all of us together, we need to move towards the future. The future is these new treatments, the new trials, and we hope that we could further individualize therapies, and everything will be better with the cooperation of the team. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, thank you, Mrs. Maria Gazzulli, Professor of Biology, Genetics, Nanomedicine at the Medical School of the NKUA. You're up next. Thank you, Mrs. Patelli and FairLife, for the invitation. I will be talking about rare tumors. From my experience and participation in the European Action on Rare Tumors, I'll talk to you about the approach that is followed in order for us to deal with rare tumors. So this concerns very few people, but for us it's a huge challenge for rare lung tumors. Around 6 out of 100,000 people annually in Europe can develop a rare cancer, but as far as lung cancers are concerned, we're talking about 10% of lung cancers belonging to the rare tumor category. So the percentage may be low, but we seem to have high complexity. The diagnosis is late, specialization is limited, and the data are limited. So we need to look at this very, very carefully. So this is a heterogeneous group of tumors. Rare tumors are not just one. There are many different tumors. We can talk about neuroendocrine, also sarcomas. They're very aggressive. Salivary types, they actually infiltrate locally, develop slowly, but cause many problems. They are resistant to conventional therapy, so they require specialized centers with an experience in pathology and molecular analysis. So they can't all be dealt with in the same way. The appropriate treatment, how do we approach them? So we have to have the right diagnosis. What does this mean? This means that we have to have the right biopsy. We have to have good immunohistochemistry and good molecular analysis. So here we need molecular analysis. So chromogranin A, etc., help neuroendocrine tumors, but mutations like ROS, ALK, KRAS, EGFR help us have targeted treatment even for rare and even unknown tumors. Imaging, of course, techniques are important, and a second opinion from a specialized center may open up new horizons. So here we see that depending on the histology, we have different characteristics that can allow us to choose the treatment option to be observed. They may not be for this type of cancer, but we know how other types respond to the molecular targets. So we look at the molecular footprint of the disease. We're not on our own in this. We have international networks. We have the European Reference Network, ERN Eurocan, for rare diseases. So these networks hold virtual tumor boards, and there is cross-border expert consultation. There are expertise clusters. We can support data via innovation, and we can ask for counseling in difficult cases. And in these ERN Europan, the European Commission has really invested in all of this. Biobanks and cross-tumor research are very important. These are rare tumors. We have very little data, so we need registries more than ever before. But it's not enough. What is most important for all rare tumors are biobanks. They are connected to the reference centers. Here we have to keep this precious tissue material in order to carry out the molecular testing and find new therapeutic targets. So research is not just tumor. We have to look at the molecular characteristics, not just the histology. We see that they may look different, but they may have the same pathways, and this is what we should focus on in order to have precision medicine. So we need combined studies based on molecular characteristics, and this will allow us to have a sufficient number of patients in order for us to have good evidence and documentation. And of course, we need a holistic support provided to patients. Rare cancer patients feel isolated, not because they lack support, but because their disease is not that well known. So they need psychological support, and greater than in other cases. So various patient groups help the patients get to know one another. Nothing about us without us. This is an ECPC principle. It's a reminder that we should always have the patient at the center. They need to have a say in the matter. And we also need a clear-cut national strategy for all rare cancers. We need to support the labs, the diagnostics centers, and all the infrastructure that is necessary to deal with this very limited genetic material. So what do we want by way of policy? The ideal system for rare cancers should be based on 4 pillars, in my opinion. There should be specialization and networking, expertise and network. In order for us to have this exchange, we need to have data and research. If we don't have the material, we can't do research. We can't find molecular molecules that we can target. We need education and awareness. And of course, we need to have support of the patients. Why? Because early diagnosis and treatment, access to knowledge, and above all, the human approach are what will really help in dealing with these rare cases, these rare tumors. Thank you, and I hope I didn't overstep my time. I tried to be as brief as possible. Thank you very much.
Now moving on to the next session. we will have this shift. We call upon Ms. Angeliki Souri with FairLife. She is the Contact and Communication Liaison Advisor with the committee and the advisor to LungCancer Europe. So this is going to be a shift talking about mental health. In the past few years, we had proceeded to analyzing the issues on mental health. Good afternoon. I too would like to thank you on behalf of FairLife. My presentation today focuses on an aspect that usually stays on the margin. Mental health. That is, what does this diagnosis mean emotionally to patients, to carers, to friends and relatives? So when FairLife was established in 2020, one of its main objectives was to provide empowerment to patients and to their relatives through their support. This is how we created Breath, this psychosocial support program, which is provided for free to cover the gaps in our country vis-a-vis psychological supports. So a few words on Breath. It's the first organized program for support throughout Greece, providing services for free for social and psychological support. It is addressed to patients with lung cancer, their carers and their members of the families, and it is implemented with the help of qualified and expert professionals. The gap in psychological support, unfortunately, is not a phenomenon we come across in Greece. This is why we are going to see the results of the 10th report on LungCancer Europe on lung cancer and mental health. How do European patients and carers experience the disease? This is a report in cooperation with the organizations members of this body in Europe, and it is the largest so far international study regarding the emotional and mental impact on lung cancer. We had 2,200 participants from 31 countries, and it is available in 18 languages. Greece participated through FairLife with 146 responses and is going to receive the specialized report in 2026. Cancer diagnosis does not only have an impact on the body, but also on the mind and on our emotions. Many times the psychological burden is as heavy as the disease itself. In the survey, 61% of participants declared that their mental health was significantly affected following the diagnosis. Most common emotions were sadness, fear, stress, uncertainty. These are emotions experienced by more than 50% of the participants, and not everyone was affected in the same way. Carers, younger adults and women reported the highest burden and in general reported rates of lower mental health and well-being. This is why it's important for us to recognize these phenomena and provide such services that will alleviate the burden. One of the strongest emotions was fear. Fear that the treatment might fail, that the disease will progress. Other fears had to do with side effects, the potential pain, and of course death. What about the carers? Carers are even more burdened because they are concerned about their beloved ones passing a crisis. This emotional stress affects the daily lives of 90% of participants. They find it difficult to work, they have economic and financial difficulties and difficulties with their social life. They feel burned out, under pressure and lonely. And of course there's the stigma of lung cancer that creates guilt, shame and isolation. Despite difficulties, though, many people find ways to go on. Through the routine, through proper information, good communication with the medical team, the presence of loved ones, all these do play a part. However, at the same time, they feel alone or misunderstood. There are always needs that haven't been met for better information, for the better management of side effects, better communication, and access to services of mental health. The intense and continuous stress might lead to mental disorders, most common of which is depression. 1 out of 4 participants reported that they have been diagnosed with depression. Too many symptoms had begun already before the diagnosis of lung cancer, but they became much more intense, or they reappeared as soon as the diagnosis was set. It seems that those who suffer already from mental disorders before the diagnosis, it is more difficult to comply with the treatment. Carers seem to be more vulnerable, and they have a high rate of recurrences and relapses. All these go to show that the burden is not shouldered only by patients, but also by the members of the family, the friends, and those who are around the patient. Stress is yet another challenge, together with depression. So 1 out of 5 had already been diagnosed with stress disorder before cancer, and following the diagnosis, symptoms deteriorated or reappeared. Women and people at the advanced stage of the disease present higher rates, and here carers show higher rates of effect. 8% of people reported that they had suicide thoughts or self-injury thoughts, 2%. So this clearly shows that mental care, healthcare should be incorporated in the daily care regime, not only for our patients but also for carers. Even if we have a nice family and good friends, we might feel lonely after diagnosis. Only 39% of individuals share their emotions with their beloved ones, or some of them might not even share them at all. Some feel that people around them don't understand them, and some claim that the help they get is not enough. Some people live on their own, and some have no one to accompany them to the hospital. This shows that emotional loneliness is there, even if we are in the midst of our family and our own people. So psychological support is a need. More than half of the patients have not received any help for their diagnosis. Almost 40% never talk to doctors as to how they feel, because they wouldn't feel at ease with that, or they believe that nothing would change. And although most of them know that their mental status affects the course of treatment, only 1 out of 4 feel that they do have the support that they need. And of course, many don't know that there are groups or bodies or associations that may help them. We saw how lung cancer affects the mental status of patients and carers, and how there's lack of support. So this support needs to be offered systematically at every stage of care by experts, by specialists who are able to support these individuals in parallel with the treatment. We also saw that there's a need for better information and communication with the doctors. This information needs to be clear, it has to be individualized, and we need to recognize that each patient needs a different level of details. This is the man-centered approach, and this should be the future of care for lung cancer. So concluding, I'd like to ask you to keep in mind all these conclusions and help disseminate and spread this message, because as we've repeated time and time again, behind statistics there are individuals, and no one should treat lung cancer on their own. Thank you.
Ο κύριος Μούντζιος τώρα, αγαπητέ Γιάννη.
Mr. Mungios, Yannis, you have the floor.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ πάρα.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I would like to thank my friend and colleague, Mrs. Corina Pateli-Bell. I think that she's a colleague because we are brothers in arms in this struggle. And I just wish that this event will grow up even more, and we're here to support it. This year I asked Corina to talk about something completely different. I wanted to talk about air pollution, which is increased together with other factors of environmental carcinogenesis. And I will try to be as brief as possible. This is a major issue of public health together with some other environmental factors. But let us not forget that the basic environmental carcinogenesis for lung cancer is smoking. It is, and it still is, it's responsible for more than 80% of cases, more than 50 carcinogenic elements in a cigarette. And these are articles, Greek articles in the 50s. Back then it was newspapers. Now we have social media that spread misunderstandings. Here, 1955, good newspapers would say, smoke if you want to avoid cancer, according to statistics. Statistics proves that smoking does not cause lung cancer, and this is my favorite. Greek cigarettes do not cause cancer. Marlboro are to blame. Karelia, a Greek brand, is okay. So you see what happens on the social media. You see this e-cigarettes issue. What was old is beautified and presented as something new. An e-cigarette which contains these very, very small nicotine. If it has 20 milligrams in a pack, it's like 20 cigarettes, traditional cigarettes. Moreover, there is huge promotion of the tobacco products industry, especially e-cigarettes and IQOS. See, the colors, they are beautiful, they are like candy, gifts, whatever. And the target group is young people. Unfortunately, children, even from primary school, start using this type of products. This old misunderstanding is here on the internet now. And see, misunderstandings. This is not smoking, it's only water, as if it's only water. And this cigarette is not a cigarette. Why? Because it is an e-cigarette. And of course, celebrities vape, therefore we should vape too. There are two other recognized factors for carcinogenesis. First, asbestos. Asbestos for doctors has to do with mesothelioma. However, asbestos is also linked to lung cancer. This became known even in 1960s. In 1993, most European countries prohibited the use of asbestos in construction works. There was an all-European prohibition in 2005, but it was not fully implemented. And in 2023, the EU Council voted for further recommendations with stricter limits. In December 2024, 1 year ago, FDA issued a special mention for asbestos in other types of products, cosmetic products. Nevertheless, asbestos is a world problem because of its extended use in developing countries. In India, for example, and other countries with a huge population,
do not have this type of prohibition. So professional exposure to asbestos is expected to be increased by 4% annually until 2031. The problem is still huge. Another important problem, and which is not mentioned quite frequently, even by specialists, is radon. Radon is something in nature. It is a radioactive gas released by soil and rocks. It can enter buildings, however, through various cracks, and it breaks down uranium. Its life is very, very limited, only 4 days. But during these 4 days, when the nucleus is destroyed and radiation that comes out actually could tear the DNA. So we have actual ruptures in the DNA that cannot be easily repaired by the repair mechanisms of the cell. The good thing with radon is that we can control exposure to it. We have Geiger-Miller devices. In some countries, radon is abandoned. In Great Britain, for somebody to buy a large house, they check on radon first. And there is a huge effort by NEO-RTC, and Mrs. Yazuli mentioned spectra. So in 5 European countries, they are trying to measure radon and its correlation with lung cancer. In the last 3 minutes, I will focus on the most important topic, environmental carcinogenesis. If you read the 2023 WHO report on environmental pollution, you will feel real fear. The air we breathe has at least these elements. They are carcinogenic compounds recognized by WHO as such. And the main problem is in these very, very small particles, 2.5 up to 10 micrometers. Actually, they come from diesel combustion mainly. And it's not enough to lock ourselves in our houses or offices. They are produced in the external environment. However, the exposure in the Western world happens mainly in interior places, because most of us spend 2/3 of our lives indoors. So these particles penetrate indoors, and there is a very, very specific equation actually for calculating this penetration. Just see what happens. You see countries with a huge problem, but anyway, all large urban centers are faced with problems. Just see what happens in Southeastern Asia, in China, Shanghai, Hong Kong. And we know that this is where frequency of GFR mutations is very high there. So there is a correlation there. These are the basic sources of production of these particles: electricity production, biomass, or even recycling. And another important part is combustion and of carbon, or even cooking indoors. And there is professional exposure in this case. Athens is not the best city to live in Europe. However, things are worse in Torino or Barcelona. Can we measure pollution? Yes. Today we have the so-called air quality index, taking into consideration 7 parameters. 1.5 minutes more. So these microparticles are among these 7 factors, and there are internet platforms. This is the Swiss one, IQ Air. You can use your zip code, but not all areas in Athens are the same. So you can measure the quality of air you breathe during a specific day, because this has to do with meteorological conditions as well. And there are scientific studies that clearly state starting from the UK, that when there is a high exposure of PM 2.5 micrometers, we have this mutation form of lung cancer. And with in mice experiments, scientists have identified that when we have this mutation and exposure of mice to these agents, the risk of lung cancer is increased. So we cannot choose the air we breathe. So it is a social issue now, because poor people live in poor industrial areas. The European Union is trying to rectify the situation. You see efforts made, until 2030, these blue regions of high risk have to be reduced. But I don't know what is going to happen after the United States taking distance from the agreement to reduce pollutants in industrial production. Now, in most cases, we can change things. We can change things as regards smoking, vaping, and exposure to asbestos and radon. But for air pollution, it is a political issue. It is an issue for the citizens, an issue for the state. And we just hope that the principles of the European Union will apply. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ήταν η δεύτερη φορά στην ημέρα που μπήκε.
It's the second time that geopolitics entered the discussion. Mr. Chrysikos is already ready to take the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank FairLife and Mrs. Patelli for inviting me. We will talk about lung cancer and comorbidities. So, lung cancer is the first cause of death from cancer worldwide, and despite the progress that has been achieved with targeted treatment and immunotherapy, when we have multiple comorbidities, dealing with lung cancer is a complex situation. Most patients with lung cancer do not only die from the disease, but all the other comorbidities, COPD, cardiovascular diseases, depression, sarcopenia, diabetes, mellitus. So modern oncology should be not disease-centered, but patient-centered. We see that many people have a comorbidity upon diagnosis. The most common coexisting disease is COPD, affecting up to 50% of lung cancer patients in Greece. We also have cardiovascular diseases, coronary vessel disease, heart failure, as well as sugar diabetes and chronic renal disease. We should not overlook depression, which impacts on the quality of life. Now, let's talk about COPD. 30 to 50% worldwide of patients with lung cancer have coexisting COPD, and this percentage can go up to 60% in heavy smokers with squamous carcinoma. In Greece, 25 to 30% have undiagnosed COPD, which is discovered when investigating the cancer. COPD and lung cancer have common etiology and pathogenetic mechanisms: smoking, a chronic inflammation of the airways, oxidative stress, and epigenetic lesions of the bronchial epithelium. So what are the clinical consequences of coexistence of COPD and cancer? Diagnostic delay. This may be due often to COPD, leading to a delayed diagnosis of the cancer by 3 to 6 months on average. Now, resectability is limited. When we have a congestive syndrome with FEV1 below 60%, increases the risk of post-operative respiratory failure and extended hospitalization. These patients are chosen for SBRT or less invasive resection. we have complications in treatment, and there's also a problem with prognosis. In many series, COPD is linked to 15 to 25% lower overall survival, particularly when we have low BMI and other problems. So cardiovascular disease, that's the second most common comorbidity after COPD in lung cancer patients. According to international data, 30 to 45% of lung cancer patients have active cardiovascular disease. Most common comorbidities are coronary vessel disease, coronary artery disease, heart insufficiency, arrhythmia, and blood hypertension. So people with a history of heart arrest have had many problems. So the presence of cardiovascular disease has a negative impact on the survival of lung cancer patients. They have 35 to 50% increased mortality, double the risk of hospitalization due to complication of treatment, and 40% risk of stopping the systematic therapy. In patients with low LVEF, 50% have lower risk of getting chemotherapy and have higher toxicity, grade 3 to 4. So comorbidities are not just accompanying problems. They have to do with the possibility of treatment. Cardiovascular disease increases the risk of cardiotoxicity from chemotherapy or immunotherapy, which means that you need to have close collaboration with cardiologists. Sugar diabetes means that there may be resistance to treatment, and also an increased number of infections under the use of corticosteroids. Cachexia and sarcopenia lead to reduced tolerance of chemotherapy. So in studies, we've seen that patients with 2 or more comorbidities have 30 to 40% lower survival, even though they may be receiving the same cancer treatment. So we must have multidisciplinary approaches in lung cancer patients. A modern tumor board should not only have oncologists and thoracic surgeons, but also pulmonologists, cardiologists, dietitians, physiotherapists, and psychologists. So we must use Charlson Comorbidity Index, CARG score for the elderly, but also the 6th minute walking test and ergospirometry to look at the physical condition of the patient. In Greece, more and more university hospitals adopt this treatment. So selection of treatment depending on the comorbidity. Surgery, pre-op evaluation of the heart function and the respiratory function is of critical importance. Less invasive techniques like VATS and RATS may reduce mortality and post-op complications in COPD patients or patients with heart disease. Chemotherapy, you need to be very careful. In COPD patients, you need to have prophylaxis against infection and programmed support treatment. Immunotherapy, it causes some adverse events like myocarditis, pericarditis, pneumonitis, which can lead to death if they're not recognized early. In people with autoimmune diseases or cardiological disease, there needs to be individualization, and we know that we must check for hepatotoxicity and prolongation of the Q2 interval. Now, if you administer psychiatric drugs and cardiology drugs, you need to check for drug-to-drug interaction. Now, support and palliative care. Support care is not a luxury. It's a therapeutic instrument of major importance. We must also include quitting smoking and also respiratory rehabilitation, dietary support to prevent cachexia. Mental health, as Mrs. Suri quite rightly mentioned, is often ignored. Depression and anxiety or stress have to do with physical activity, and they also affect one's wish to eat and compliance as well. Psycho-oncology can also be used with good results. holistic care is very important, and the next decade will be characterized by multidisciplinary clinics with digital tools and AI to predict toxicity and to individualize treatment, as well as new strategies to deal with cachexia and chronic inflammation. Conclusions. Lung cancer is a multifactorial struggle. It's not an isolated disease. Dealing with comorbidities is equally important with the treatment of the tumor. So we need multidisciplinary collaboration. We can not only prolong the life of our patients, but also improve the quality of their lives. Thank you very much.
Και με έναν τρόπο, κύριε Χρυσκέ, δώσατε την πάσα για την επόμενη.
And in some way, you gave us a pass for the next speakers. So since you talked about diets and exercise, we are calling upon Ms. Anna Papageorgiou, clinical dietitian and nutritionist from the School of Medicine of the University of Athens.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good afternoon. Now it's my turn to thank FairLife and in particular Ms. Pateli for the invitation to be here in this panel and to present the data on diet and nutrition and exercise. So we heard that we can't control air pollution, however we can control diet and exercise. So this is a matter of proper knowledge and follow-up of therapeutic protocols. So this is a sector that presents rapid changes and changes the whole approach to the comprehensive care of patients. Exercise is not an extra service, it's part of the treatment and calls for an interdisciplinary cooperation. So the mechanisms for pulmonary rehabilitation from theory to practice. This is a comprehensive therapeutic approach of care which includes this holistic model that we keep on hearing about in the past few years: exercise, resistance and respiratory education, training, dietary support, psychological intervention, pre-op and post-op that leads to significant changes in the physiology of the lungs. Exercise has been long studied. We have thousands of clinical studies, meta-analysis. It has been so much researched upon, in particular in chronic diseases and more specifically on cancer, vis-a-vis its effect on cardiovascular, cardiorespiratory system, the molecular level. We are really interested in the increase of the muscular mass because what we want to deal with is sarcopenia and cachexia. We need to enhance strength and to reduce fatigue. We are interested in reducing inflammation, so exercise tries to helps us reduce three main factors: IL-60, NFA and CRP, and in particular with regard to interleukin-6, let me point out that exercise in fact increases in some way the interleukin levels, and in this way the body adapts and ultimately there is a reduction of inflammation. What is of interest regarding exercise is to see to it that we prevent this 40% to 70% of cases of sarcopenia and the consequences of this low muscular mass regarding post-op complications, increased toxicity, reduced tolerance and reduced survival. Why is that? Because sarcopenia is an indicator that is being studied because it is currently associated with longevity and also vis-a-vis insulin resistance, the visceral fat, the inflammations. All these elements render difficult efficient treatment because when we have a lower muscular mass, we have a higher intensity of the toxicity of our treatment. Systematic review as to what we have grasped with regard to the reduction of post-op complications through exercise. So briefly, I will mention that this reduction ranges from 30 to 50% in certain studies, reduction of post-op pulmonary complications. This is an important index. The functional capacity is increased. This is the 6 minutes walking test that improves, and it is ranging from 25 to 80 meters. These are significant markers. We also have the ability to absorb oxygen as measured by ml of kilo of body weight per minute. We had increased muscle strength and therefore improved quality of life in 8 to 12 weeks of exercise when the progress started at a period of 2 to 4 weeks post-op. And together with all that, there comes a raft of psychological benefits and, of course, the whole change of the lifestyle for oncology patients. This is a very concise presence, or rather presentation of the prescription exercise for patients that takes into account intensity, frequency of aerobic versus anaerobic exercise, but always we need to take into account the status of the patient and the stage. We have results in mixed and non-surgical populations where we measure the muscle strength, the physical status. Of course, diet also plays an important part, and of course we have at the top the Mediterranean diet. Following Mediterranean diet has been associated with increased survival rates in patients with lung cancer. We know the benefits, the antioxidants and the anti-inflammatory action hidden in all these substances in the Mediterranean diets, and this is recommended by 4 large major international organizations in order to follow an individualized protocol. We see here energy, protein, the frequency of meals in the daily dietary habits. We can see here different qualities of proteins in the Mediterranean diet, and of course we need to have education, dietary education and training. It is important post-op to train and help the patients understand the benefits of a balanced diet, what they do with alcohol, with the consumption of processed meat, red meat, etc. Therefore, this is a very nice study. Mr. Mouzios referred to it earlier. They worked on a program for implementation of Mediterranean diet. Briefly, what was well studied is a very important prognostic biomarker for patients with advanced lung cancer that takes into account the status of nutrition, albumin, the BMI, and the ratio of leukocytes to neutrophils, and it showed that this ALI indicator was significantly higher in the control group compared to the Mediterranean diet group. There was a reduction of the platelets numbers in the Mediterranean diet group. There has been a great interest vis-à-vis research on the role of omega-3 fatty acids covering EPA and DHA, since they reduce inflammation and they help us maintain the body weight and the muscle mass. We have seen improvement in the markers and the reduction of the inflammation indicators. Another study by Murphy in 2011 where we had the addition of fish oil, 2.5 grams EPA plus DHA per day in patients that showed an increased clinical benefit. In conclusion, strict diets should be abolished. Ketogen diet and fasting seem not to have very many benefits. High doses of antioxidants should be reduced because they reduce the efficiency, and we definitely need to avoid raw fruits and vegetables that may increase foodborne diseases. The beverages and drinks, green tea is really helpful to reduce inflammation, ginger tea to reduce nausea, and all kinds of beverages that are high on proteins in the form of milk, enriched with fish oil, seem to have a very good effect. This is the standard clinical protocol that we use. This is step 1. It is of the international protocols recommended, and they recommend continuous control. Screening is the first stage, checking for a hypothropsy with 2 main tools. The second one is considered to be the golden standard. Referral to a clinical dietitian, intervention, and constant follow-up and monitoring, aiming at preserving the weight at a rate of more than 90% of the initial one, and protein that would cover approximately 1.5 grams per kilo of body weight. These are some commercial products, and of course what we're interested in is, and I repeat, how this interdisciplinary team will have this holistic approach and help through clinical diet and exercise to improve the health of patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Mrs. Nicoletta Rovina, Associate Professor in Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine. Hello, I would like to warmly thank FairLife and Mrs. Patelli in particular for the honorary invitation to this wonderful event. My topic seems not to be directly linked with lung cancer. However, it's part and parcel of prevention. For respiratory patients, and lung cancer is a respiratory disease. So we see that lower respiratory infections are the third cause of death after ischemic heart disease and cerebrovascular disease. So preventing infections and being hospitalized is one of the basic targets, basic objectives of a doctor working with respiratory patients, especially for these patients and even more for lung cancer patients, advanced age leading to immunoaging, that is inability of the immunological system to fully deal with intruders in an effective way because of aging, chronic diseases, concomitant diseases, comorbidities. For lung cancer,
we have CAPD and cardiovascular diseases. Some special treatments that could be immunosuppressing, and of course chemotherapies and immunotherapies of lung cancer patients make these patients more vulnerable to infections. And the period now we live, we see now, is a period full of infections. Of course, pneumococcus, especially now is the season, and in a couple of weeks we will also have RCV, and of course COVID-19, which has now become a seasonal disease that needs to be prevented through annual vaccination. Therefore, guidelines for vaccination of patients with respiratory diseases include pneumococcus, influenza, coronavirus, pertussis, COVID-19, and herpes zoster. So pneumococcus, there is no seasonality actually, but what is more dangerous is the penetrating form of the disease that could become meningitis, which is a very important type of inflammation, and pneumonia. But even the non-penetrating form, it is usually in the upper respiratory system, could become an important penetrating pneumococcus disease. High-risk groups, it's not just the elderly or young children and infants, include people with immunological diseases or immunosuppressed, chronic diseases, and of course patients that have suffered, that had the COVID-19. We have 3 different vaccines, PCV13 and up to PCV20, and they have a very specific protocol. Here you see a summary of the vaccination program for pneumococcus. Unvaccinated 18 to 64, at least 1 dose of PCV20. The same goes for those older than 65. Those vaccinated with PCV13 or PPCV23 need at least 1 dose of PCV20 at least 1 year after the previous vaccination. And the same goes for those over 65, whereas those that might be vaccinated twice, PCV13 and PCV23, definitely need to get the PCV jab 20 after 5 years after the last vaccination. The same goes for those over 65. Now, this is the influenza season, and we could have viral diseases of the lower or the upper respiratory tract. We have the same age groups. We need to take into consideration pregnant women. They need to be protected, and of course health professionals for chronic respiratory diseases. There are vaccines that are updated every year. This year we don't have influenza 4, but we have influenza 3, and we have influenza high dose, the enhanced one, as you might have heard, for those over 65. Influenza is already on the rise. In purple, 20 to 23, dark black, 23, 24, and you see the peak. This is the end of the year, and the red line indicates that there is the peak of influenza. This is why in our country vaccinations for influenza usually start in the second fortnight of November, to take into consideration this 20-day period for immunization for patients to be prepared and fully protected during the peak period of influenza. You see the same model for serious viral cases leading to serious disease and hospitalization, or even intensive care units. Quite recently, we hear a lot of RCSV, which is a very contagious virus. It is there together with the other influenza type. There is seasonality, of course, similar to influenza, that is autumn and spring. And these two seasonal peaks are our target, but there is an advantage vis-a-vis vaccination for influenza. These vaccines are very, very effective, and they cover the population for at least 3 periods, up to 85%. And so far, for 2.5 until 3 years, those vaccinated with this vaccine are covered. They don't have to repeat the same age groups. Similar vulnerable groups. Of course, serious diseases could be caused, or even hospitalization. And vaccination is recommended in Greece by the National Vaccinations Committee for CAPD patients, especially those that also have a cardiovascular disease, chronic asthma, any type of chronic respiratory diseases, patients over 60 with comorbidities, diabetes mellitus, renal deficiency, and of course all individuals over 70. This is the only age group where vaccination is reimbursed. So we are trying to have a more generalized vaccination for the ages 18 to 70 to cover more patients. Just imagine a case of fibrosis. A young patient is not entitled to the vaccine, and it's quite costly. So you see the EOD data in this green, dark green line. You see the cases. Next month we will see the first increase. Another vaccine is the pertussis vaccine. It is also part of the basic vaccination scheme. Full vaccination for those that have been fully vaccinated when children. There is only one booster between 18 to 25 and yet another booster every 10 years. Whereas for adults that are vaccinated for the first time, we recommend 3 doses to first 1 month interval, and the third 6 to 12 months later. And we also have recommendations for pregnant women. Herpes zoster, this is yet another vaccination. We see an increase with age. And of course, this very important problem, vaccination is recommended for adults over 50 or over 18 in high risk. It seems that this vaccination is quite effective, more than 85 or up to 90%. Finally, for COVID-19, we all know vaccinations now. We are all experts. So we propose to recommend a repetition every year for high-risk individuals, the individuals we mentioned before. if somebody got the disease, the vaccination should take place 3 months later. You see ages, comorbidities, immunosuppression, the same situation. And here you see the epidemiology. We are here. In this period, we have many cases. Some of them are hospitalized, but it's mainly older patients with comorbidities. And we rarely see patients getting to the intensive care unit. Finally, vaccination is an important part of prevention. The National Vaccination Program has a site full of information for all vaccines, all diseases. We need to be in favor of vaccination because after the COVID era, things have changed a little bit. We clinicians see it. But I think that vaccination is one of the most important preventive actions in medicine, preventive procedure. And things have changed internationally. Thank you very much for your attention.
So the 5th FairLife conference will finish with its sponsors and supporters, whom I will now invite to the stage, Mr. Krikelis, Mr. Liakopoulos, Mrs. Anastasiou, Mr. Pasaloglou, and Mrs. Spiropoulou. And Mr. Synodinos was with us for many hours this morning. He's no longer with us, but he represents MSD. We heard him speak before. I will begin with Mr. Krikelis. He sat first in line. So, first of all, tell me about lung cancer advances and more specifically the role of ADCDs. I would immediately talk about the band ACDC. Thank God I didn't get confused. Thank you. I'd like to thank FairLife for the honorary invitation. Good afternoon, everybody. It is yet another great conference for the 5th year in a row. It talks to us about the challenges of lung cancer, the progress that has been achieved, the opportunities, but also a new era for collaboration amongst ourselves. I'd like to come back and to your question. There's been a lot of progress in the fight against lung cancer. Each step helps improve the lives of lung cancer patients and prolongs their survival. However, lung cancer remains a highly complex and demanding disease, which makes innovation particularly valuable. A new therapeutic approach, which has been gaining ground and more interest, and which holds a lot of promise in our ADCs, anti-drug conjugates. So we're talking about conjugates of antibodies. So we have a combination with a drug, and the focus of this technology is to optimize the delivery of the drug administered. In most cases, we're talking about chemotherapy, and there are specific ligands, if you like, the main aim being to maximize the benefit and to reduce as much as possible AEs. So the ligand binds the drug, and this complex, together with the help of the monoclonal antibody, goes to targeted tumors. The payload is delivered and causes the death of the cancer cells. So ADCs are used more and more in lung cancer. So we see a lot of clinical trials being held in Greece, but also elsewhere, in late stages of the disease, but also in early stages of lung cancer. In the Sankyo, Deliki Sankyo, we're very proud because in Japan we have discovered many ADCs, And some of them are further developed in the context of global agreements with big pharma dealing with oncology. So this collaborative approach is part and parcel of our company mindset. I'd like to conclude by saying that the developments in lung cancer cannot be only the result of one pharma company or just one association. All stakeholders, everybody in the ecosystem needs to contribute: health professionals, clinicians, researchers, patients, advocate groups, the pharma industry, the government. So everybody has to work in a streamlined manner. Innovation with the right treatment can reach the patient who needs it at the time that he or she needs it. This is the wager for the future. We all believe that ADCs are an integral part of our future, a future which is fast taking shape and form, and we want to do so with consistency and responsibility. This was my favorite moment last year, where we had people from the pharma industry and they all were synchronized in what they had to say. And I see the same is happening this year. And you actually, Mr. Krikeli, made an introduction. You said that this was a year with a lot of developments, a lot of progress. So if we were to do some stock taking, and if we were to look at all the important developments, all the progress in regard to lung cancer, I know I sound like a journalist, but what stands out? Tell me what you believe stands out. So thank you very much for the honorary invitation. 2025 is a year that has the well-known characteristics. We have developments in non-small cell carcinoma. We target the patients even better than before. We create targeted therapies which may help with prolonged survival. But what is groundbreaking in 2025, in my opinion, is the fact that after many years, after decades, I dare say, we have more data on non-small cell lung carcinoma. And for many years, development had been very slow. And non-small cell carcinoma concerns 15% of lung cancer patients, around 1,400, 1,500 patients in Greece per annum. So it's an uncovered need, and the 5-year prognosis was very bad. It was single digit. So what is now happening can be aptly described by a very influential scientist and doctor at Ascot. This is how he mentioned it. I mentioned it verbatim. In a 40-minute session, I was able to see whatever I hadn't seen in the case of non-small cell lung carcinoma in the last 40 years. So what is actually happening is that we have more modern drugs, new authorizations, new mechanisms of action. Right now, there is a study which is addressed not only to second line, and we have new treatments approved by the FDA, and they will be authorized in the coming 6 months, and EMA as well. But we also now have data where we have prolonged survival, which we've never seen to date, but also a tolerant safety profile. What is important is that it's not just that these studies also extend to second line, but there's also a very good program for first line, even in the limited stage. The result being, I dare say, having an overall picture that the landscape in the treatment of non-small lung cell carcinoma will change radically in the years to come. And in the next 5 years, in order for me to continue after what Mr. Krikeli said, more molecules are coming from more pharmacies, either with ADCs, with T-cell engagers. So the future is even more promising when it comes to the treatment of non-small cell lung carcinoma. I'd like to finish by making a very quick comment, and this actually adds on to what Mr. Krikeli said. We live in a unique period in time. We really are not fully aware of what's happening, but there is a big power struggle when it comes to pricing of drugs in Europe. This started with the US president, but I believe that the pricing landscape in the future will not be the one we've known so far. So once again, we have to reopen the discussion on innovation, on reimbursing innovation, the fact that innovation is not something bad for the budget, but it should be seen as an investment in our patients, in our healthcare system, so that patients can have access to all these new innovative therapies and these new developments. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we talked about the developments in this year, and now let's talk about the obstacles. Mrs. Anastasiou, you're up next. There's been a lot of discussion on access to innovative therapies, but there are also some realistic obstacles or barriers. How can we overcome them? What is needed? Well, access of patients to innovative drugs is not easy, and this is mainly due to reduced financing or funding, time-consuming procedures regarding pricing and reimbursement, and decisions made by pharmaceutical companies given the clawback and rebate. The situation in Greece is lagging behind compared to that of the rest of the EU. Only 25% of drugs approved by the EMA in the period 2020-2023 are given with unlimited availability. And according to FPOA, Greek patients are waiting to have access to innovative drugs for a period of up to 2 years. This was on the front line, it was on the front pages of newspapers. So the situation needs to be improved. This is a necessity, and this will be done only if we increase public funding. So reforms have to be made, administrative reforms, and the high rebates must be reduced. So we, as Johnson & Johnson, say that the patients' advocate groups, the pharma companies, all the stakeholders should work together in order to find solutions to the patients' problems. Thank you very much. Mr. Passaloglu is up next. Since this morning, we've been talking about this time and again in all the panels. This was mentioned by scientists, by the government, by the patients. They all talked about the value and importance of early diagnosis of lung cancer. So we cannot doubt the data, but we can see whether this need has been covered, what percentage of it has been covered, and what remains to be covered. So things are not moving as fast as we want to, and even though we mentioned this in previous conferences extensively. So what is important is for us to see in practice what the industry thinks, how they see things, and how the industry can help, how it can contribute. I'm not talking only about obstacles. How can they have a positive impact on all of this?
Thank you. Allow me at the closure of this conference to start by saying the evident. As pharma industries, together with the patients' associations and the state, we share a common goal. And here it has become really specific: timely diagnosis and the dramatic reduction of mortality rates due to lung cancer, because it's something that can be done. AstraZeneca, the company that I represent and that has the honor to support such efforts, we do this with FairLife in Greece, and globally we take part in every alliance that can act therapeutically on such issues. So as AstraZeneca, we have a very bold ambition, as we call it, the eradication of lung cancer as a cause of death. It sounds bold enough, but we work towards this direction and we invest a lot of resources. So, recapping some important figures from today's event, just to build a case. Lung cancer is the first cause of cancer death in Greece, and it's the second cause of death across the categories after cardio, cerebrovascular, strokes. Off microphone, unfortunately. So this is the second cause of death globally. This is in accordance with the latest statistics. At the age of above 40 is the first cause of cancer death. Its burden is much higher in the lower socioeconomic groups, which renders the need to act much more imperative. It accounts for 30% of cancers in general. It's by far the biggest cause of death, and this because unfortunately the diagnosis is done at very late stages, where the 5-year survival rate is really low, when at stage 4 we have a survival rate less than 10%. So, as many professors have already mentioned, here we can reverse things. These figures can change. Diagnosis can be done at the early stages through timely diagnosis and screening programs, and therefore we can have very low rates of delayed diagnosis in order to have 10 or 20% of cases, as is the case with countries where we have applied screening. We also have a strong issue with smoking and the substitution of smoking with the new products. Another point is that there are many therapeutic choices and options that are constantly being enriched. The R&D of pharma industry is huge, and this allows us to have more and more options. So what are the challenges that the Greek system has in mind? Maybe this is not the first category to be handled at the level of diagnosis. In cardiovascular incidents where we have a huge part of the population where we have diagnosis, there can be treatment. Well, there was a need to register and record the pathway of patients because it was considered to be complicated. This has been done by Greek societies and companies. We have recognized those subpopulations at higher risks. This has been done. Now, regarding the financial side, Ms. Koulaba said that it is indeed really cost-effective to implement screening. It is unquestionable that if we treat a patient at the early stages, the cost will be much lower compared to dealing with a patient at more advanced stages. There are certain positive elements. In Greece, we have the highest number of CT scan equipment in the OECD countries. So this can become useful. This kind of equipment will be used for screening. There is extensive experience. We know that the ministry wants to be able to get best practice from other countries. There is extensive experience in other European countries. We do have here also representatives of Israel. So Israel, in times of war, has included the screening in its reimbursement list. So this means that a country recognizes the clinical benefit. We have Germany, Poland, Croatia, many countries with national programs, and many other countries to follow. Therefore, there are no challenges. We're talking about enhancers. There's a momentum. We have medical human resources. We do have the resources, the equipment. We do have experience from the Prolambano program. We have experience that we share with other countries, and it is clear that benefits are seen at the clinical level, at the financial level, and at the level of social equity. So I think that it's high time to get this momentum and put it into action. Thank you. Ms. Spiropoulou, advanced security and safety standards, innovative treatments and technologies. They form a combination of elements that demonstrate high quality of services. How is this put in practice? Thank you. Thank you for inviting me today. It is a great honor for us to support FairLife and Ms. Pateli. And I think that through our presence here, we have the inclusion and the discussion of the part of diagnosis and services. I was glad to hear the data on the pharma part, and we are all glad for that. And that same progress is seen at the part of services. So vis-a-vis Affidea, what we can proud ourselves of is that we have stricken balance between technological innovation and quality assurance. What is technological innovation? Affidea holds the youngest and largest fleet of imaging equipment in Europe. This is significant, and this is documented with data. Our equipment is only 5 years old. This is impressive, and this is measured using specific indicators. This actually means that the examination process may be faster, safer, and easier for the technicians. With regard to quality assurance, I'd like to point out that we have received from the European Society of Radiology the 5 stars award. 60% of the wall of stars centers are Affidea. All Affidea centers are in the list, and this is the best guarantee that we can have in radiation protection measures. How do we measure this? With data. We collect real data that we study throughout Europe, and we perform benchmarking comparisons in order to have the proper radiation. We need to have the right radiation on the basis of the body type, on the basis of the patient. It's a different radiation for a child, for an adult, or for an obese adult, and of course the site. So through these statistics, we can see that 95% of the CT scans that we perform, that is the reference exam for lung cancer and thorax and the head, show lower radiation than the national the country's levels. So we work a lot on that. We work on prevention, of course, and any action within the framework of prevention. We believe that lung cancer should also be included in the screening, population screening. Now, to conclude, allow me to say that we play emphasis on man, because it is people who receive people, they come in close contact. This is how we work. Yes, and most people are under significant stress. Yes, this is significant. So our people come closer to the patients who are stressed, and we play. I think that we need to put emphasis on awareness and sensitivity. So we thank you warmly. Thank you for attending this event. I'd like to wish you a nice rest, and I'll give the floor to Corina to close.
Congratulations on this wonderful panel. I'm usually touched more by the last session, because you sum up what we have been hearing all through the day, and you make my job easier. Indeed, what you do is very important. You care about people. I go to Affidea, and your approach to patients is excellent. You said that you went to the ministry. I didn't know that. Since you support Prolamvano project, you have to cooperate with the pharma industry, because we heard that we have many CT scans. So let's start. I heard about IDCs, small cell lung cancer, new things. And I'm concerned about innovation, which was the topic of last year. If innovation cannot go down to everybody, and if it takes 2 years for new treatments to come to Greece, well, this is something we have to take care of, because in FairLife we try to bring everything together and take it a step further. We need to work together with patients, because I firmly believe in the power of patients. We have screening, okay, but we cannot wait any longer for screening. There has been research by us, by others. What's the next step now? What should we do? We have CT scans. Great. And also the message coming from my son, and because he is having, his operation tomorrow, and his father knew about prevention. This was, no, rather he was entitled to know, but he didn't. We created FairLife not because we want to substitute the state, but because we believe that through our actions and communication actions, we have managed to inform a lot of people. During screenings in Thessaloniki and Larissa, I have to tell you that within 3 or 4 days we finish. We get requests. If you say, Corina, FairLife, could you bring 50,000? Yes, we can bring you 50,000 people for screening. The problem is that no university clinic we work with, they want only 2 or 5 people per week. We cannot do it this way. If there is an advertisement, there will be tens or hundreds. In Thessaloniki, there was an advertisement, 250 people, but they are going to be screened after 6 months. We have to solve the issue. I would like to dwell on screening and accessibility, because unless we resolve the issue with the clawback, I don't think that, well, this is my personal view, I don't think that the new innovative therapies will be launched by pharmaceutical companies. Therefore, we will not get a cure. To get a cure, you need the treatment. You work, you invest, and how about us? Patients are waiting for this treatment. That's all. I would really like to thank all speakers, commentators, the pharmaceutical industry, the state that was present. I think that now they have a better approach, and let's see how we can move on, because screening should become part of the national health system. Biomarkers have to be fully reimbursed, the full panel, and we need accessibility to new innovative treatments. That's all. More than 3,500 people have watched us online. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping us make our dreams come true. Thank you very much.
Τον Αύγουστο του 2020, ο Σάιμον Μπέλ έφυγε από τη ζωή έχοντας αντιμετωπίσει τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα με δύναμη και αξιοπρέπεια. Η απώλεια γίνεται δύναμη ζωής. Ο πόνος σπόρος. Το όραμα ελπίδα. Γεννιέται η FairLife.
Η πορεία με τον καρκίνο είναι ένας δρόμος που δεν ξέρεις που οδηγεί.
Είναι ένας δρόμος που εσύ επιλέγεις πώς θα τον περπατήσεις.
Η FairLife είναι ο πρώτος μη κερδοσκοπικός οργανισμός στην Ελλάδα ενάντια στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα δεν κάνει διακρίσεις.
Όποιος έχει πνεύμονες μπορεί να νοσήσει από καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Μέσα από την πρωτοβουλία Υγεία Πνευμόνων μιλάμε για τις πνευμονικές ασθένειες, τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο, την πρόληψη, αλλά και τις καθημερινές προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν οι ασθενείς και οι οικογένειές τους.
Καρκίνος του πνεύμονα είναι μια νόσος η οποία μπορεί να γίνει χρόνια, η οποία μπορεί να θεραπευθεί.
Μέσα από τους 477 προσυμπτωματικούς ελέγχους, ένα ποσοστό 82% παρουσίασε κάποιο πρόβλημα.
Η εξέταση αυτή δρατάει πραγματικά όσο μια ανάσα. Μια ανάσα που μπορεί να μας σώσει τη ζωή.
Θέλει ακόμα πολλή δουλειά, εκπαίδευση και συμπερίληψη.
5 χρόνια μετά συνεργαζόμαστε με 25 επιστημονικές εταιρείες από την Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό.
Η άγνοια μπορεί να κλονίσει τον ψυχισμό μας.
Κάνουμε τη γνώση όπλο ελπίδας και θεραπείας.
Στη FairLife ανοίγουμε νέους δρόμους στην ενημέρωση για πρόληψη και έγκαιρη διάγνωση.
Γιατί μόνο εάν γνωρίζεις μπορείς να θεραπευτείς.
Η περίθαλψη και η πρόληψη για την υγεία δεν είναι δαπάνη, είναι επένδυση.
Η FairLife αγωνίζεται για αξίες απέναντι στην ίδια τη ζωή και τον άνθρωπο.
Παγκόσμια ημέρα κατά του καρκίνου και ενωνόμαστε μέσα από τη μοναδικότητά μας.
Ο κάθε ασθενής είναι διαφορετικός και μοναδικός.
Ουσιαστική οριζόντια ενημέρωση, γιατί ξέρουμε ότι η γνώση είναι δύναμη.
Όταν νοσείς, ο φόβος του στιγματισμού σε απειλεί.
Σπάμε τα στερεότυπα και στηρίζουμε ασθενείς, φροντιστές και τις οικογένειές τους.
Η υποστήριξη του ασθενή είναι ένα αντίδοτο στον καρκίνο.
Σε όλη αυτή τη διαδικασία η ψυχολογία του ασθενή παίζει πολύ μεγάλο ρόλο.
Για ποιο λόγο πρέπει να κατηγορούμε όσους νοσούν με καρκίνο?
Η ομάδα του Breath θα βρίσκεται δίπλα τους.
Το να μην νιώθεις μόνος είναι δύναμη.
Η υποστήριξη που έλαβα ήταν το νήμα που με κράτησε συνδεδεμένη με την ελπίδα.
Εμείς θα συνεχίσουμε ως FairLife να κάνουμε ό,τι καλύτερο μπορούμε.
Το Ογκονός είναι το πρώτο ολιστικό εκπαιδευτικό πρόγραμμα στην Ελλάδα.
Ένα πρόγραμμα που αφορά τους νοσηλευτές, την ενδυνάμωση.
Τα επόμενα χρόνια ελπίζουμε να δημιουργήσουμε τις νέες γενιές εξειδικευμένων νοσηλευτών για να μπορέσουμε να προσφέρουμε πάνω απ' όλα φροντίδα.
Κάθε μέρα που ξημερώνει είναι μια ευκαιρία για μια πραγματική ζωή.
Είμαστε εδώ και είμαστε δίπλα σε όλους όσους βιώνουν τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα καθώς και τις οικογένειές τους.
Η FairLife ταξιδεύει πέρα από τα σύνορα της Ελλάδας. Αποκτά γνώσεις και εμπειρία. Φέραμε κοντά μας τα νέα παιδιά, τους πρωταθλητές μας.
Καθαρό περιβάλλον, υγιείς πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
Ανθρώπους που μας εμπνέουν να συνεχίσουμε με κοινωνική ευαισθησία και όραμα για το μέλλον.
Η ζωή είναι COVID. Την ανάσα.
Και όχι ο καρκίνος.
Πνεύμα.
Καθαροί πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
Η επιβράβευση των προσπαθειών μας δίνει τη δύναμη να συνεχίσουμε, να καταφέρουμε ακόμη περισσότερα.
Δεν χρειάζεται να είμαστε μόνοι τελικά.
Μοιραζόμαστε στιγμές και ονειρευόμαστε το μέλλον μαζί. Θα ήθελα όλοι οι Έλληνες να γνωρίζουν για τα θέματα που αφορούν την πρόληψη και την έγκαιρη διάγνωση, γιατί μόνο έτσι θα σωθούν ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους που είστε μαζί μας σε αυτό το ταξίδι.
Η ζωή να κόβει την ανάσα.
Όχι ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα.